Okay. Oh, chat! It's me. It's your boy. I believe it's your boy. Wait, can everybody... I think everybody should be able to hear me. Is it broken again? I don't think it is. I think we got this. I think... Wait. Yup. Okay, yup. No, the sheep scream. That definitely came through. Okay, I'm assuming you guys can hear me because you're already screaming at me. Thank you for throwing frogs at me, 3-dick guy. What the heck? Throwing your frogs directly in my face. Yay! I love it when I can be heard. Okay. We're swapping over to the yapping overlay. The text is the wrong fucking... Oh! Seedless grape as well. How dare you? What the fuck? The text is the wrong color. Don't you just love that when that shit happens? Wait. We're fixing it. Is it fixed? Somebody say something. Chat, say something! Oh, I haven't saved it. Wait, okay. Oh. That should now work. Yay! Oh, we can see chat on the side of the screen. Yes! Okay. We're on the yapping overlay. Okay, so I've been having problems with my overlays. My overlays have been bastards, and I hate them. And they're being little fuckers. But hello everybody! Welcome Wild P to your first time stream, I'm assuming. Or first time in chat at least. Also Mogs, PG tips, yucky, disgusting. English breakfast tea, bad, cringe. Fruit tea, excellent. Without a doubt. But if you've noticed, we've got the new yapping overlay up. But where is my model, you may ask? My little guy. Well, chat. Well, I'm about to answer that question. Is everybody fucking ready for this shit? Because we've had a small model update, which I think it's also working. Yep, it's working because it's yapping when I'm speaking. Yay! English British ain't that bad. Well, you're stinky and wrong. Actually. Regular tea, cringe. Cringe and bad. I think I'm saying that just for the amount of times that I was forced to make, like, my dad tea every time that I came. Every time he came home from work, he would be like, oh, make me a cup of tea. And I would have to, because otherwise he'd kick off and it would be crazy. So I have a much behatement for English breakfast tea. But I have my little tea cupboard now. I've got it stocked full with really nice tea. Mog's got me some really nice tea, actually. The absolutely fucking slaps with, like, a warm, freshly baked, like, a freshly baked, like, croissant or pastry or something, like, just out of the oven. Like, one of those ones you can just get frozen at Aldi. Oh! Earl Grey. I've not actually had Earl Grey before, which I probably should have tried it because Earl Grey, hot. I'm a Star Trek girly, so where's my passport there? Let's put that over there. Okay. But yeah, chat. Wait, I got distracted. I do like Assam like tea. My favorite, I think, so far is definitely the peaches and cream one that Mog's got for me. Because I just load that shit up with a load of sugar as well. Because I am I have the biggest sweet tooth that is possible. But I've got some really nice green and jasmine. That's very nice. Like there's this like little artisanal, sort of locally sourced tea shop. I love Bird and Blend. Don't get me wrong, but the fucking roof collapsed in Bird and Blend, so it's closed, and they're like, fix it. And it, like, flooded the whole store. And I'm really upset about it. Because I can't go and get more of the tea. So it just means that I'm going to have to go to Mog's and be like, please. I need it. Yeah, I got a bunch of really nice teas in my tea cupboard now. which is real nice. That I have like enough space for a tea cupboard rather than just shoving it in like the corner. Oh, I'm getting distracted again. Chat. I have decided. Get My Match made me sad to see it collapse. Yeah, it did. I was really sad. I was like, oh, I want to go in there, like maybe like once every couple weeks, like get a new blend of tea to try, because I usually serve up tea to anyone like who comes to vibe. You just drink black coffee with half a sugar all day. Your heart's probably gonna explode. It is what it is. I don't know. I think there was like a flood in the upstairs, like flats above it, but then it like collapsed in, or like a pipe burst or something. And the ceiling sort of like collapsed in, and everyone was like, well, shit. I don't know whether they're coming back or not, or if they're gonna like get a new space or something. But yeah, I hope they do, because I was really excited when a Bird and Blend opened, because it opened while I was not living here. And I was like, oh, sick, a fucking Bird and Blend. Let's fucking go. I'm going to be so happy when I move back. And then I moved back and they were like, yeah, no, it's fucking ceiling collapsed. And I was like, no! Ripping my shirt off like the werewolf. Real mad about it. I'm getting distracted again by chatting to chat. Okay. We're gonna show... Can I, like, move this around? Well, like, wait. We're just gonna do a very quick thing. We're gonna... Wait, I can't do that. Wait. I can do this. I believe in myself. Okay, I just gotta press this button. I have accessorized my model chat because I have decided Halloween never truly ends, and neither apparently does World of Darkness week. So it's still World of Darkness week until I say otherwise. Ha ha ha. So we're gonna be doing more spooky stuff today. I'm probably gonna do some Werewolf the Apocalypse just to start off. And then we're going to do some more Bloodlines too. But, ta-da! It's me! Look, it's me! I got a little hat! Look at my cute hat, chat! Wait, I may need to, like... Let me just move it a little bit. There we go. Okay. Wait. Okay. This looks better. Wait. Does this look better? I don't know if this looks better. It's probably fine. It's my little witch's hat, chat. Look at it. It's so cute. I am a Whittleburb. I think I maybe need to put this into like the background. 1 second. Let's... How do I... Wait. Okay. Wait. The hat is disappearing. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Absorb. On model. Follow on mouse press. Okay. Wait. No. That doesn't work. Okay. Wait. We got this. I believe in myself. I believe in the heart of the cards. Okay, wait. For God's sake. Right, okay. Alright, I don't know how to fix it. It's probably fine like this. I've got a little witch's hat on. I am a Bob. It is true. For those of you who have not been here for a while, this is my little PNG Bob. And now I have a hat. I do have faith in the heart of the cards. It's so true. Alright, let me just turn this light off so I can see better. But yeah, we're going to be doing the text-based game, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Book of Hungry Names. I'm going to be doing like a little... I'll do like a little recap because it's been a while since we played it, but it's the text-based one. And then when I'm feeling like it, we'll play some Bloodlines because I am not doing so great at the moment. Wahoo! The debuffs that I acquired at character creation have come. The blood moon is upon me. And it fucking took me out yesterday. It always, the first like 2 days, takes me the fuck out. I so enjoy the fact that I am AFAB. Yay! Anyway. Yeah. It really sucks as well, because like... Because of my diagnosis, it makes it so much worse because of like I suffer from like different like disabilities, different sicknesses such as fibromyalgia, hypermobility, that kind of thing. Fibromyalgia in particular is very spicy when it comes to pain, unexpected pain in particular. So like I'm usually fine because I've got like chronic pain, just sort of like all over. I usually have a pretty high tolerance for that. Um, but like the sudden onset of pain can be very difficult, and it's like I have a varying pain tolerance. So like sometimes I'm fine, like I'll stub my toe and I'll just be like, huh, I don't feel that at all. And then sometimes I'll like catch myself on something and be like, I'm dying, this is the worst thing in the world, have I broken something? But it's literally just I've like clipped it and bruised myself. Because I am a fool. It depends on how much I'm disassociating from it, actually, it turns out, which is very funny. But yeah, the sudden onset of like of pain can like really fuck me up, because I'm not prepared for it, and B, it's like something that's like different and not something I'm used to sort of like trying to ignore. So the first couple days I'm usually like, oh Jesus Christ, I need to get used to this again, being able to like, yesterday I couldn't walk. That's kind of how bad things sort of got. I'm so glad I have my wheelchair with me, and that my place is big enough to like fit it around now. But yeah, I was having a really sucky time, so I'm very sorry that we didn't get to play Total War Tuesday yesterday. We probably weren't going to be playing the finale of our Realm of Chaos game anyway, because I don't think Talon could be there. And also, apparently, Silas fell asleep on the sofa, which was very funny. So you probably wouldn't have played it anyway. But we're going to do a little makeup stream today. I don't know how long I'm going to go for. It depends on how long I can chill for. I've got my hot water bottle at the ready if I'm feeling real bad. But other than that, we should be good to go. Let's do it, baby. Oh, Wild P, thank you for the follow. Why does it never fucking pop up on screen? Why aren't my alerts still synced? I thought I fixed it. I thought I freaking fixed it, chat. Okay, we're gonna need to keep the activity feed open then, just so I don't miss anything. But thank you so much for the cheeky follow. Very annoying. But also, what I might try with this stream is, like, when I take a break and I need to do, like, BRB to, like, go piss girl or something, I may run just, like a 30-second ad or something, in between, just so nobody misses, like, any gameplay stuff or whatever, but just so I can get up, stretch, get either some water or like, go piss girl, that kind of thing. Just because I'm very close to, like, the, because Twitch has like a threshold for how much it is paid out to you, and I'm very close, so if I get that, I can then invest it back into the channel, because I maybe want to do some fun things, and maybe do some like models something, or commission some bodies for some art. But anyway, we're getting distracted. We're gonna do a very quick like just rundown of what has happened in World of the Apocalypse, Book of Hungry Names. For those of you who don't know, World of Darkness, the werewolves, or the Garu, are the defenders of Gaia, they're defenders of the natural world, that kind of stuff, against the forces of the worm. That's the like most basic sort of thing. And the World of the Apocalypse game takes place modern day. You are essentially a part of this like pack of like these really sort of abusive elders. Your character is sent on to hunt a Bane, which is one of the like servants of the worm. You do it, you kill it. All of the elders are like, nah, you didn't actually kill it, you're not a full adult in our society yet. And then your leader, Clay, essentially eats the corpse of this thing, which is against the rules, the werewolf rules, and gets sick because it was a Bane, and it sort of like affected him and made him incredibly like ill. You eventually track the Bane down to like sort of the area of this cairn that was lost. A cairn is like a spiritual sort of like a place of like great spiritual energy that werewolves protect. Sorry, my brain just went sort of very, very weird. It's a spiritual place that you, as a werewolf, like, is protected. And it turns out there was this like enormous sort of like battle that happened at the cairn, the Broadbrook cairn in particular, and like it was overtaken by this extremely powerful agent of the worm called the Answering Tiger, that seems to be like less of a physical thing and more of a sort of like spirit that like sort of whispers in your brain and makes you want to like essentially makes you sort of want to like maybe even not want but like question your allies and question them, and sort of manage to turn the Garu against the 4 families, which were the 4 sort of like human families that assisted with the protection of this area. Let me see if there's right, because I am now trying to remember because I didn't watch the fucking video like a goon. We sort of rocked up to the area, the like human city around Broadbrook Cairn. Sort of struggled to find a place of our own before meeting up with our boy Shadow Daddy himself, Elton Day. That's my brain got sort of fucking freaked out. So wait, I'm gonna switch this over very quickly. Shadow Daddy. He is a Shadow Lord and a Theurge, like this sort of magical this kind of like the magical a Theurge is like the magical and like spiritual like class, sort of like a mage. Then you've got Arun, which is what we are. Our character is. There are the Philodoxes and the Ragabash. Ragabash sort of like bard. Philodox is kind of like, I don't really have a D&D sort of like equivalent. But yeah, we met Elton. He gave us a place to live, told us sort of like about what's been going on with Broadbrook Cairn, and was like, we need to re-establish a pack. We need to find some other survivors from this battle, and we need to like re-establish it because we can't really do this all as just 2 people, like going in and finding out. So we also, I believe it's Nin. Yeah, so we also met Nin, who is Child of Gaia. We went to, it turns out that whatever happened during the battle, it traumatized her so, like, badly that she couldn't essentially turn into a wolf anymore. She sort of lost her rage. And so she, like, joined a heavy metal band and stuff like that. And we went to one of their shows, and it turns out this cult of essentially, I'm going to say essentially Nazis and white supremacists called the Get Fenris, who are also a werewolf, they're also like a werewolf, my brain. They're also like a werewolf tribe, but they are mostly filled with like white supremacists and stuff, which really sucks. And they came along because they wanted to essentially either like cause problems because they wanted the land, or they wanted to take out Nin. So there are 2 types of Garu. There's Nin, who is she's a rare wolf-born Garu, as it says. So she was born a wolf and essentially gained a human form and was like, oh. And she is a Galliard, who are once again, they're sort of like, I cannot remember for the life of me what the Galliard are, but yeah, this is her. She's so cute. We managed to sort of stop the Get Fenris from being cringe, and ran them off. And there was another member of the pack. Where is she? Where are you? Melody. Okay. So we met Melody, who is a Silverfang Philodox, who was sort of like, they're like the judges and stuff. I can't actually remember what the Galliard does. But yeah, she was in sort of like this outlying town, very like spooky and insular, and our character and Elton sort of went to investigate and were like, this is kind of fucking weird, and found that she had been sort of like, her brain had been affected by this spirit that lived there, who was like this Triple King-esque spirit, like harvest spirit, that had sort of gotten too big for its boots and started being worshipped by the local human populations with like blood sacrifices, and managed to sort of like affect Melody's mind, and was planning to do sort of like this ceremonial marriage to her, to like claim her power or something like that and bind her to them forever. We managed to disrupt the ceremony and trap the spirit in a pumpkin, and get Melody out of there. Like, she had fled Broadbrook like after her sister had died, Harmony, and yeah, she was not having a good time. And then, where is he? Where is my boy? Is he on here? Sorry, chat. I'm having a hard time reading. Wait, here we go. I think this is our boy. No, he's a member of the Three Families. I forgot about that. My brain. Okay, wait. Oh, I don't... Okay, so I think we're still in that chapter, actually. We are still collecting the last member of our pack. Oh, I can't... my fucking brain. Who is an Arun, who are like the warriors. And let's see. The different places, because he's been investigating another part of the city to try to figure out sort of what has been occurring. I'm glad you started a tea debate that vanished. Very true, you did do that. Okay, so story so far. Let's continue. So we sort of gathered those members of the pack, and meanwhile, there's been this sort of like spooky spirit following us around, which is Stormcat. They were one of the spirits of Broadbrook Cairn before it was destroyed, and now they're all kind of like diminished, and they seem to be glommed onto our character in particular, who is Celine. Our name is Celine January. We joined the tribe of the Black Fury, who are very concerned with like justice and stuff like that, and we are also an Arun, which is a warrior. We've got high dex, pretty mid sort of everything else, but we're very good at the shoot, the survival, the intimidate. We've also got some gifts, including combat mastery and superior perception, which lets us see spirits and stuff. And in terms of convictions, I've been bonked. No! How could you do this, Moggs? I'm correct and right about the tea debate. We've sort of gone with the litany sustains us. Humans must understand. Our weapon is rage. Our answer is spirit. Sort of still fighting with that. Find purpose through dignity, and we can still win. I just want to survive. And this is sort of like our other like stuff. We're still sort of making our way through the story and trying to figure out what to do with, like, to try to find the answering tiger. And I think that we are slowly working on our final... What I may do... I can't restart the game. Can I restart the chapter? I don't think I can. Okay, cool, chat. So we're just going to be starting from here. I'm going to have to pick up sort of what... Oh, so this is the beginning of the chapter, it seems. Okay. So we were looking for... So we were going to find the final member of the pack, essentially. And we're going to switch over from this lovely lo-fi to some spooky music. Right, so different usernames. We've got, I believe this is Elton. This is Melody. I'm pretty sure this is Nin because it's assigned wolf at birth, which is kind of funny. And then Destructive Midnight is obviously me. So I'm just gonna start reading. Okay, first, did everyone read the news link I sent? Yes, Elton, we read your little information packet. Hollyoak is called the Paper City. Did you attach a quiz too? Please quiz us, teacher. But it appears to be made of bricks. I love Nin a lot. I love her a lot. She is incredible. We'll leave on Friday. I'm playing at Pearl Street on Friday. And I have to work. Saturday? Washing my hair. You're joking, right? It takes a long time to be beautiful. I love Melody a lot as well. They're all just very good. And so it goes, after about an hour. Okay, fine. Wednesday, 6 a.m. at the skate park. Nin, if you forget your clothes this time, I will tear my own face off and make you wear it. I will really do it this time. Celine, you're on water bottle duty. Her water bottles smell like old people's lotion because of her job. I'll bring water. It goes on like this for another hour before it is all settled. So we are on our way to go, and yeah, to the city of Hollyoak because there's a bunch of spooky stuff going on with like the power plant. Melody, Nin, and Elton are already waiting at the skate park, though it's still before sunrise. Hollyoak is less than an hour from Northampton by bus, but your companions all want to scout the woods around Mount Tom, which lies between the two towns. You arrive an hour before dawn. The others have already taken on their lupus form, and several pounds of canine fury are running around on the grass, grey and red and eye-searing indigo. Elton spots you first and gets everyone to look serious. The latecomer, you're tasked with helping Elton and Melody into their backpacks. Nin has apparently forgotten her clothes. Elton manages to express his frustration even in his lupus form. Then you head into the public bathroom and transform. You're all ready. It feels like running with a pack. There are only 4 of you, and of course you bring up the rear, though you're a true Garu and Black Fury now. Elton and Melody have spent more time as werewolves, and Nin was born a wolf, but the experience represents a strange and exhilarating communion, like nothing you knew back home. As Nin ranges ahead so fast and far you can't even smell her, and Elton and Melody search the autumn woods around Mount Tom for spirits, or other signs of habitation, you watch their backs, panting as you struggle to keep up. I help guard Elton as he looks for spirits. I try to catch up to Nin. I can't, but I ought to try. I follow Melody and try to learn from her what it is to be a leader of the Garu. Let's go see what Nin's up to. You sprint after the galliard and catch her scent after almost an hour of steady pursuit. You race after her on all fours over fallen leaves. You never see her, of course, but you manage to pass Elton and Melody once or twice as they wander off to explore stone walls or jagged promontories of rock. Finally, you see Nin seated on a broken stump. The red wolf is even more enigmatic in her lupus form than when wearing her human skin, but she seems impressed that you'd even tried to follow her. The 4 of you enter Hollyoak from the west, first loping across the highway in the early afternoon, then regaining your homid forms at a dog park. I hate using dog parks, Melody says as she fluffs her hair in the public bathroom's cracked mirror. My ancestors weren't dogs, they were the most ferocious of northern grey wolves. And cabinet makers, I think. Since Hollyoak is a mid-sized city, you've dressed as well as you can manage, which means black tactical gear. Maybe you can pass yourself off as private security. Once everyone is back on 2 legs, Elton tosses Nin a dress and sandals he bought in case she forgot her clothes, which she did. Everyone adjusts their clothes and climbs onto the bus heading downtown. The bus deposits you on a barren, treeless street, surrounded on all sides by brick and concrete buildings, the heart of a decaying industrial town. Oh, it's Patrick, that's his fucking name, I forgot. Alongside the Connecticut River. The city looks hollowed out, and so do its inhabitants, who seem to scurry for cover like they fear sniper fire. The air smells bad, old coal, toxins, 19th century industry lingering on, invisible to poison the young. I'm going to talk to Patrick, Elton says. Why you? Melody says. Blech. He never liked you. He liked me. He wanted to shag you, Elton says. I love Elton. He's British. It's great. And no, I want you to secure the armory while we reacquaint ourselves. Celine, I want you to see what you can learn about Director Sullivan. And there are rumors that his company, Everlight, captured something. See if you can learn anything about that. Text me for emergencies. Otherwise, we'll meet Melody at 6. Any ideas where to start? It's a big city. Wandering around a place I don't know sounds like a good way to be captured and dissected. What's up with this town? It smells bad. It smells bad and feels bad. Why can't I go with you to talk to Podge? Doesn't he already know what's going on with Sullivan? So yeah, Podge is Patrick. That's his like nickname. Yeah, that's how. What the fuck is up with that? The old coal plant, Elton says. The humans probably don't feel its presence anymore, but we do. We took it down years ago, but shadows linger. The Theurge turns to Nin, and I want you to get up somewhere high and say hello. The fall of Broadbrook Khan means other werewolves might be moving in, not just the cult of Fenris. If they're here, find them. Nin turns, Elton grabs her shoulder and puts the location of your meetup point, the Hollyoak Armory, into her phone, then sends her on her way. Melody makes for the armory, and Elton heads deeper into the industrial district. In moments, you're alone in an unfamiliar city. Chapter 5, The Year Made of Glass. Shall I repeat that there are no locked doors? Shall I add that there are no locks? I'm assuming either George or Jorge Luis Borges? The House of Asterion. You've already reread the little information packet, Melody's words, several times and conducted as much online research as possible. You scroll through your phone, rechecking the articles you found, or someone sent you. Former coal worker accuses Hollyoak Power Plant of racist hiring practices. Everlight Natural Gas reaches out to local environmentalists. Pool Hall scuffle sends one plant worker to hospital. Everlight offers internships to at-risk students. Man arrested outside Hollyoak storage facility linked to Sullivan trespassers. Lots of leads here. Let's just make sure as well that I've got the settings correct, because should I make this the text a little bit? Let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go, there we go. Yes, that's fine. And then there are other settings too. Okay, apparently there aren't. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay, there isn't. Head to the pool hall and talk to people there about the fight and maybe about hiring and firing at the solar plant. I want to check with the local environmental groups. I have the address of the storage shed someone tried to break into. I walked past it. No smash and grab just yet. Just looking. Everlight is at least partially accessible to the public. This looks like it could be maybe our boy. And this too, because he's in a rune. So there's stuff at the pool hall, so we can check out those. I think maybe this is gonna be our best bet. Maybe Sullivan trespassing. Okay, I'm stuck between these two options already. God damn it, why am I so... Why can't I make a binary decision? Let's see. I mean, it's probably more likely that, like, if he was gonna get arrested, he'd fight his way out of it. So we're gonna go to the pool hall. You played pool before, years ago, with Clay and Scarpa. So those are the two of the, kind of dickish, members of the pack from before. But you've never visited a pool hall. In fact, you weren't even sure they still existed. But Diamond Billiard Room shows up on your phone a short walk away. Stepping into the place is like stepping back in time 40 years. This isn't some gentrified make pool cool operation. A Dave and Buster's with green felt tables. The walls are wood-panelled and badly warped. Old fluorescent lights flicker in the water-stained drop ceiling, illuminating a tattered and beer-stained carpet. You walk past house rules, a bar, and Halloween decorations, listening to the sound of cues striking balls. The crowd isn't as old as the furnishings. The retirees predominates here. In the afternoon, there's also a larger younger contingent, mostly black and Hispanic. You're not the only woman either, though you're definitely outnumbered. So not an explicitly criminal crowd, but rough working class types enjoying some old-fashioned entertainment. You could talk with them and probably learn something. If you've got the hand-eye coordination, perhaps you're definitely going to have to play in order to learn something useful. Dex and streetwise. So we got a lot of Dex. Do we got a lot of streetwise? We got a fair amount of streetwise. Maybe we try and figure out some of these other things first. Greenwashing is a big business with many environmentalist groups happy to rubber stamp a company's activities in exchange for a check. Eager to dig up dirt, you check some news feeds and find that a local environmental group is outside City Hall today. protesting yet another proposed pipeline expansion. Hollyoak City Hall is a massive Gothic revival castle with an offset clock tower, indifferently decorated for Halloween with a few pumpkins and paper ghosts. About 50 protesters are across the street in a little park, mostly ignored by a cadre of bored police officers. A woman is speaking about how the nearby town of Springfield has the highest asthma rate in the state, while people hold up signs reading, "Save our kids' lungs and stop the pipeline." Pretty standard, ineffectual stuff. Still, a wolf who can act charming and speak the language of academic environmentalism could schmooze with some of the protesters and learn something. Let's check the storage shed. You read that article again. Someone tried to break into Majestic Storage on Essex Street. The man's name isn't given. Majestic Storage doesn't have a website, but the physical location is nearby. You pass lots of bars without names on the outside, just a logo that says Old Style to reach the storage facility. It's an ancient brick building next to an abandoned-looking playground. There's only a small sign on the door. The lobby is empty, but you find a brochure listing their services and fees. It seems like someone converted a condemned apartment building into storage. You follow wires along the walls to all 3 floors. Locked steel doors lead from the landing to narrow, dingy hallways. You peer through a cracked window at some smaller units, each the size of a high school locker. Then use your phone's camera to zoom in on the names. Martell, Jackson, Hyde, Sullivan. Interesting. I think it was Sullivan was the one that they tried to break into, I think. This door won't survive your mini crowbar, and the lockers look flimsy. Something valuable might be in those drop boxes, valuable for both your investigation and your pocketbook. The trick will be cutting those wires quickly and cleanly so you don't trigger the silent alarm. Let's check this one out. Everlight Gas and Electric provides power across half of Massachusetts and some of Connecticut. Though they have dozens of branch offices, the necessities of coordinating their solar plant with their natural gas pipelines and the hydroelectric power generated by the Hollyoak Dam means the company has an outsized presence here. And as part of their community outreach, they give students regular tours and offer them paid internships. You walk a few blocks to a colossal Second Empire monstrosity, a brownstone with a green mansard roof. Recent renovations have turned the lower form into a loggia, currently open on this warm autumn day. Loggia? I've never heard that word before, but that's interesting. I'm searching. And enlarged windows on the second and third floors. But Everlight HQ still looks less like a modern company's headquarters and more like a 19th century railway station. Okay. Loggia, a gallery or room with one or more open sides, especially one that forms part of a house and has one side open to the garden. Okay. So this is... Okay, chat, I'm gonna show you a thing. So this is sort of what it looks like. Well, I expected that to be more open. So it's sort of like... It's got some, like, open things to the outside. That's kind of cool. Okay. The public area features a land acknowledgement and a huge mural describing the history of electricity generation in Hollyoak, with a special emphasis on Everlight's recent shifts to solar. You've checked. 90% of their output is still from non-renewables. The area open to the public isn't large, and the rest of the facility is secured with cameras, motion sensors, and suspiciously heavy doors. There isn't anything here about the big calc, and whatever big calc work gets done at Everlight HQ isn't open to the public. As you study the keycard lock outside an ancient-looking elevator, a board secretary asks, "Are you here for this student tour?" "Yes," you say. "You've still got an hour," the secretary says. "Remember that you'll need to show your badge." She tries to engage you in further conversation, but you slip away and get on your phone to figure out what he's talking about. Apparently, students from Hollyoak Community College are visiting here to see the facility and consider internships. You might be able to bluff your way into the tour, then bluff your way into who knows what is going on behind doors. Something interesting, you bet. Okay. So that's common subterfuge, Dex clandestine. So that's composure. Our composure isn't great. What's our clandestine at? Our clandestine's pretty good. I think the best sort of like thing we have is this, because Sullivan, the Sullivan break-in, I think that's going to be good. It's a short walk back to Majestic Storage. Just like last time, no one is there. The first thing you do is check for motion sensors or cameras, but there's only one camera on the 3rd floor, and the Sullivan locker is on the 2nd. A brief investigation reveals that the alarm relies on phone lines, so you just pop open the telephone box outside and disconnect the line. Back on the 2nd floor, the door falls to a hairpin and watchmaker's tool. You spot the camera mounted on the wall behind you before you enter its field of vision. Investigate it for additional security, and finding none, point it at the ceiling. The Sullivan locker is all the way to the right. His uses a superior mechanical lock, so you ignore the lock and examine the locker wall. It's just a thin layer of steel badly corroded, so you pop it off with your crowbar. The interior side of the locker is intended to slide out. It's plastic. You smash it with your crowbar, then shine your flashlight inside. Papers and envelopes. You grab everything, push the steel plate back into place, and retrace your steps. Then find a public park where you can investigate what you took. First, $100 in 20s labeled Sarah. Let's fucking go. Second, printouts incriminating at least 3 people in some kind of crypto scheme. You barely know what crypto is, and you doubt it connects to your work here. But you hold on to the notes anyway. Third, similar printouts of text involving an affair between an Everlight accountant and oh wow, this is so boring. You flip through the boring blackmail material until your eyes fall on Jenny B. Mike's doing another fundraiser? Roddy bound. Where? At his house? His estate. He wants you to call it the Sullivan Estate. Where is it? The next tech lists Mike Sullivan's address on Yale Street in town. Interesting. You're walking fast to get away from Majestic Storage, idly wondering if anyone else can hear the wolf howling in the distance, when Nomi Pascalis, the journalist you met at Hog Throne, rolls up to you on their bike. Hello, Celine, they say. I thought you recognized you. How are you? It's good to see you again. We hang out more often. What are you doing? Nothing much. Well, if business isn't for Nomi's eyes, we can be polite. Let's be polite but questioning. What you start to say, because I ever got a deal for you, Nomi blurts out. The journalist is practically vibrating with excitement. As you probably know, I've been investigating Everlight. Something about their budgeting in Hollyoak doesn't add up. The city has some of the cheapest electricity in the state, but why? I've heard that workers are getting exploited. It has a solar plant and hydroelectric damaged gas pipeline for a town of 40,000. The investigation I've done, I bet it has something to do with Big Cow. Does it have something to do with the bad air? I actually checked salaries, and non-union energy workers are paid badly by all energy companies. They're so consistently badly paid that it's practically a control variable. So it's not that. Someone is cooking the books at Everlight, hiding why electricity is so cheap, and I think it involves the big calc. Oh, I tried to steer them away even. That program uses a ridiculous amount of energy. Like they have the High Performance Computing Center, 4 or 5 college labs, and whatever they're using at Everlight HQ, all grinding away for years, and prices remain stable. Couldn't they have worked with the state government to keep prices from spiking, or is helping people too much to ask from this operation? Do you know about the computers they're using at Everlight HQ? That seems like vital information, and I can't find many details. Is it possible that the big calc is some kind of hustle, a serious accusation, but what else could we do? These manipulations smack of spiritual corruption, the worm, the enemy of Gaia. I stay quiet. Let's ask about, see if we can figure out about the computers. No one does, Nomi says. It's a total black box. Apparently data goes into HQ and then comes out again. All calculated. But no one can even track down what's happening to all the raw data. Weird, huh? Look, I know you're here to look into Everlight. We should pool our resources and work together. I don't have a lot of answers, but I do have a bunch of information on this Director Sullivan guy, including a bunch of security records. Want to see? They grab your arm and you feel a spike of rage, but force yourself to stay in control. You might be able to use Nomi's security records for your own work. While you're technically not here for Everlight, you're here for Podge. Corruption at an energy company is Garu business, and Nomi did have good intel on Henrik and the cult of Fenris. On the other hand, this kid doesn't know anything about the Garu or how close they came to death investigating the cult of Fenris. Dragging them in even deeper is a risk. And they won't let go of your sleeve. Come on, kid. Oh, we're pretty aggy as well. We're pretty mad. We're pretty grumpy. Scram, kid. I glare at them until they leave. I don't want to see you around here again. I remove their hand. Sorry, not interested. Keep calm. Just keep walking. Not dragging a mortal into the mess. Okay, we'll work together on this, but it sounds dangerous. Let me handle this. Fine, we'll work together, but first you need to show me what you've learned. Here's the deal. You tag along, and then next week you and I get dinner. Deal? Okay, fuck. I have an idea. I lie to get what I want, then I elude the journalist. Let me see your records, and I see what I have. Manipulation, subterfuge. I don't want them to get hurt. I don't have any subterfuge. That's gonna go badly. Okay, but if things get dangerous, let me handle it. I'm going to keep it real with you, Celine. If things get really bad, I'm on a bike and you're on foot, so I'll be okay. But check this out. They send you accounting records for Sullivan M. to a company called Neo Albion. Interesting. They're a private security company that this Everlight CEO, Sullivan, hired to guard his house, Nomi says. One PDF contains information about the security detail and a map with patrol routes. You flip between it and Google Maps Street View to confirm you now have a blueprint of Sullivan's house. This is useful. You look up Neo Albion. Almost no web presence, but a few articles reveal a professional-looking security force. Your allies might want to see this. Maybe this bone gnawer you're looking for will too. Bone gnawers are another tribe of Garu. They're more like... They're sort of like very city-bound. Like... They're usually like helping out the like homeless population and sort of like the urban sprawl that's kind of like left behind is kind of like their territory kind of deal. You'll just need to keep them from saying or doing anything too bizarre in front of Nomi, because now they're glued to your side. Oh fuck! Hollyoak's lingering air pollution makes for a spectacular sunset. Red gold ribbons of light between the buildings, clouds ablaze with radiance. The bricks turn the color of fresh blood. Its whitewashed walls shimmer gold and pink. So where are we going next? Nomi asks. The armory, you say. Well, hopefully you'll be able to remind Melody of Nomi's contribution to the Cult of Fenris problem before the Philodox rips them apart. Cool. They race through a red light, then drift back and forth, waiting for you to catch up, their bike glittering in the light of sunset. You're heading for the armory where Melody messaged you with coordinates. You and your old pack fought a pipeline expansion, right? Yeah, Clay stopped it. His greatest victory shortly before your first change. Come to this address immediately. Nomi rolls after you. The geotag proves difficult to reach. You'll find yourself on an iron bridge that stretches across the Connecticut River to the nearby town of Chicopee. You have to retrace your steps, get off the bridge, and then walk underneath it through trash-strewn fields. Pieces of pipeline rust in the field. You recognize the disassembled pipes, same diameter and design and maker as the ones in northern New York, where you fought this Bane. Same as the trophy that hung outside Scarpa's garage. Melody's eyes narrow when she sees the journalist. Hi, Nomi says with a bright big smile. I'm staying where you are, Nomi Pascalis. Melody says. Nomi freezes. You can't tell if the Philodox has employed some spirit gift, or if she's just that naturally frightening when she uses her mum voice. Nomi rolls back. There used to be a Garu pack here, Melody tells you. She holds up a statuette of a deer. They were massacred by a kill team using silver bullets and fire. Uh-oh! I haven't been able to find much yet, but I think Everlight is more than just an energy company. These pipeline components are the same design as the one my old pack stopped in northern New York. That was Clay's gross try. I feel I should let people know. Fuck Clay. What could you learn about them? Numbers? Survivors? Did any survive? I know we're supposed to be here for Podge, but I'm starting to think tearing into Everlight might be on the agenda. Were you able to learn anything from the spirit? I keep a reverential distance from what is probably a sacred idol. Yeah, these guys need to go down. Alton texted me with rumors that Everlight has captured some kind of creature. Maybe they're worse than a regular energy company, and it gets even stranger. Do you recognize these pipeline components? You nod. Same as the ones I saw in northern New York, you say, studying the rings of rusting metal scattered across the leaf-strewn field. An unfamiliar presence rises out of the earth. Loss and need overwhelm your thoughts. You blink and the trash-strewn field disappears, replaced by ankle-deep sludge, iridescent and stinking. Styrofoam bumps against your ankles. The stars above aren't pinpoints but washed out smears across the sky, like that Van Gogh painting. You can see them, even though the sun is just touching the horizon. Long shadows stretch out behind you for miles and miles, rippling in the oily filth around your ankles. The pipeline, disassembled and abandoned in the physical world, runs arrow straight here in the Umbra. It looks like it's made of glass. It casts 1 trillion reflections across the spirit world. But what is it reflecting? What is inside? Power? Energy? All you can see is the infinite reflections trapped within the glass. Then the vision is gone, and you and Melody are back in the dirty field. Melody looks faintly nauseous. What are you guys doing? Nomi shouts, though they still don't approach. You saw it too, didn't you? Melody asks. All I can do is nod and wait for my elder to say more because I don't know what I just saw. Shit, we fought that pipeline so hard and they just, what, put it in the spirit world? Whatever the glass line was, I'm pissed. How is that even possible? What did I see? Is that why the air here is so bad? Even with the coal plant shut down, the stink is intolerable. Yeah. Holds the Dawn, who led the Shadow Lords of Broderick Khan, heard the earth screaming, Melody says. She called it Gaia's howl, but it manifests differently to every Garu. You smell a rotten corpse. I feel something wrong inside, like poison or a stillbirth. The Silver Fang shivers. Blech. It's worse underneath that shadow pipeline. Could you see what it was carrying, you ask. The Philodox shakes her head. I couldn't see where it starts either, but it ends at Everlight HQ. I was just there, you say. I think there's more going on at Everlight than we first thought. But if you were there, we need to be careful. We'll take separate routes back to the armory. What was all that about? Nomi asks as Melody races off ahead of you. You ignore their questions as you take a circuitous route towards the armory. You keep wondering if you should find an excuse to ditch the journalist, but they stick with you all the way there. Ah! This... Sorry, my voice. Oh, no, the music! The music, no! I've lost it. Oh, Wild Pea! Yes, we're gonna get to see each other more often. I'm so excited. Yes. Gotta bounce. Oh, I hope that you have a good day, Sweet Pea. I shall see you later. Thank you for coming and chilling and stream. Okay, we're gonna pop this one out again. This part of New England has more castles than you were expecting. The armory is a brick fortress with 4 turrets and a crenellated parapet. It's also condemned. Its main gate covered in no trespassing signs and anti-litigation stickers. Its windows are boarded up and it's surrounded by a fence, but you see a Shadow Lord glyph sketched into the wall that leads you around the side and up a rickety flight of stairs to an unlocked door. The garbage reek intermittent since you first arrive in Hollyoak fades abruptly as you step beneath the glyph. Is this safe? Nomi asks. No, Elton says. Theurge stands framed in the doorway. A tall black shadow. I love Shadow Daddy. Eyes glittering in the faint illumination of distant streetlights. At least he's wearing his black coat instead of a cape of shadows. Elton's eyes settle on Nomi. Who is this? I'm Nomi Pascalis, investigative reporter, Nomi says, pumping Elton's hand like a used car salesman. I'm investigating financial irregularities at Everlight. You were at Hogthrone, Theurge says. That's like a venue, by the way, Hogthrone. No! Oh, chat. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I was about to say thank you for a first-time chatter, but there's a criminal. There's a criminal in chat. Oh, I got the bot. Nobody panic. Everything's fine, chat. I know you were all scared. I know you were afeared. But even though I don't have the hammer on screen, I still have the hammer in my heart. Maybe I can get a picture of the hammer and put it on my model. Oh. That's kind of cool. Alright, we're gonna just make sure that's reported. There we go. I got it. I got the bot. Okay, everybody's calmed down. We're getting back to it. Before Elton can do anything rash, you show him the accounting records Nomi dug up. Elton glances from your phone to the journalist, then back to your phone, memorizing the data. How did you find this out? The Theurge asks. I'm afraid I misrepresented my identity and intentions, Nomi says. That draws a laugh from the Shadow Lord, and he waves Nomi inside. You and Nin follow Elton up a dingy, water-stained stairwell to a storage room, its walls lined with old oil paintings. Fabrics hide some, others slump against the walls, water damage beyond the point of repair, depicting wild, natural landscapes. You didn't have mod view up. That's okay! No, you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick on the draw, Mogs. You gotta be quick on the draw. Because otherwise I'll get the hammer out. I get excited. I'll leave the next one to you. Depicting wild natural landscapes made wondrous and alien by rot and decay. Broken frames make walking hazardous, as do the splits and cracks in the worm-eaten floor. The ceiling sags and the only illumination comes from a scattering of candles stuffed crookedly into antique brass holders or puddling in chipped European porcelain, probably scavenged from elsewhere in the building. Melody, seated in a tattered leather armchair in front of a cheap folding TV dinner table, glares at Nomi but says nothing as you and Nin help yourselves to a heaping bounty of Colombian foods spread across 3 rickety metal tables. Melody reads Nomi's documents, then sends all the maps to her phone. You pop the lids off the sancocho? Meanwhile, Nin helps herself to the paisa platter, and Nomi plates up the fried snapper and corn cakes. Melody and Elton have evidently been arguing about the big cow, and they seem eager to return to the debate, but Nomi interrupts them. So, normally when meeting new people, I like going over allergies, they say, and of course pronouns, but when I was young, you may address me as Mr. Day, Elton says. God, if you survive the month, I will learn your name and pronouns. Under no circumstances are you to refer to me, Melody tells the journalist. The other people in my band say I'm not allowed to use pronouns anymore after what happened, and says, Nomi lapses into silence. We're all so fucking weird. I love them. I forgot how much I love this like cast of characters. You need to look at the long term, Elton tells the Philodox, ignoring Nomi. If that research pans out, we get more efficient hydroelectric technology for decades to come. A net win, right? If you believe Everlight, Chemicon, and a consortium of tech companies who just got caught stealing minerals from Afghanistan and moving along the Connecticut River, Melody says, using tarnished brassware to slice a fry snapper into 1-inch cubes. The big calc has to be some kind of grift or swindle. I'm not sure there's a real calc going on. It's disgusting and infuriating. We always make the earth subtle for someone else's long-term advantage. People and animals get sick while some graph labeled quality of life goes up. Fossil fuel companies want to transition to renewables because fossil fuels are increasingly politically toxic. The big calc might give Everlight an excuse to do that. That's good, right? I lower my voice. The litany teaches us to protect the earth as a whole. If this project helps more than it harms, we should encourage it. Yeah, I think this is where we're going to stand. This is what I'm talking about, Melody says. I know we need a plan for the long term, but if you're not helping people now, why would they ever help you? After a few minutes, the big calc debate widens down. Melody daintily wipes her hand on a paper napkin and says, Nomi, can I ask you something? Just looking around here and feeling the weight of the air, you understand how much danger you're in, right? Is that something regular people understand, or do they die confused? Nomi swallows. Melody is just being excitable, Elton says. On the other hand, we do have some private business to discuss. Please wait in the hallway for a few minutes while we talk. We actually don't want to implicate you in something that would get you in trouble. The journalist almost sprints out of the room. You're amazed they lasted this long amid the rage that seems to shroud the room like reeking musk. You can barely notice it, of course, unless you force yourself to think like a person. There was another pack here, Melody says once nobody is gone. She pulls her axe out of the bag and checks its edge. She reaches into her gown and pulls out 2 items, a dark grey clay figurine that resembles a deer, and a plastic baggie that contains something metallic. It takes you a moment to recognize the silver bullet. I think it was a complete massacre. I feel my rage rising. Was that their patron spirit? What were you able to learn from there? Where were you? Their Khan? Can? Blech. Can't say words. We're pretty pissed, so we don't want to get like too grumpy, because otherwise we're gonna flip the fuck out and eat someone. Let's ask what they were able to learn. Just an urban camp, Melody says, nudging the baggie with the silver bullet. I don't think they had a chance. I think a professional teal team wiped them out, but their pack spirits survived. We'll take it back to Broadbrook. Maybe it can tell us something. What about Podge? Were you able to meet him? I focused on rebuilding the pack. So we have all these hints about Everlight and Big Calc. What are we doing about that? We need to put our heads together to figure out what's going on. I hope none of you are mad about Nomi. I think they can help us. Chicken and rice. Let's ask about rebuilding the pack. He wasn't home, Elton says, obviously frustrated. He's squatting in a condemned building at Main and Jackson, siphoning electricity. Traps! Nin squeaks. Yes, Patrick's famous traps. I wasn't stupid enough to try breaking in. I called the Gaultiers and they got me in contact with some of their people in Hollyoak. From what I can gather, Patrick is making a move on Sullivan, the Everlight director, tonight at midnight. My contacts say Patrick has been talking about something Sullivan captured, and they don't know what it is. Do we even know where? We still can't find where the Sullivan guy lives. Yale Street, you say, showing everyone a picture. Fuck yeah, let's go, Celine! Of the house on your phone. Well, I guess I know where we're going tonight. Elton nods. We need to stop whatever Patrick is going to do. Why are we defending Sullivan? He works for a fossil fuel company. Let him die. We can't let Podge run rampant civilians so I get hurt. I don't get what happens to Sullivan, but could we use Podge as a distraction while we search his place? We should try to avoid the fight that we might lose. Who knows what we're really up against. Yeah, why the fuck are we defending this asshole? I can't muster much sympathy for Director Sullivan, Melody says, digging around in the bag for any more fried plantains. Do you think I've gotten soft in my old age? Elton asked the Silver Fang. No, this isn't a pack hitting a FOMO nest. It's one full moon alone, attacking a citizen's private residence. I hate to sound like I'm engaging in anti-Arun prejudice, Celine, but you and I both know all he's going to do is rip the place up and kill everyone. That leaves us with no leads and with Everlight on high alert. Know me, Elton shouts. He starts cleaning up stuffing bags into other bags, apparently confident that the journalist will return. Finally, Nomi steps into the room. Nomi, we're going to the house of the man who might already be dead. Now, I don't know exactly how journalism works in America. You can just say people are drunk. You don't have to call them tired and emotional. Okay. Yes, that's all very interesting. I would like to strike a deal with you, Nomi. We'll let you ride along with this and stay outside, which should provide you with plenty of material as long as I can read what you write first. Deal, Nomi says. To the bus stop, Melody shouts. It's not very dramatic to take the night's last crosstown bus to your destination, but it gives everyone time to review the guard rotations Nomi uncovered. Nomi sits in the back of the bus trying to listen in on you without success. After 10 minutes, Nin thinks she sees a flash of flame as the bus rumbles over a bridge. A minute later, everyone on the bus starts getting push notifications about an explosion at a shuttered factory near the Connecticut River. Podge, but why? A moment later, you hear the sirens. Emergency personnel racing away from us towards the river. That's clever. The bus stops 10 minutes from Yale Street. Let me do the talking, Melody says. I'm the only one who doesn't look like a career criminal. Oh, sorry, adjusting her dress and fluffing her hair. She is in on that hot girl shit. Hot angry girl shit. The street winds up past magnificent old houses screened by red gold leaves to a grand Tudor-style house surrounded by a moss green hedge and a wrought iron fence. Not another step, Melody warns the journalist as the four of you approach the hedge. Director Sullivan's house matches the information Nomi sent you. It's a 10-room, 2-story Tudor estate with a turret. Its exterior a mix of brick and decorative half-timbering. Small diamond-shaped panes in the large windows add extra security, as does the hedge that circles the grounds everywhere, except the dramatic wrought iron gate, which is currently locked. Okay. A marble fountain bubbles in the middle of the manicured lawn, dotted with cheap plastic gravestones for Halloween. Lights are on in the second-story oriel windows. You can't see any guards. According to your information, they should all be inside right now. Imagine thinking a hedge would keep anyone out, Melody says. Alton and Celine circle to the right, and Nin and I will go left. If we're lucky, Podge is still outside, and we can yell at him before he does something stupid. You and Alton stay low, scanning the hedges and studying the trees that screen Sullivan's house from his neighbours. You both spot the big hunched figure hiding in the hedge as he clips a wire. Oi, Patrick, Alton says. Podge turns and snarls, big and lean in his glabro near-human form. The bone gnawer looks stretched, etiolated, his limbs ape-like. I've also not heard that word before. Let's search it up, chat. It's a big fancy word. Etiolated, pale and drawn out due to lack of light, having lost vigor or substance, feeble. Okay. His limbs ape-like, his waist unnaturally long and flexible. As he twists around, apart from the fangs, his face looks nearly human, younger than you were expecting, handsome, if a little rough, with a mess of reddish-brown blonde curls. He's dressed for a cool night with a denim jacket, thrown over a black t-shirt and torn jeans, cheap kicks on his feet, the mark of the werewolf, the hairy palms of the post-folklore era. Of greater interest is the battered army surplus rucksack at his feet. You see handmade explosives. You're no expert on improvised weaponry, but you don't like being near some bone gnawer's kit-bashed arsenal. Somewhere in the distance you can hear sirens as emergency personnel respond to the explosion from earlier tonight. Day, Podge smiles. You're not going to stop me. Not this time. They're keeping something at Everlight HQ. Sullivan dies tonight, and Everlight burns tomorrow. No more waiting. We're not here to protect Sullivan, we just want to avoid a massacre. See you, and let's just tear through the place and we can make plans tomorrow. We're here to gather info, not blowing up half the town. I'm staying out of this. I know what an enraged feels like, and I don't want to be on the receiving end. We're not here to protect Sullivan. Just to stop a massacre. Who the hell is this? Podge snaps. Allow me to introduce Celine, a stray we found, Alton says. Things have actually happened, Patrick, while you've brooded down here by the river. Let me tell you about them. You spot Melody and the latter in her lupus form, creeping around the hedge the opposite direction. They crouch out of sight when they spot Podge. He's pissed! He's so grumpy! Look at he's got a fucking gun in his jorts! Oh shit! I choose to believe that he is wearing jorts, because I cannot see the rest of his leggies. Okay, chat. I look calmly and authoritatively and persuade Podge to back off. Killing some Everlight executive won't stop what they're doing. This is the wrong night to go to war, Podge. I use my knowledge of B&E and home invasion to point out the obvious flaws in Podge's approach, both tactical and strategic. Elton reasoned with him. I let the Theurge take the lead. They know each other. Podge is welcome to the massacre. I head for Sullivan's office and look for incriminating data. Hell yeah, killing a guy. Bad guys. I throw myself right into the fight alongside Podge. Let's do wits and clandestine, because we're pretty good at that. We have a history of B&E. The full moon is up and the bomb bag is full, Podge says, shiggling his rucksack. What more could I want? What more could anyone want? A way to disable the backup generator and router so they don't broadcast camera data to an external source, you say? Podge blinks. With an entire pack of Garu, Elton and I could prevent any data from leaking out by destroying the generator and router, while Nin makes sure no one escapes physically. Then you could hit Sullivan when he's alone, while Melody cuts off his escape, and with security disabled, we'd be able to kill Sullivan and then search his office. Instead of giving Everlight information on you, we'd get data on them. Then we could hit the real target and learn what's really going on in this town. But Podge hesitates. I already set off the distraction. He gestures vaguely towards the explosion down by the river. So when you kill Director Sullivan tonight, he observes, his masters will know how you operate. That brings Podge up short. You already know there's more to what's happening here than Sullivan. We need to pull our information and our resources, and then we can really deal with this. For a long time, Podge stares up at the illuminated oriel window. Finally says, I'm going to kill him. Then he flings the sack over his shoulders and collapses, limbs and waist shrinking back to normal proportions, until a shaggy-haired young man stands before you, eyes burning with rage and a huge bag of bombs slung over his shoulder. Who's buying me dinner? Podge asks. A police cruiser crawls up the hill towards Sullivan's mansion. Maybe someone tripped a private alarm. But they don't see you as you cut through the trees. Should have killed him when I had the chance. Sullivan is going to be a problem. I'll tell you why once someone deals with that. The bone Nora's eyes narrow as he watches Nomi roll down the road on their bike. They stop and wave in your general direction, though you're all well hidden in the underbrush. God, Celine, do you have a quest marker over your head or something? Melody asks you. Why can't they leave you alone? That's Nomi Pascalis, isn't it? Podge says. They've been sniffing around all year. Get rid of them and I'll tell you what I know. The Garu fade into the autumn woods, watching the journalist as Nomi approaches the tree line on their bike. So you're just going to hide in the mud like a bog wraith, or can I get some kind of statement? Podge vanishes with a final move. Don't let them follow me. Melody, take Nomi out and feed them a tail. Elton, put normal clothes on and go scare them off. Thea's good at that kind of thing. I want to work with Nomi. Is there any way I can strike some sort of deal with them once Podge leaves? I feed Nomi a pack of lies. I'm sick of this kid. I love them to disappear, leaving them stranded. Okay, we're not going to be a dick about it. Let's see if we can strike some kind of deal. You definitely don't want Nomi following you back to Podge's place, but the Bone Laura won't allow it. And it's obvious how dangerous he is. But Nomi is a valuable contact and you don't want to ditch them entirely. You could bluff them right now, which would move them along but allow you to get back in touch later. Or you could convince them to stay away from you on the quite honest grounds that they might get hurt. Manipulation and persuasion. I don't think that is not a good one for us. Actually, it is! Holy shit! Wait. Manipulation and persuasion? Let's fucking go! Okay. You have the address? Melody asks. You nod and the others vanish into the shadows of the woods. Hey, Celine, Nomi says, as you push your way to the scrub. What the hell happened? Police are crawling all over the... Nomi, I just had to talk someone out of running into Sullivan's mansion with a gun. Patrick Owen Hodge? Nomi asks. How did you know? A guess. Now I know. Thanks. Hey, was Patrick Hodge involved in the explosion at the abandoned bottling plant down by the river? Are you his accomplices? Don't worry, I won't actually use the word accomplices when I write my... Nomi, I am serious. You need to get out of here or you're going to get hurt, you say. They look you up and down, then sigh. You really believe that, don't you? They say. Before you can answer, they wheel their bike around. See you around, Celine. Podge squats above an art collective in a brick building at an intersection of two dreary and partially abandoned industrial streets. Much of Hollyoak feels deserted, but this intersection feels desolate, like an abandoned Mars colony, especially at 2 in the morning. You walk through dark gallery space, past a disabled freight elevator to a flight of crooked stairs up to Podge's loft. It's easy to find. You follow the data cables to a high-ceilinged room that hums with electricity. Electronics are everywhere. Laptops, external hard drives, flat-screen monitors, and other devices you don't recognize. All the text shows sign of salvage and hard use. Every spot that doesn't contain an electronic device, a paperback, or a magazine holds a potted plant. You see ferns, tomatoes, beans, even a few flowers. Huge stage curtains tattered and connected to a complex system of pulleys shield a huge south-facing window. A wrought iron staircase winds up to the roof. Humans sure produce a lot of worthless junk. He's given old trash new purpose. I respect that. All this upcycled trash is still rot. Cosmic pollution. Humanity's effluent. The poison makes my skin itch and my rage boil. Thinking practically, can Mr. Hodge replace Mr. Clear if she stops helping us? Yeah, he's found things that people thought were wasteful and he's like fixed them up. That's like they're not gonna go away. Like a lot of things like plastic and like forever chemicals, we've got to figure out a way to like either recycle them or upcycle them or something instead of just throwing them all into landfill, because it's horrific. It's the meaninglessness of waste that gets to you. How yesterday's cutting-edge hardware is today's nothing. Just undifferentiated unwantedness. So worthless that no one even wants to break it down for parts. The Bone Nora tribe doesn't just scavenge, they invest what they find with meaning and purpose, giving it new life in every sense. Podge got here before you. He emerges from a bathroom in a cloud of steam, wearing short pants, a t-shirt that says masshole, and a base skill cap that says masshole. Okay. Can I get you guys anything? He asked. Did you eat? No, mate. We hit the Colombian place. Elton says, I'm gravid with sancocho, possibly laden with it. What we want is answers. He glares at Podge. Old bad blood, you suspect. Podge turns to get his guest a soda. His juicy couture Daisy Dukes also say masshole. Once everyone has something to drink, a four-way argument immediately breaks out as everyone, even Nin, starts relitigating disputes from 3 years ago. As the relative newcomer, it seems that it falls to you to force them back into the present. Elton says that Everlight captured something, some kind of creature, a slave. Do any of us know what it is? Melody, you found evidence of another pack that was here. What happened to them and how did they fail so we don't repeat their mistakes? Everlight is doing something that might hurt people. If we put together what we've learned, can we figure out what it is? Let's not put ourselves on like any sides. Let's try to refocus. It has to involve the creature they're keeping at their facility, Podge says. I hate to criticize my host, Patrick, Elton says, shifting uncomfortably on the duffel bag covered in Brune's jersey that serves as his chair. But you've been ranting like a street person on that subject for weeks. Perhaps now that we're all comfortably seated. Everlight captured a creature that was present during the Battle of Graves Farm. Interesting, Podge says. Now that he's finally able to spit it out, everyone is silent for a moment. Finally, Melody says, a Fumble? That's my guess. So that's another kind of like Bane. Oh, hello, Stormcast under -92. Hello, fellow nerd. Tuning in after seeing your post in Descendants. What's going on here then? Oh, it's so good to see you. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for chatting. We are doing some more. It is World of Darkness week because this week and Halloween never ends. I refuse to allow it to. I've got my cute little witch hat on. And we're doing a little bit of a text-based journey through Wealth the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names, which is from World of Darkness. And then maybe in like an hour or so, I'm going to switch over to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which we are a good distance through, which is set in the same universe, but it's from the point of view of a vampire, and it's the newest sort of like game that's come out. It's not like text-based, it's an actual like adventure game. Not adventure game, action game. So it's been fun. I've just been getting my shit rocked by every single enemy because I'm bad at fighting and it's lagging. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. It's so good to see you. Please bully me with your channel points and whatever whatever other means you have to do so. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love your username. I've recently gotten into Stormcast Eternals, like, kind of a lot. because of the Numbskull server. But, it's been good. It's been good. Let's get back into the vibe. I want to make sure that the music... Oh, we've got so many tracks left on our Spookums playlist. Okay. A Fomor. That's my guess, Podge says. A BSD would have already fucked him up and fucked off. Everlight's been running experiments, devoting tons of money and power to do something at their HQ. Big Calc, Nin says. She has found, of all things, an accordion and is playing Nick Lowe's I Love the Sound of Breaking Glass, as well as anyone could, given the circumstances. So she can play music and talk, Patrick asks, like he's watching a monkey with a glockenspiel. Holds the Dawn taught her guitar 5 years ago, bruv? Elton says. Can we stay on subject? The subject is that the Big Calc requires a shitload of energy. I keep running the numbers and they don't have enough power to do this. The extra power is coming from somewhere, but where? They couldn't expand their natural gas pipeline. Some hicks out in Albany or something blew it up. All the clues start to fit together. We saw a shimmering glass pipeline in the Umbra. I saw some kind of spirit line crossing the desolation of the Umbra. Maybe that's the source of the power. Damn it, my old pack fought that pipeline and somehow Everlight built it anyway. I described the glass tube I saw in the Umbra. Melody is the elder here. Nice, they are awesome. Though I had the name before Warhammer, they stole it from me clearly. So very clear, yes. It is yours forever. I apologize. Yeah, let's do it. You tell Podge about Clay successfully fighting against the pipeline, and then about the strange glittering glass thing you saw in the spirit world. How could you get into the Umbra, Podge asks. The spirit of the Deercross path left the way partially open, Melody says. She describes the glittering glass pipeline, which matches precisely with what you saw. That makes sense, Podge says. The Deercross pack must have known about the spirit line. They were probably looking for a way to get rid of it when they were killed. The Deercross pack, Elton asks. The blasted camp Melody found. That's them, Melody says. All of this is pointing in one direction, Elton says, rising and crossing to one of the curtained windows. We have to see what Everlight is keeping in their headquarters. We need to find this Fomor, or whatever it is, and extract information from it about what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm. This isn't a cozy mystery for you to solve, Elton, Podge says. Near as I can guess, Everlight rammed some kind of fucking ghost pipeline through the Umbra. When another pack looked into it, they killed them. So Everlight is going down. First them, then Chemicon, then the whole fucking network up and down the coast. Podge, it's 5 werewolves against an entire electric company, Melody says. You're not that tough. I'm not talking about planting bombs, Podge says. Podge says, sorry, not Hodge. He tosses a homemade bomb up and down and everyone flinches. Everlight HQ must have data we can use to bring them down. We strip out anything overtly unnatural and hand it over to GRC Media. Let Daphne do her thing. What about this Fomor or whatever they captured? If it saw what happened during the Battle of Graves Farm, we need it. That should be our priority. No, we need to stop what Everlight is doing, Podge snarls. Everlight started off as a coal company, and they were so bad that they gave half the people in this town asthma. Now they're robbing workers at the solar plant, doing all kinds of weird shit with their accounting, and now they have an invisible spirit pipeline. We need to shut it down. We need to focus on getting it and interrogating it. We need to expose Everlight's development plans and stop them poisoning the local communities. We need to avenge the Deercross pack. I want Everlight crushed and whoever destroyed the pack gone, so they can't threaten us. Yeah, fuck it. Crush them. They deserve to rest in peace, Nin says, nodding. We still don't know much about the kill team that destroyed the Deercross pack, Melody says, assuming that's what it is. Maybe it's this, it's Albion, this security company or something, is actually hunters. But violence solves everything. It's so true. But whoever they are, whatever they're connected directly to, Everlight or their free agents, I don't want them in our territory. We need to stop them before they attack other people too, Nin says. I'd like more information too, Podge says, but we can't let werewolf hunters remain active. We'll get into Everlight HQ, either find them or find who organises them. I bet it's that thing they're keeping in the basement. You're not getting anything more done tonight, or this morning to be more accurate. It's almost 5 AM. Podge's place is a mess, but there's plenty of room. Nin and Melody head up onto the rooftop solar farm with some old blankets, while Elton nestles down between 2 rows of paperback books, as if the touch of dead trees is necessary for his restful sleep. Since Podge has his own aggressively dishevelled bed in the side annex, that leaves you to curl up among the rucksacks and old blankets. It takes you only a few minutes to fall asleep. Sorry, a lot of talking. Oh, I have Skittles! I forgot I had Skittles, chat. Wait. Don't drop them all on the floor. Excellent. A textbook side to... I'm gonna have Skittles. Oh, I shouldn't do them when I'm doing a talking game. You dream that you and the others are pulling a heavy wagon. A wagon that buzzes with flies and stinks of carrion. It's constantly stuck in the slippery mud, forcing you to change your form to pull it free. Though shape-shifting hurts terribly in the dream. Worse than in the waking world. You can feel the changes going increasingly wrong too. Each transformation makes you worse, sicker. Everyone deserves a little Skittle break. Thank you! They're just like little Halloween bags of Skittles. There we go, I've swallowed them. You want to look behind you at what you're dragging, but every time you try, one of your companions screams at you never to look, only to trust in the path. Sometimes one of your companions shifts badly and shrieks and goes down. And while you are ordered never to look, every day the weight of the wagon grows heavier as you stumble over ruts and drag the half-broken wheels across the mud. Shifting to climb up hills and getting sicker and less like yourself with every change. And in your dream, you know that you will never look back and learn what it is you're dragging, and that each change will make you weaker and weaker until eventually you fall under the broken wheels. That's kind of spooky. Just making sure the music is a good volume and everything. You got to get to the dumpster before they pour bleach all over him, Podge says as he fishes his bagel out of the toaster with a fork. Nin and I would rather turn into wolves and eat voles, Melody says. There aren't enough voles, Podge says as you drag yourself upright, but there are definitely enough bagels. Were you up all night? He asked Nin. Sounded like it. Was that every They Might Be Giants song? Almost, Nin says around a mouthful of bagel. You sleep through a morning of packing. Most of Podge's computer equipment is stored in plastic bins. Most of that seems destined for donation. Oh, it's the boy! So this is the boy when he's not in Glabro. In Glabro that's like the half-wolf form. He's got some cool tattoos going on. And scars and stuff. You can ask, hey, do you have a spare laptop? And maybe we need to pick one up. Did you convince Podge to join us? I asked Elton. I'm still determined to put this pack together. Giving away back to the freaking community, Podge? So what's the plan for today? We have work at Everlight, but we can't just charge in. You're bugging out fast, so look out the window for any threats, then make Podge. Let's ask him for a spare laptop. We got let down by Halloween this year. No one on our local street was taking part. Had to make some emergency calls to all my mates to throw cosplays on for my monkeys to get tweets. Yes! I needed, I went round to a buddy's for Halloween. And I managed to grab some packs of Skittles before I left. Because I was just like, I'm gonna take these. They're just like the little tiny bags. Let's see if we can get a spare laptop. Because I've been meaning to do that, but we haven't had enough money. I'm donating these to the poor, Podge says. I'm the poor, you say. We're all poor, Elton says. You have an oil painting and a shelf for your 500-year-old books, Podge says. You don't get a laptop. The bone gnawer hands you one, though. Score. The bone gnawer pulls a metal spear out from behind a hockey bag full of old clothes and stabs the air with it. Then he realizes that all four of you are staring at him. That's the same lance as the one in Elton's apartment, Melody says. And the horseman had in New York, you say. I found like 5 of them around town. What do they do? We have no idea, Elton says. I nearly had to raid the co-op with a 7-year-old. Yeah, so fair, so fair. Melody remains strictly neutral about goals. She's more interested in methods, and she and Nin have, sorry, I need to check my Discord at the same time. Somebody sent me a message. Apologies. She's more interested in methods, and she and Nin discuss how to begin their intrusion. The simple fact is that your brief visit to Everlight HQ yesterday didn't give you enough information to work with. You're going to have to head back today, but with whom? Elton and I will scout the perimeter. Podge and I will gently test their outer security. I'll follow Melody as she asks around for what people know. Nin and I will look for anything obviously supernatural. So this is more talky-talky. This is more naturally, which I don't think we're very good at. It's mostly like resolve, intelligence, and composure type stuff. And awareness, which we don't have a lot of. Scouting the perimeter might be a good idea, though. You propose your plan while everyone cleans up after breakfast. We can't spend too many days getting ready, Podge says. They're probably already checking out that old factory I burned down, tracing it back to us. Elton nods and says, Celine and I will have a gander at Everlight HQ. You see what you can learn online. Melody, Nin, see what else you can learn from the spirits about the Deercross pack. We'll meet up tonight, and I suspect we'll have to act tomorrow. Since you've already been there, you take Elton back to the parking lot and point out certain details of the gigantic Second Empire building. What tasteful architecture, Elton observes. With the I can't remember what the word was. With the cool, open plan. Initial scouting, it doesn't offer any rude surprises. As you study the parking lot, you and Elton have time to talk. Were you an occultist in a theurge before you were a theurge, or did you learn as you went? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the Shadow Lord's unconventional sorcery. I looked up your dad's discography. I didn't know your parents were still alive and working. Jordan Day is pretty good, even if he's not famous. So Podge is a bit aggressive. I like aggression, but can he channel that rage? Once we've rescued Nin, I'd like to see your library. I'm trying to maneuver my way towards either a date or Elton telling me he's still recovering the loss of his wife. I just want to know one way or another. Chat. Should we, wait, let me, fuck my brain. There we go. Should we date the Shadow Daddy? Should we date him, chat? Look at this hot boy. You ready for some hot boy shit? Should we smooch this man directly on his face? I think we should do that. I think that would be crazy cool. Mrs. Dog, if you don't, I will. Okay, we're gonna smooch this man. I think that was meant to be a different thing. He seems a bit flawed by the Celestian, but he nods. Actually, yeah, that would be great. I just got a new edition of Chapman's Batrachomyomachia. We can sit quietly and compare it to his post-hero and Leander work. You blink. I'm messing with you, Elton says, his face breaking into an unexpected smile. Come back any time. I mean it. I'm tired of pottering around these 3 rooms with no one for company but my books and the ghost of a cat. So it's a date. Okay, best way to pick up people is to plan a murder heist. Yeah, I think that was meant to say after we, like, scout the place, but the dialogue got messed up because we have already rescued Nin. Let's ask him about... I'm not sure I'm comfortable. No, we're comfy with it. Let's ask about Podge and his weird shit. Patrick's fundamental problem is that he believes that he's fighting humans and their corporations. Elton says, I respect Patrick more than Melody does, at least, because unlike many full moons, he knows how to channel his rage, but still that anger leaves his spiritual senses dim and undeveloped. He could blow up this building, he says, gesturing to Everlight HQ, but the building's spirit will endure. We can kill Director Sullivan, but our fight isn't against physical objects or individual humans. Our battle is both spiritual and literal. Patrick fights the enemies that are material and incidental. What else can he do? Our elders insist that we fight a spiritual war against the worm, but they failed. Everlight is a threat to Gaia, right? I agree, but how do we even see the spirit world with Gaia as weird as she is? How do we know what to really fight? Where does Bodge come from and his family? Is he from it? Let's do this. I don't know why the music is so sinister right now. We're having a cute little date. Our elders failed because they were focused on control, Elton says, not because they understood the spiritual. It's important not to treat the old Garu as 100% wrong. They were vain, cruel, and hypocritical. But their spiritual insights were essentially correct. Our true enemy has no body. Everything we do in the physical world is so much weed whacking. A van rumbles into view, and the two of you step behind a parked truck. But it's just a Prime van making a delivery. Oh no, I hope the Amazon Prime guy doesn't have to piss in a bottle and throw it out his window. There's a place for weed whacking, the Theurge says, but Patrick is confused, trimming the verge with digging on the rocks. Digging up the roots. Bomb every noxious factory in the world, and factory persists. It waits in the Umbra and it regrows. We need to fight or heal, and I'm not sure there's a spiritual difference. The idea of factory. I respect Patrick's commitment to action. He's much smarter than the average Arun, but right now he's just a sword, clicking against other swords. I want to thrust for the heart. Oh shit. Oh shit, tucks hair behind ear. Does a little smile. He's a hot boy and he's smart. No pushback all day. No one telling you. No police on slow drive-bys. You get tons more unusable data on Everlight. You take hundreds of pictures while Elton takes notes on security, tracking personnel and writing down names and serial numbers of alarms and security cameras and camera equipment. Sorry. I make up words sometimes when there are no words. Everyone reunites that evening at Podge's place to help him load his mini fridge into the truck downstairs. Then you eat everything that was in it. It's rather confused dinner of questionably sauced hot dogs, leftover Chinese food, technically expired but still tasty coleslaw, toast with jam, and mixed vegetables pan-sauteed in the last of the butter. Investigations have yielded multiple ways into the bowels of Everlight HQ, which you discuss over dinner. I'm a big fan of the sewer entrance, Podge says. Ick, Melody says. You can't tell if her reaction is to Podge's plan or to the mixture of cheese fries and shrimp fried rice she's trying to eat. No, hear me out. The city is old, the Bone Gnawer says. The sewers are downright roomy, and I have maps. I just take some patience to find a way to Everlight from below, and it's easier than faking badges. You can fake badges? Nin asks, around a mouthful of char siu hot dog. I'd need some help, Podge says, glancing at you. Mixing up some fake Everlight badges would take patience and underworld connections, but with them, you could just walk right in. Could we get inside by pretending to be outside contractors or something? Melody asks. That requires badges too. The only other way we might be able to bluff our way in is as journalists. Which reminds me, Celine, where is that journalist friend of yours? I haven't heard from them, you say, which is odd. You check your message, but they haven't contacted you. No updates with their byline on Cahoots either. There's another possibility. The barrier between worlds are thin around the Deer Crosspack's camp. Because they were murdered, Nin says. Nonetheless, Elton says, we can use that place to reach the Umbra. I wish there wasn't so much says. Kind of, like, breaks my flow up a little bit. Nin looks troubled. You want us to jaunt through the spirit world from some dead pack's home base? Melody asks. Yeah, I ain't wandering around the spirit world, Podge says. It's a wasteland, you know, and I can't bring my guns. It's not a walking tour, Patrick. In and out through the walls of Everlight HQ. Elton is a skilled theurge, but he'd need your help with occult preparations. Okay. We can't bring anything through the Umbra, right? Can we even bring ourselves through? Al and I investigate sewer entrances that will lead into Everlight's high security areas from below. We pretend to be journalists. Res and streetwise. So let's resolve streetwise. Let's have a look. Let's do streetwise. Resolve. That's a 3. Let's see. Resolve clandestine might be a better one. I'm pretty a clandestine. You could do this one. I think we're going to go with this one because I can use the owl spirit. You know enough not to plunge blindly into the sewers of an old industrial city. Thus you gather as many plans and blueprints as you can from City Hall. No press tests today. Then you and Podge conduct scouting expeditions around Everlight HQ. You don't want to run into maintenance workers down here. Or sewer gators. Or vampires. I wonder if this town has vampires, Podge says as you sweep your flashlight over a crumbling brick archway. Dark with leaking effluent. Owl hops along, dissatisfied with her environment, even though she's only a spirit. Don't be ridiculous, Elton says. I hear there are sewer vampires, Podge says as you work your way around barricades. They use the sewers to avoid sunlight. That's a myth, Elton says, watching the owl flit effortlessly through the narrow tunnels. Vampires aren't harmed by the sun. I've seen them in daylight, you know. Bullshit, Podge says, as they find a lock gate so corroded you're able to pull it open. So yeah, vampires in this world do exist, and they are harmed by sunlight, which is very funny. But what Elton may have seen as a thin blood, they're able to survive in the day because their blood is so diluted from the first vampire that they're barely considered, like, actual vampires. Okay, see you in a minute, Stormcast. Thank you. You got this. You can put your washing out. I believe in you. More Skittles. And more caffeine. Got my gamer subs. More than one scene in Dracula has the eponymous count walking around in daylight, Elton says. The myth of sunlight harming the undead was invented for the film Nosferatu in 1922. Because they needed a dramatic way to kill the vampire, and sunlight made for an exciting special effect. It was more visually interesting than copying the book. How does he die in the book? Podge asks, as you test a rusted iron ladder leaning up. A cowboy cuts his head off with a bowie knife, Elton says. Stop telling jokes, El. Sewer vampires are serious business. This ladder leads directly into a disconnected bathroom in Everlight HQ, you say after one final sweep of your flashlight. Al flashes back into the spirit world, her work done. Yay, we had Al's help, which is nice. Satisfied that you know where to go and you get everyone back to Podge's place, you set out to the next evening, retracing your route without difficulty and encountering neither albino alligators nor sewer vampires. I bet there's a Nosferatu there that's just like fucking invisible in Obfuscate. Just sort of standing there like, oh shit. Because Garu are insanely powerful, and if you go up against them in the vampire game, they're usually like the final fucking boss, because even one of them is crazy strong. Like their regenerative abilities are insane. And though you can kill one as a vampire, you need to have either silver or be incredibly prepared. Satisfied that you know where to go, you get everyone back to Podge's place. You set out the next evening, retracing your route without difficulty and encountering neither albino alligators nor sewer vampires. The rusted gate leads to the ladder up, and the ladder up leads to an old bathroom that hasn't been seen use for years. You're in. It's almost closing time, so you hide in the excuse me, in the on-site cafeteria's kitchen until everyone has left except for night security and a few technicians at monitoring stations. Elton steps into a break room to hedge out minor banes and aggressive weaver spirits with the wardstone. Podge pops a laptop open on the counter and brings up a map of Everlight HQ. Previous scouting has accounted for 19% of the building's interior space. Since you went through the sewers, you know that it doesn't have much of a basement. That leaves the central gallery at the 3rd floor as the only place where Everlight's prisoner or secret mastermind could be, Elton says when he returns. Podge grumbles but doesn't say anything. He's obviously more interested in exploiting Everlight's mediocre security to expose their crimes. The big out is some kind of racket, and we need to expose what's going on. Let's take some pictures and learn what we can. Let's go right to where the FOMA is, smash any security, and learn what's already up against. Whatever Everlight took from the Deer Cross pack might be in the same place. We should look for them to return them to their owners, or maybe to use them ourselves. Yeah. Yes, Nin says. Am I the only one who remembers why we're here tonight? Podge says. Everlight needs to go. We have a chance to bring them down tonight. With what? An expose on worker injury rates that runs in the local news? I thought the bone gnawer would be more pragmatic. That won't work, Patrick. If there's any chance of bringing down Everlight, we need to talk to that FOMO or whatever it is they've captured. You just want to bind a demon, Podge huffs. We know this thing was there at the Battle of Graves Farm, Elton says. So was I, Melody says, her voice hollow. I doubt it wants to talk about it either. No, Podge snarls. This is a battle between the worm, and the worm is Everlight. I give the orders, not you, sorcerer. Elton just laughs. You suspect he and Melody both see a little punk kid whenever they look at the other Aroon. As Nin ranges ahead to make sure you don't walk into any late-night office workers, you check the adjacent rooms. Every time you come back, the Shadow Lord and the Bone Gnawer are still bickering in low, angry voices. Podge looks for open computers, but all you find are ventilation units, vending machines, and storage closets. At one point, Podge waves everyone back and works in Bone Gnawer a gift to disable a bank of cameras. A few minutes later, as Elton herds everyone towards the unidentified sections of the building's 1st floor, you see your first sign that Everlight isn't just some energy company. A round steel door like something in a Swiss bank vault, surrounded by cameras and tablets flickering with readouts. Is this the end of the line? Melody asks. She taps the steel door with her fingernail. Podge brightens. If you can't get farther, you'll have to follow his plan on looking for incriminating data. Of course not, Elton says. Stay here. The Theurge heads back the way you came. So does Nin, but she only goes to a vending machine to get a Snickers bar. Podge and Melody mutter names of spirits to each other, discussing how to travel through the umber or otherwise get through the door. 5 minutes later, it swivels open, revealing Elton in lupus form and 3 unconscious Everlight guards. These are regular guards. Any sign of Neo Albion? I know I'm not invincible. What a mess. Are they going to live or rather not kill people if we can help it? Nice work, Elton. We're sort of maybe a little bit starting to work as a pack. That's good. Yeah, we want to know about Neo Albion. These guys are just in-house security, Podge says, approaching the fallen guard. But they're still packing. Look. He takes their car keys and wallets that strips them of their pistols, which they carry in addition to tasers. Elton, how did you karate chop 3 off-duty cops as a wolf? And how did you... Oh, I see. You can also see the ventilation duct that hangs open from the ceiling. This building is so old that the Garu in lupus form can fit in the ducts, which just turned from that amazing steel vault door into a bad joke. As Podge pokes around for open laptops, you and Melody check the tablet at the security desk. No warnings or alarms, but they probably have to check in every few minutes. We don't have much time. But one of the guards is starting to groan. They're waking up, Melody says. Hampshire hog? She's grabbing one guard's zip ties and looking at you and Nin. Then she realizes you have no idea what she's talking about. Oh, that's how we used to tie people up. You guys did this a lot, huh? Me and Kate, Melody says. So Kate is Elton's wife, who also apparently died during the thing. The Battle of Graves Farm.
Podge, bop these guys if they make noise. Nin, get their phones, and Celine, look around for a closet or stairwell we can toss them in. The other side of the huge steel door looks more secure than the rest of the facility, but it's not the gleaming high-tech fortress within a fortress you imagined. You see old, beautiful brick and hardwood covered in cheap synthetic carpet. Podge and Elton continue to bicker as they pull the round steel door shut, but you're still looking around for evidence of the Deercross pack. You grab one of the guards' IDs and follow fiber optic cables along the ceiling to the rectangular metal door. A swipe opens the door, revealing a stainless... You return! Hello! Yeah, no, we're having a good party. We're having a good party time. It's tie up the security guards and throw them in a closet or a, locker or something time. A swipe opens the door, revealing a stainless steel room the size of a large utility closet. Can we put them in there? Podge calls to you. There's a sort of door-shaped recess on the far side of the room. And you'd feel stupid if this closet leads into a break room and even more guards. You sweep your badge around inside, but nothing else opens. So this might work for knocked up security guard storage. Escape attempt detected. The lights turn red. Uh-oh. You turn just as the door snaps shut. Returning specimen to secondary confinement. Damn it, where's the cure? I'll wrap it out if I have to. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe this goes somewhere cool where I can learn more. I wait it out. Returning specimen to secondary confinement. Okay, we're gonna wait it out. It's fine. Who knows, maybe secondary confinement will be fun. Someone bangs on the door, but the sound fades towards the ceiling. You're in an elevator, going down. After only a few seconds, the door slides open again, revealing a brick-walled room lit by blue-white fluorescence that still can't dispel the shadows of a groined ceiling. Lamel, groin. Mahogany furniture and stuffed leather chairs make the place look like a 19th century gentleman's club, hidden in a fancy wine cellar, but the far wall, the north wall, is reinforced shatterproof glass. A man stands behind the glass with his hands clasped behind his back. Short, slim, with his black hair pulled up into a bun and his beard touched with grey. South Asian, you guess, but he looks strange, especially in the bright, flat, artificial light. Glossy and eerily symmetrical. He's got a collar on as well. Look at this guy. You're finally here, he says. He says, no, his lips didn't move. The voice came from the speaker next to one of the leather chairs. Now we can discuss our escape. I'm here for answers. You're not that damn FOMO, the one that was there at the Battle of Groves Farm. I'm here for answers. If you have good ones, maybe we'll talk about escape. How did you end up in a butterfly jar? How do I get you out? I'm here to stop Everlight, either prisoner or the master. I'm here for answers. If you have good ones, maybe we'll talk. A brief and necessarily incomplete summary of the situation is that I witnessed the Battle of Groves Farm, the speaker says. Since many people have vested interest in hiding the truth about what happened to the Broadbrook Cairn, I was subsequently captured and imprisoned. My captors at Everlight believe that I can reveal information to them that will grant them wealth and authority in their mortal lives. I can, but they cannot and should not trust my intentions. So we have been at an impasse for some time. And now you are here. That's not enough information for me to let you out, Demon, you say, fishing for more data. Demon, the speaker says. What an impolite thing to say. Courtesy is overrated as a virtue. But we must remain civilized. You want to know about the Big Calc. You don't say anything. The Big Calc was in the beginning, an entirely mundane program to improve our understanding of hydrodynamics, using the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center. In the beginning, you ask? Director Sullivan suborned the project, replacing all hydrodynamic components with a crypto coin mining operation. That's the information we found out about. I helped him accomplish this goal in exchange for a promise of freedom. In just a few days, the calculations will be finished. I will be freed, and Director Sullivan will be worth over $200 million. Holy shit. A briefcase back in Podge's apartment actually has the printouts that Sullivan planned to use to blackmail his co-workers. You took the copies from his safety deposit box the first day you came to Hollyoak. Unbelievable. Blackmail for a scheme Sullivan himself was masterminding. We should go kill him when we had the chance. If one was to bring down Everlight's... an article reading Everlight's revolutionary calculation engine, actually a crypto scam will do it. Can you send me that data? Saw that debate about whether to risk a short-term increase in pollution now for a long-term gain. They just lied to people. Look, if I get you out of here, is there any chance we could split the money and the data? No, we're doing this. Another creepy, perfectly symmetrical smile. You seem to be taking this all in stride, the prisoner says. Someone I know wants to bring down Everlight, you say. And Mr. Hodge doesn't have enough explosives. I know, the prisoner says. And you believe I don't like how he knows our names. And you believe the information I possess will be enough. Has the truth ever been enough, Celine? What you do with the truth? Rouse a complacent public to fury? trigger a conditional hearing that topples a dozen powerful men? Or will Everlight's crimes be worth another 300-word article on Wired that no one reads? I still want the data, you say. Then perhaps we can come to some arrangement, the prisoner says. The prisoner studies you. But let's return to the subject. I know well. Me. Don't you know what I am? I'm willing to listen, you say. Are you familiar with the theory of the triad? Yes, I am. It's the Weaver, the Wild, and the Worm. How is your character so calm about this? He knows everything. Run. So fair, but he's like, it's the sort of like, do I'm gonna have to trust that he wants to be free, so that he is telling me the truth in some ways and lying to me in others for his freedom. As expressed in the litany, the three governing forces. I've heard a lot of bullshit from a lot of old werewolves in my time. The big W's are just three, on things that don't apply. I've meditated on the world. The force of creation isn't the Gari's patron, but it's said to most reflect our changing nature. The Father, the Son, and some kind of bird, right? A pigeon. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You'd paid attention to your elders, the speaker says, as you step all the way out of the elevator and scan the walls for other ways out. There's a metal door to your right on the east wall, but it's locked and the keypad is dark. How commendable. No doubt they taught you the ancient story as they learned it. Gaia made the triad, the wild to create, the weaver to structure, and the worm to recycle what had run its course. The Gari believed that the weaver feared the worm and tried to imprison it in webs, which drove the worm mad, leading to all the horrors of this fallen age. Pollution, corruption, and rampaging Fumbles. And now the devastation wrought upon the spirit world. And you're going to tell me your own story, huh? Like I need this prisoner to convert me. You still haven't even told me what you are. I want answers. I was supposed to learn about the big count, not debate theology. So you still haven't convinced me you're anything but a Fomor who talks nice, and I'm running out of patience. Yeah, that feels best. Sitting around like Greek philosophers talking metaphysics won't actually get us out of this room. Yeah, I'm running out of fucking patience, my boy. It's a shame that you seem to want to understand, yet you're limited by your own savage nature. Fucking rude. I feel as if I have managed to smoother integration among flesh and spirit than even the wisest Garu. To answer your question, Celine, or more accurately, to head off any further threats, I am not a Fomor, and I raise the subject of the triad so you would understand what I mean. As Fomori are humans infected with worm spirits, I am a human who was fused voluntarily with a weaver spirit. Garu sometimes call people like me drones, though I certainly don't feel like a bee. My nature grants me control over certain material and information systems, which is why Everlight has imprisoned me. I also bore witness to the massacre at Graves Farm, though Everlight cares little about that. Others are very interested indeed. For a time I consider myself safer here than outside, but that time is past. So I get you out and you upload the events of Graves Farm for us. I'm not actually convinced a weaver spirit is much better than a worm spirit. They are, technically. Because they're, the Weaver and Spider is the patron spirit of the Glasswalkers. And we have a Glasswalker ally. So I get you out and you upload the events for us. I think that's an entirely fair deal, the drone says. We are not enemies, Celine, but I'm afraid that you will have to decide quickly, as fighting has already begun outside, triggered by your entering the elevator. I will attempt to access Everlight's security. They have thwarted me before, but I don't think I'll be given another chance to leave. Your phone buzzes as the Wi-Fi comes back online. Elton's messages asking where you are and then telling you not to move. A bank of tablets in front of the glass wall breaks to life. In one, you see a pair of Everlight guards armed with personal defense weapons moving cautiously down the carpeted hallway of a nearby executive suite. They react to the sight of Melody lurking around a corner, which means they never see Podge. The Bone Dweller steps around the corner behind them in his near-human glabro form, one pistol taken from the previous batch of guards held in each hand. His hail of gunfire cuts them to pieces. Everlight security has already engaged your companions, the drone says. You touch the tablet, activating more screens. One screen shows holding cells. Some look like they're designed for dogs. One contains Nomi! Pascalis, who sits on the floor of a cage sobbing. The journalist's face is bloody, their lips swollen. You can see two Everlight guards outside their cage shouting into their phones trying to figure out what's happening. As other screens blink to life, you see more guards closing in on your companions on what is probably your location. Get me a full map of the building. No skewing around now. I need to stop these guards. Here to explain, give me useful data on how to spawn them. Needs help, Nomi. Can you open the door between my location and hers? Not immediately, the drone says, not without exposing your allies to attack. More maps and readouts flicker across the tablets. Any direct line from your position to Nomi would give a squad of 6 guards access to your allies' location. You can see all 4 of them on the screen. They're in a corridor just east of your location, and they've set up a security perimeter. The roving packs of guards aren't moving in the right direction to locate them. All of you together might be able to fight your way to Nomi, but maybe there's a safer or smarter way to reach the journalists. You know, the drone says, still using the speaker to communicate. I continue to think about the triad. You try to find a route to Nomi and tune the speaker out, but he keeps talking. Werewolves fear the corruption of the worm and hate the discipline of the weaver. They keep telling themselves the old story, which varies only in that sometimes the worm becomes imbalanced first, forcing the weaver to imprison it, and sometimes the weaver acts first, driving the worm mad. But is the Garu who triggered this great imbalance? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not going to defend it, you know. I try to figure out how to get to Nomi. Shut up, I need to concentrate. I'm not going to let a cyborg who runs crypto scans badmouth my people. I'm not going to defend the Garu, and you don't know me if you think I will. Does it matter who started it? The world is out of balance now. Can we really learn from history or only obsess over it? I need to concentrate. You need to understand, Celine, the speaker says. The drone remains as still and silent as a corpse. Or you will continue to concentrate on the wrong things. I need you to be rational. We're outnumbered 20-1, you say after a quick count of the strains. Rationally, we're in a lot of... And to remain calm when I tell you the truth. Our world is out of balance, but it was the wild, to speak metaphorically, or the Garu, to speak literally, who struck first. There were other kinds of shifting creatures once. Oh, I remember about this. Uh-oh, the War of Rage. Bears, bulls, bats. Most are extinct now. A few ravens and spiders linger, I'm told, and cats have 9 lives, but the rest? Annihilated by the werewolves during a war before recorded history. A frenzy of the world that brought such a glut of death into the world that the worms swelled and grew sick, trying to process it all. Like a snake that swallows too much and bursts. The Garu imbalance the world, and they blame others for their failure. Even if the drone pontificates, Podge sends you a text. Cottage Cortex, you dead? I'm on the far side of the steel door you're next to. We're looking for the Fomor. He's a drone. I'm with him. Now, a weaver spirit? And kind of an asshole. He wants us to free him. He has information about Everlight and Grove's farm. He says Sullivan was running a sound with Big South. It was all... So we need to get them out. You look up as the light flickers and the mechanical clangs echo across the room. A metal mesh drops down over the glass separating you from the drone on the inside of the drone's prison. My access to Everlight security is being contested, the speaker says. The sysadmin is trying to activate this prison terminations protocol. You skilled infiltration of Everlight HQ has bought me time to gain partial command over their integrated systems. But with the self-destruct termination failing to activate, Director Sullivan has acted all on-site Neo-Albion cleanup teams. The monitors show 1 aim-out teammates at the room you're in, but they haven't engaged the other werewolves. You cross to the western wall and slide a bookshelf full of leather-bound volumes out of the way, revealing a metal door with a complicated locking mechanism. Another team moves down the hallway to the east, toward Podge and the others. A moment later, the east door slides open, revealing your companions. Elton stalks into the room in his glabro no human form, followed by Nin, who is still in her Homid form and eating a Snickers bar as if nothing bad is happening. So that's the drone, Elton says. And that's a kill team! I point at the Neo-Albion guards visible on screen. We need to get out of here. Not a Fomor, right? A Wither Spirit. I think we entrust him to honor an agreement. He claims to know everything about the Battle of Grove Farm. I want that data. Nomi's got captured. If we buy the time to access Everlight system, we can help them. He's the one responsible for all that poison. He worked with Sullivan to fake the big cow. Let's focus on Nomi. Melody frowns, studying the tablet where Nomi is visible, huddled miserably in their cell. Then her expression darkens further when she sees the 8-man kill team closing in. Hell, the Theoj says. Too many to fight. It's just some guys. There are 5 of us, Podge says. That, Elton says, pointing to the weapon carried by one guard on the screen, is an M26 modular accessory shotgun system. I've done my research. You mount those weapons under assault rifles. In this case, old-fashioned M16s. When you need to switch between 2 types of ammunition, why do you think the guards here would deploy 2 kinds of silver bullets? Melody cries. So they got silver, Podge says with a shrug. Let's see if they hit anything. What if they hit me? Nin says. Or more importantly, me. We're gonna have to keep the girls safe, Podge tells Elton. Keep us safe by not opening the door, Podge, the Philodox snaps. Stop worrying, girls. We can lure them in here and tear them to pieces, then figure out what to do with the drone as their blood congeals. The argument goes round and round as the guards close in from the west. The drone studies his prison, which is still sealed tight. The tablet shows the guards setting up breaching equipment right outside and arguing into their phones. Speaking of arguing, it doesn't look like the pack is going to actually do anything before Neo-Albion blows the door down. So it's once again up to you to make a decision. Drone, kill the lights. Prepare to open both doors. We'll hide in the darkness and pick the guards off one at a time. I'll take iron nerves, but I lead my allies right into the fight at point-blank range through the smoke of the breaching blast. I wait for them to breach the doors, then invoke Grain Out and smash them with my dagger before they get their weapons up. Strength and combat. This is going to be a good one for me. Even partial access to Everlight's security system will let me reinforce the door to this room and prevent the guards from getting through. Their breaching gun can't blow the whole door off. They're aiming for the locks. With Podge's help, I physically jam the door mechanism to prevent them getting in. I grab one of those guns Podge took and blow the guards away faster than they can respond. We could do a cheeky little change. My aim is good. My dex is good. I just need to remember what the fuck the different forms are. Because I forget which improves what. Where is it? No. Oh my god. I don't think it's in here. Oh yeah, here we go. Glabro, it's the first of supernatural forms, rapid regeneration, but it's vulnerable to silver. Stronger, faster, and quite, fortunately like most Gara, you can also pass for human in your Glabro. Krenos, we don't want to do Krenos just yet. Okay, we're gonna want to go Glabro, I think. Okay, so when you take damage, yeah. I am very close, I think, to freaking the fuck out, actually. Yup, okay. We are gonna go Glabro, even though it makes us more vulnerable to bullets. But we are going to Dex and aim, baby. Can I have a gun? You ask Podge as he argues with Melody and Nin. He tosses you a Smith & Wesson M&P, standard issue for Massachusetts State Police. You prefer Glock 21s, but this is no time for brand loyalty. Can I have two, you ask? That Johnny Woo shit is fake. You can't shoot two guns at once. Wait, are we fighting, Elsa? Should I be in Krenos or a breaching charge blows the lock off the west door? You spin just as the door bangs open and the first guard comes through, moving low and fast with military precision until you shoot him in the brain. He drops, but more follow, unaware or unconcerned with the point man's fate. You and Podge open fire, you with your pistol, Podge with his two, and the guard falls back. They're wearing body armor, but you just broke a whole lot of ribs. Elevator, the speaker crackles, loud enough to be heard over the echoes of the gunfire. The door opens, revealing 8 more new... Ah! You scare the shit out of me! With the yeet, because it's high energy. Have we got more high energy songs? Because this is very chill. Yeah, this feels kind of a little bit more. Before you can react, Nin hurls herself into the fray. A half-ton of Red Wolf smashes into the guards just as the elevator door finishes opening. They're so fucked you don't even bother to watch. Instead, you move laterally, trying to spot more guards through the door. There's one. You put a bullet into the middle of his chest, knocking him on his ass. They're so heavily armored that most are still alive. And that's when Melody and Elton crash through the obliterated door in their Krenos forms. The wounded guards don't stand a chance. Elton flings them around like a terrier killing rats. The Philodox works methodically with her claws, slicing them like she's filleting chicken. Oh shit, that's Elton's Krenos form. He's a lightning. He's his tribe, the Shadow Lords, they are... Vahan is the spirit of lightning and shadow, and he gives them the power to shoot lightning at people. That's fucking sick. Okay. Everything suddenly goes black. Then you hear the clunk of circuits changing over and the lights slowly coming back on. Some of the tablets reboot. Gods, what a mess. Podge says. Looks like Nin played White Rabbit in here. He's searching the dead, at least partially, to restock Elton's supply of boots. He pulls a bloody logbook out of a God damn it. God damn it, Silas! What the heck? What the heck? That's so mean. He pulls a bloody lookbook out of a dead officer's pocket. Names and shifts, he says, scanning quickly, as Melody and Elton recover from their rampage in their Krenos forms. This is good. He pockets it. Melody sits on a rug, meditating on the copper mirror back in her barrow. You've bought me the time I need, Celine, the drone says. He speaks with his own voice now, as the speaker got wasted in the fight. He has to enunciate each word so you can hear him through the bulletproof glass. In return, here's the data you need about Sullivan's supporting of the Big Calc in the service of his crypto scheme. The amount of information I've recorded on this subject is enormous, and in order to complete the transfer to the cloud, will you need to remain here for at least... Podge wrenches the tablet off its armature and stuffs it into his duffel bag. That works too, the drone says. The hello, Silas. You did sheep scream. You did get me. I didn't think... I was like, they're not going to get me because they told me about it, but they did. I think in just a minute here, in about 10 minutes, I'm going to take a very quick break. Just to rest my voice, and I need to go and refill my water bottle. Because I'm almost done with my sippies. The lights brighten in the drone's prison, and for the first time you notice there's the detritus of everyday life within. Paperback books, food trays, a neatly made bed. The grid between you and the drone starts to withdraw, and a circular aperture of the ceiling starts to iris open. Then both mechanisms jam. A look of trapped panic across the drone's face, and then he calmly regards you. The main console controls from my prison. Please find the aperture release function. Why should we let you go? Poch says. You worked with Sullivan to poison this town for nothing. Just so he would get rich on some crypto scheme. I was pressed into service, the drone says. He sounds like he's rehearsed that line. Bullshit, Podge says. You worked with him. You fucked up important work that was going to help people so some rich asshole can make money. If I may use the local vernacular, the drone says, it wasn't just money. It was a shitload of money. I intended some of it for my own projects, which reach further and will, in the end, protect more people than some hydrodynamic calculations. So spare me your faux humanism, Mr. Hodge. Fuck this guy. Flush him. You've been studying the grid that now covers the glass. There's an option on one of the tablets to electrify the prison. No, we need to know what he knows about the Battle of Graves Farm. We know our friends are dead and that the creatures like this don't help them. She turns to the Shadow Lord. Don't let him out, Elton. He's too dangerous. I don't like executing people, Nin says. You just bit a guy in half, Podge reminds her. A real person, not this thing. He had a gun, Nin says with a shrug of her massive shoulders. She seems content to remain in her Hispo form. You listen carefully so you can understand what she says in the primal tongue. So Hispo is like a giant fuck-off wolf that cannot be mistaken for tiny wolf. Sipping and pestering me. What the heck? I'm playing Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names. Because it's still World of Darkness week. Do you like my hat? My model's hat? It's very cute. It's my little witch's hat. Because Halloween never ends and neither does the Week of Darkness. Another argument exposed and the drone stares at you. The Garrus are creatures of such passion, the drone says coldly. Such passion that they exterminated their fellow shapeshifters. And again, on this continent, the Shadow Lords who arrived with the English massacred the native werewolves and claimed the can that you recently lost. And again in Australia, and they'll do it again and again, Celine. They'll do it because all three forces of the triad are fatally out of balance. Weaver, Wild, Worm. They are all insane. I am insane, and I know it. The worm nearly destroys. My own essence is obsessed with pattern, but the wild is also deranged, obsessed with cycles, endless looping cycles of tradition, birth and rebirth, spiraling endlessly, inanely into itself. For how many generations have the Gari fought against the mistakes of their elders, only to take up the same damn litany, transformed or re-energized in no real way, and fight the same hopeless war in the same way? I'm here for information, not philosophy. How do I know you saw the Battle of Graves Farm? Your betrayal of the Big Calc will sicken and kill people. Not today or tomorrow, but not what you've done as a murderer is murder nonetheless, and for what? And you think that what? We can break the cycle, restore the spirit world? I don't need we the spirit and a poisoner telling me how to fix the litany. Yeah. For liberation, the drone says. The world is fatally imbalanced. Each of its animating components is insane. Each of its inhabitants down to the lowest amoeba is insane. Think about it, Celine. You have never met a sane person. Everything is wounded by the fatal flaw of the triad. Wounded in body and mind. Every person, every rat, every cell. I seek escape, a second chance. What? Podge says, finally paying attention to the drone. Spaceships. Dead tech, Elton says with a dark chuckle. A false future. No, a future betrayed by Eater of Names, a servant of the worm. He wants not just to destroy us, but to prevent our escape. He believes we are an infection that threatens the dead universe around us. Everything I did to thwart Eater of Names, to help humanity escape its cage of gravity and spiritual tyranny. Perhaps I have been betrayed by my own nature to do this, but I will not apologize. Free me, Celine, and we will work together to avenge the Broderick Can, destroy Eater of Names, and fire it away out of our cage. You've heard Eater of Names before. Eater of Names died, Elton says. Catherine killed him. Oh, Elton, the drone says, unable to keep the contempt out of his voice. You don't remember anything about that night, do you? You're stitching together likely stories to paper over a howling void. Don't listen to that thing, Al, Podge says. The others start arguing again, but you've known Elton for a long time to realise that he's deliberately dragging out this argument to force you to make a decision and shoulder the blame. Thanks, Elton. Give us the data on the Battle of Grace Farm, and I'll kill you. And I'll free you, not kill you. My main goal is that data. I'm not killing someone who has done me no wrong. Give us the data and we'll let you go. The damn Weaver spawn is just a metal monster destroying the scheming psychopaths consign thousands to death. We had a deal, and I feel it's not the honourable... It's not particularly honourable, which we have been focusing on to break that. Cool. Because where are we at on... Oh, I can't see my honour level on here. I think we're going to keep our deal. How do I know I can trust you? The drone says, his black eyes narrowed. You don't, you say, bringing up the electrocution menu. What you do have is about 10 seconds to make up your mind. Everyone's phone chimes with a link to a 5 terabyte data cache. Audio, video, transcriptions, GPS coordinates. Bloody hell, this is everything I recorded in a 36-hour period leading up to the destruction of Broadbrook Can. Let me go. Elton almost absently hits the aperture release button on one of the tablets while thumbing through transcripts with his other hand. The hatch in the ceiling irises all the way open. The drone, you're not sure how he moves, leaps or levitates. He moves up through the hatch and is gone. What about Nomi? Melody asks. I've opened doors between here and the top floor. The camera feeds show doors with green lights all the way from this room up the stairs to the top floor where they're keeping the journalist. There's the man himself, Podge says. He points to one of his tablets where a camera feed shows a man in a sport coat walking down a hall towards Nomi's cage, flanked by 2 Everlight guards. Director Sullivan. We need to help Nomi, Nin says. Whatever the Sullivan wants, I want to stop, says the Bone Nora. We have a clear path to the cages, Elton says, studying another of the tablets. Those guards don't have the M16 with silver shots, just sidearms, but damn it, there are 11 of them around Director Sullivan. You doubt Elton can take on his Kreena's form again, though Melody seems to have recovered. She must have used a gift to put the bloom back in her cheeks. As Podge takes weapons and gear from the dead guards, Sullivan orders Nomi dragged to the top floor of the central structure, just underneath the arching mansard roof. There are no camera feeds there. You take the stairs up. Melody takes the lead as you cautiously scout the upper reaches of the building until you spot them in a huge auditorium within the roof structure, big enough to host small concerts. It looks neglected, its curtains tattered and its stage furniture scattered at random, where the audience would sit, with exposed rafters overhead and dust floating in the glare of hastily erected floodlights. Moonlight from the full moon filters in through large oval windows. Your small group lurks at the top of a flight of wooden stairs that leads up to into the room. You have no idea what Sullivan plans to do there, but you can see him and the guard commander arguing next to Nomi, who's zip-tied and too stunned to move. More Everlight patrols surround them, where he impairs to set up patrols around the deserted auditorium. I invoke Greynail and take the lead, hitting quickly and precisely with my dagger to disable the guard commander. Fueled by rage, I change into my Titan Wolf Hispo form and rip into the guards, heedless of their weaponry. I grab a dropped M16, use it to snipe the guard commander, dex and aim. I climb up into the rafters, then drop down on Nomi to rescue them. With luck, I can get Nomi out without a massacre. I sneak up on the outer circle of guards and pick them off from the shadows. The others can handle the commander once Greynail and I thin their numbers. First, I know my allies are tired, and I bolster them with inspiring words. What form am I in? I'm in Glabro right now, so let's fucking... You know what? Dex in combat, let's fucking go, dude. Melody, Nin, follow her, Elton whispers. I'll get Nomi out of there. Elton is spiritually drained, but he's not physically tired, and he could carry Nomi even in his helmet form. Patrick. Podge holds up the M16 he took. He's removed the silver shot underbarrel. Patrick, shoot everyone else with a machine gun, Podge says in a terrible English accent. How it works. Patrick, shoot everyone else with a machine gun. That's my terrible terrible English accent. You wave everyone back and peek over the stairway. Sullivan is still arguing with the guard commander, though you can't hear what they're saying. The guards form a loose perimeter. You wait until none are looking your way, then whisper Greynail's many deed names and sprint out in the open with Melody and Nin right behind you. You close the distance in seconds. A single sweep of your dagger severs Director Sullivan's jugular and rips into the guard commander's chest, tearing through ballistic armor, muscle, and bone. They both drop, and a half second later, Elton scoops up Nomi and raises for color. Yeah, I'm hot. I'm a hot girl. What do you want? I'm doing cool bullshit. A bullet zips past your head. You turn towards your attacker who is fumbling with his weapon. You drive your dagger deep into his guts, wrenching it back and forth and let him fall screaming in a pile of blood and shit. When you look around for more targets, several are already dead, shot down by Podge's M16 fire. One more tries to flee, but before you can rush him, a 3-round burst hits him in the shoulder and head, and he falls skidding along the ground and leaving a streak of blood. Is that all of them? Melody asks. She doesn't wait for an answer before crumpling back into her glabro form and slumping against the wall. Podge answers with one final burst of M16, which kills a guard crawling across the floor who was apparently trying to reach his severed legs. Holy shit. We're done, he says. You cut the zip tie and check Nomi for serious injuries. They have a bloody lip and ugly abrasions around their wrists, but nothing requiring hospitalization. To your surprise, Nomi jumps to their feet, wobbling a little bit, and then stares up at Elton in his glabro form. The Theurge looms 9'7" off the ground, his eyes burning like twin setting suns wrapped in a cloak of swirling shadows. I knew it, Nomi cries. It's all true. Dracula is real. Then they throw up and pass out. Elton catches their head before it dunks off the hardwood floor, then rolls them over so they don't choke. I hate my fur, Elton says, self-consciously touching the hair atop his head. It writhes as if electrified. Once you're sure Nomi will live, you check your phone. As you feared, police and emergency services, emergency personnel are en route to Everlight HQ. After reports of gunfire and explosions. What was your plan for getting out of here? Elton asks you. Getting out? You knew you forgot something. Everyone grab a key fob and head to the side parking lot, Podge says. He has you realize been collecting car keys for the fallen. Nin, grow some hands. Police lights flash on the street outside, and the whining siren of a fire truck echoes off the concrete. The main entrance is a tangle of cops and evacuated late-night workers, though you don't see any guards. The 5 of you stay low through the parking lot. You carry Nomi while everyone else double-fists key fobs until a Honda Fit beeps and blinks. I wanted a Lexus, Podge says, as everyone piles in. He steers slowly out of the parking lot with his lights off, then rolls into the street and cautiously accelerates, pulling over when more police cars scream towards him, heading for Everlight HQ. Melody and Elton are already back in their glabro forms. Once healed of various minor injuries, they return to their natural forms. There's a lot of banging around in back as everyone pulls on sweats and t-shirts. Nomi sleeps through the whole thing. The trip takes you past the Deer Cross Pack's former territory, and Podge slows down. The night air is thin, sparkling in the light of old sodium lamps, and you can almost see the umbral pipeline of shimmering glass, or maybe it's just a trick of the moonlight. Podge rolls back home and watches his almost empty building for a half hour, then drops all of you off with a house key and drives away to leave Nomi safe in a motel. After that, he'll ditch the Honda, but first he waves you over as the others head inside. Everlight will find this place soon. It's not like I've been quiet before now, and even if Miss Clear wanted to, she can't hide me. Enjoy my little love nest, pup, because it's the last night we're spending here. At least we were able to rescue Nomi. They already proved their value when they told us about the Call of Fenris. I know you're not happy that the drone got free. Sorry about that. At least we got all the data about Gross Farm. We can learn from the past. At least we have enough data now to expose Everlight, right? You'll have to move back to your family estate in the country. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're fucked, Podge says with a laugh. I've read like 3 PDS and everything in there is damning. Sullivan definitely wasn't the only person involved in the big calc fraud. I don't think Massachusetts hangs people anymore, but I think they might actually hang some of these people. Great work, seriously, even though it means I'm going to have to run for it. Where are you going to go, you ask? You know, it's funny you should ask that. Well, it's funny to me, because I'm running north, town called Northampton, and I even have a roommate. Wait, that's right, girlfriend. We're going to do each other's nails and gossip about boys all night. Seriously, don't worry though, I'm a gentleman, but I do need a place to stay, and it's kind of your fault I have to leave. The bone Nora peels out with Nomi, still nodding in the backseat. Exhausted, we got a roomie, chat, we got a roomie. You managed to reach the elevator and take it up to Podge's now empty apartment. Nin and Melody have already crashed out. Nin in her lupus form and Melody under so many blankets that only a puff of curly hair is visible, gleaming silver blue in the light of the monitors. Elton is awake, though just barely, his half-open eyes trying to focus on an old fashioned TV that's playing local news about the Everlight attack. You regain your Homid form. We did it, Elton says, his voice slurred with exhaustion. We got all the data on the Battle of Grace Farm. We should get to work, analysing. His head sinks down onto his lap, and the Book of January, Elton's record of the last few months, slides onto the floor. You put it on a side table and then try to remain awake and on guard, but Podge's return wakes you up for only a moment and then you're asleep again. You don't even dream, except for a brief nightmare about lines of data trapped in glass, stretching from Canada to New England. The data itself is poisonous, and people's skin turns to ashes when the knowledge touches them. Everyone wakes up late, and after a quick breakfast of everything Podge has left in the kitchen counter, lots of Gatorade and olives, you help him load his gear into the back of an old Chevy pickup that's painted like a paper cup from the 1990s, all the way back to Northampton. The Garu make plans for how to reveal the truth about Everlight. Director Sullivan didn't survive you rescuing Nomi, but dozens of Everlight officers coordinated to subvert the Big Calc. The trick will be revealing the truth without revealing the presence of the drone or other explicitly supernatural activity. Didn't I find some blackmail material in that in Hollyoak? I go home and reread what I took. I analyze the Graves Farm data the drone gave me. What else can I learn about Neo Albion? Find a place for the magic pumpkin. I head back to the cabin, see how Podge is settling in. Okay, so this is like, we are at essentially the end of the chapter. So I am very briefly going to take a break, and I am going to run like a 1-minute ad. So everybody leave, run away. It's going to be for 60 seconds, hopefully. I'm just testing it out. And I will be back. I'm not going to start playing again until the ad is over, but get yourself some drink. I know I am. Go piss, girl. Have a little stretch. Do a little posture check. And I'll see you in a minute. I don't know if that worked or not. Hey yo, it's me. I'm back. I don't even know if that ad break worked. Who knows? Who cares at this point? Please let me know if any ads do start to run, and I will pause immediately. Cause it's very annoying. Right, we're gonna put on some notifications just in case it goes automatically, which will be very annoying. Oh, apparently an ad break is starting in 20 seconds. What the fuck? Okay. I don't understand. I don't understand how this has happened. It's fine. I'll just chill for a minute. But if you do have a subscription to give, like an Amazon Prime, you can drop that and you don't have to worry. Woo. Okay, I'm guessing the ad is on, but I can't see it. Hmm. Okay. I don't understand how ads work. I guess that worked. Who knows? We're gonna give it another, like, minute, and then assume that hopefully it'll be off. I'm gonna turn the yapping screen back on, though. It's me, in my hat. My very adorable witch's hat. Your Honor, I'm innocent. You have never been innocent a day or a night in your life. Sorry, I'm having the rest of my Skittles. It's very good, it's very good. Oh, Silas, no! You were very skilled at the Warhammer. And being a sweet dude. Oh! Also, Stormcast Underdash 92, thank you so much for the follow. Sometimes it doesn't show up. Even though I have got alerts set up on my fucking thing. And I've done tests before and they should work. I don't know why they're not. I may need to fix them up a little bit. And figure them out how to, like, how to fucking figure... I need to figure that shit out. I don't understand. Anyway. We're gonna... in a, like, 30 more seconds, head back into it, I think. I'm just gonna type in chat. Because sometimes... Because I know subscribers don't have to worry about ads. But those following... do. And I don't know if I've accidentally done it so it's happening forever. Yeah, shout out to Stormcast92! Woo! We all love you so much. Okay, I'm going to assume there is no ad happening. So I'm going to switch us back to the game. I wish it would show me. Also, why does it say latest follower Libra 12412? It's not. I love that my overlay is broken, everyone. So sick, nasty, cool, actually. What the heck? Let me... I could do this screen. Then we can't see chat. Let me edit this real quick.
Oh. It's this one. And then what we're gonna do, I guess, is get chat. I'll put you like up here and you'll be translucent. You'll be little translucent little babies. We'll make your text white. A white man? No! Okay. That should happen. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can you see chat? Hello. Let me... Okay, somebody quick, type in chat. Did I do that right? I should have done that right. That should be correct. Yay! No ads are running. Excellent. Oh my god, so good. Okay, because I don't understand. I wanted to run it during the break, but like at no other times. Because that's boring and cringe and bad. You are a good mod. You do such good mod work. I love it. I can just be like, hey mods, which is just mogs. Twister's balls or something. Anyway, let's get back to this. So, we found a bunch of blackmail material at Hollyoak. So let's have a look at that first. And then we will check and do some other things. Because I don't remember how much XP we have. But we have 13 days of training that we can do. Meanwhile... You stuffed the almost 100 pages of hard copy in small font under a floorboard because you didn't want to worry about it. Now you sit at your desk and read the whole thing. Assembled, it reveals an affair between an Everlight accountant and a regulator at the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources. Uh-oh! But reading more closely, you realize that they're changing inspection dates, not just to hook up, but to help Everlight move things around and avoid fines due to illegal storage and occupancy in East Hampton, the town between Northampton and Hollyoak. You're no lawyer, but storing dangerous materials and then changing inspection dates so no one finds out is definitely illegal. You see 3 things you can do with this data. First, you can tell Nomi. They'll publish it in cahoots, and from there it'll make its way to actual newspapers. Pressure will force Everlight to clean up its act, which will help clean up the land you're responsible for. You can contact Sarah Hutchinson, Everlight's Director of Special Projects, now that Sullivan is dead, and do what Director Sullivan probably planned, blackmail. This will test both your computer security and skill at lying, but you can clear some debts by forcing Sarah Hutchinson to pay for these documents. You could give everything to Podge and let him have fun. He probably won't bomb anything, but he'll use the information to damage Everlight in ways he particularly enjoys. I think giving them to Nomi is going to be a good idea, because furthering that relationship and also... you know, having saved her life is going to be very useful. You head down to the copy center one afternoon after work and scan everything pertinent. Then email the good stuff to npascalis@cahoots.com with a short guide to the good stuff. Their response is a single exclamation mark. The article is up on Cahoots within 6 hours, along with tons of other incriminating documentation that they didn't even know about. That you didn't even know about. It reaches the Boston Globe within 24 hours, and after 2 days, both the Mayor of Hollyoak and the Massachusetts Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs have issued statements about the very concerning allegations. Everlight won't dare store potentially hazard materials in your territory anymore. Let's check. I've still got 13 days of training, so those don't affect how many training days I have. Let's check my phone. Ooh, email from Hodge. Podge has forwarded this article to you. CBS News. A US Postal Service worker found dead last week may have been the victim of wild pigs who have spread through a Hollyoak, Massachusetts landfill, according to the family of the deceased. The dead mail carrier, identified as 44-year-old Sarah Lopez of Chicopee, Massachusetts, we've heard Chicopee before, was found dead and mutilated outside the Chemicon factory, prompting a countrywide search for the killer. 4 men were taken into custody on charges related to the attack and subsequently released, but the parents of Mrs. Lopez insist that feral pigs killed her after she left her mail vehicle and crossed the landfill on foot. Rumors of feral dog and pig attacks have circulated
around the Chemicon landfill since 2 children died in 1982. Lots of speculation in this article, but Podge probably knows more than you about about what weird things around town are connected to Gara and the worm. You email me back, should we check this out? And got a response a few hours later. I'm done there right now with Melody. Chemicon used to be a big thorn in Broadbrook's side. Like Chemicon was the big problem and Everlight was the little problem. M says there's some kind of bane hidden inside, like the drone in Everlight, but we're not going to charge him without backup. Okay. Email from Melody, the Chemicon review. Podge and I have been checking out Chemicon, and we have some concerns. Firmlings, Hellfire Banes, have infected wild dogs and pigs in the landfill. We destroyed the host bodies, but we don't have the wolf power to monitor Chemicon for the Firmlings' inevitable return. The whole site reeks of Bane infestation, but I don't think we're strong enough to deal with it yet. I've asked Hoblin to monitor the site. He's just a human, but he'll know if things out down there get so weird and bad, we have to act right away. But I really hope we don't have to act until we're stronger. They call it the Pit of the Worm, horror at main prison facility. Cahoots, they hold it the Pit of the Worm, horror at the main prison facility, by Elizabeth Sneed, senior editor. Bethel, M.E., are prisoners being sacrificed to Crom Currach by a green man cult in rural Maine. Internet rumors swirl that dozens of federal prisoners have died in the new Green Correctional Consortium holding facility that opened early last year despite protests from locals and Maine-based prison reform groups who oppose the construction of the new green prison. But was the prison too green? Was it so green that it attracted or awoke the unseelie or even the Sasquatch? This journalist says yes, absolutely. Stories of mangled corpses and extremely mangled corpses reveal the truth behind. Okay. Got Conrad Merritt. He's forwarded you a URL from an obscure Craigslist competitor. It reads, looking for wolf or wolf mix. Worked with reputable breeders before, Conrad M. Several followers appear to be phishing scams or cranks, but one is from an apparent wolf mix breeder. After that, they take their conversation to private email. This is useful, assuming it's the same Conrad Merritt you're looking for. He wants a wolf mix. The delirium does weird things to people's brains, but... Hey Podge, you ask, because he's sitting in your room reading his mail. What can we actually do with this? I'm going to start baiting him, Podge says. See if I can learn more, if he's serious or what. I can't remember who Conrad Merritt was. I'll let you know. He taps away to lure this Conrad fellow into some kind of meeting or trap. Podge is obviously obsessed, but on the other hand, Neo Albion and the Cult of Fenris are both active in your area. He was one of the Cult of Fenris, that's right. You need a way in. Neo Albion logbook. I took a logbook off an officer we, talked to during our field trip to Everlight. It's close to the only solid piece of Neo Albion anything I found in a year. Walking on eggshells trying to get them to show themselves. Does anyone recognize these names, or can you see any useful data here? 4 pictures are attached. Almost the entire logbook is ruined by bloodstains, but you've able to read one page that might indicate shifts. Amber illegible, unintelligible. Chavez 0600, Dallas 0930, Merritt 0930. Oh, so Merritt, who is connected to the Get of Fenris, is also maybe mentioned here. Royale 1230, Tiberalt 1230, Zale illegible. Other names for you suppose second and third ships, but most of the pages are illegible with blood. There's also some kind of work grid that might be a floor plan, but you can't make any sense of it. Wait a minute, Merritt. You search for the name and pull up Roscoe's email from months ago. A security guy I've used named Comrade Merritt before works for the Fenris, or the sort of nationalist groups we regular folks use when we want to be hateful. I guess I had an idea. He was an airman, and he knew sound systems and could keep a crowd in line. Never had a problem with him, but now he's gone, a ghost. Can't find him anywhere. You get a response from him back in less than a minute. That has to be our guy, Comrade Merritt, and he might still be in the area. I'm with Elton right now, and we're going to get to work on this. From Elton Day, Patrick, question mark. I'm just checking in to make sure that Patrick's behavior has been appropriate and above board since you're cohabitating. If you have any problem with his behavior, please contact me right away, and I can arrange to move him somewhere else. Pouch is somewhat rough around the edges, but hasn't behaved inappropriately around you. Still, it's nice to know that's an option. Uh-oh, we got an email from Scarpa. Sick F you, you're roving me your shit, you little fuckface. I'm gonna fuck you up once I get through with Langton. See you in Northampton, shithead. Where'll it be? At the Barrow, the house where the old wolf girl lives? Maybe I'll buy a burrito and say hello to Mr. Day. Anyone's guess, it's gonna be fucking surprise. So you see, really. So this is a problem. Yeah, he's a fucking maniac. He deserves to have a heads up. He's a part of our old pack who is a dickhead. You forward a bunch of emails from Scarpa to the others, interweaving them with explanations of what your previous pack was like. The group chat blows up pretty fast. Angry hippos. Wow, fuck this guy. AWAB 15, no Melody. You said you would never duck a Bone Laura because they were all dirty and not smart. Do not duck this one. Ha, oof. Oh, Podge buddy. This is serious, you guys. I suppose Selena's right. I'll talk with the Stormcat. Patrick, I want you to track down Scraper's internet activity, Scarpa's. Yeah, I'll just sit here being dirty and doing research. Good. Yeah, shake the crumbs out of your keyboard and get to work. I want a burrito. Fucking poor dude. News of that Cash Shemicom by Nomi Pascalis. Staff writer. After leaving Burger King and long before you come to the I-90 rest stop with the good Sbarro, the Connecticut River enters a region of singular loneliness and desolation, where its waters spread away on all sides. Regardless of a main channel, and the country becomes a swamp for miles upon miles, covered by a vast sea of low willow bushes. Here rises Chemicon, like a Hollywood scion, a triple threat. Both petrochemical factory and coal plant, an infamous dump site. The latter source of countless lawsuits from pig eating and simple falls in the unsecured facility. But with the threat of the coal-fired plant's eventual shutdown looming like an interminable sea of bushes stretching to the horizon, recent accidents at the factory have drawn the attention of occult and OSHA watchdogs. This rare alliance of devil hunters and devil-in-the-detail hunters, armed with crucifix and hard hat, have been at work investigating strange reports of accidents at the chemical factory, including rumors that the constant haze over the riverside dwellings nearby have caused freakish mutagenic behavior and cannibalism. Yet while the vector is clear, no clear perpetrator has been identified employed at Chemicom, like the odious Michael Sullivan and Sarah Hutchison of Everlight. The article rambles for almost 10,000 words, but Nomi has actually been to Chemicon and conducted interviews with the workers there, and Podge was bright to send this to you. There's something weird going on down there. An email from Podge arrives as you finish reading. Chemicon was scary enough that Broadbrook never wanted to tackle it when they were strong, but I'm going to keep an eye on it and try to learn if there's a sort of threat we need to deal with, or if it's just a big ugly smear of human evil that Garu can't effectively fight. Let's have a look. Helping where it counts. Chemicon knows what the key to success is, a happy and productive workforce. Just recently, Chemicon of Holyoke, Massachusetts, through their long-standing partnership with New England Monitoring Solutions, a branch of Neo-Albion Security Solutions, conducted a full lifestyle review of all employees to help expand job satisfaction and security. This review will be used to help Chemicon employees advance their careers in sustainable green energy, infrastructure, and chemical development, with NEM's instructor offering life and career advice based on the data they gathered. The news blast rambles for a few more paragraphs. You try to run down more information about New England Monitoring Solutions, but their website is locked down. Visual searches, however, turn up a group photo that includes the drone you freed from Everlight HQ. This must have been before his capture. A few minutes later, Podge sends you the same article. Are you seeing this shit? I gotta talk to Daphne about the fucking propaganda she's pumping out. I'll check my bank statements. You're doing well. You've been able to keep at least $1,000 in your bank account lately, and you have some 20s in your wallet. Maybe you should cut down on your hours at Gorski Manor, take a few days off and train. Okay, that's good. So that's what's on our phone. Let's maybe do some, like, training or something? I wanted to check out the Urban Blight. You've never seriously explored the Urban Blight between Broadbrook's deep forest and Northampton's big box stores, and the sensation you feel passing into the slum is unfamiliar. Graffitied walls, not gratified walls, leaf-clogged gutters, dripping pipes, dripping pipes, squatters, ghost kitchens, unregistered stores and warehouses. A population furtive, criminal, but not altogether wicked. Desperate people on the edge, not so different from you. Desperate spirits, too, of electricity and steel and carrion eaters. But you and Podge might be able to work with them. You'll have to. This blight cannot be allowed to fester for the sake of humans, spirits, and this corner of Gaia. Someone has scratched her name on the bricks, Rosemary Street. The noodle lady, a fixture in the street, stops her rickety steaming cart and offers you a bowl of noodles. Hard to say no to 3 noodles. You thank the noodle lady and slurp your meal down while you explore. The noodle lady is very nice. Okay, let's explore the physical buildings, checking for sites of power or nests where monsters might lurk. These kinds of urban borderlands are dangerous because they can produce not just the kinds of monsters Gaia created the Garu to destroy, but human cultists, warlocks, genetic experiments, and other alarming phenomena that would trigger a call to the police in wealthier and more stable areas. It looks like Podge had the same idea as you, detecting a faint chemical whiff, familiar but beyond your abilities to place. You follow your nose to a boarded-up warehouse. Inside, bullet holes, claw marks, and walls blackened by an explosion. This is the Bone Gnawer's work. Without question, a faint acidic reek hints at whatever he blew up, then shot, then tore apart. It's dead. Or they're dead. You don't know. Feeling more confident, you sweep the other building, including the only restaurant in this neglected patch of urban blight. Find signs of religious activity that, while nominally human, is part of your world. In a loading bay for trucks is a wooden statue of Rat, draped in flowers and melted candles. The deserted loading bay leads to an abandoned office complex with moldy carpeting stacking high with ancient tech, where you find a 486 desktop computer under a tarp, next to a box of microfloppy disks. The box is labeled Spider Goddess Memory Data Do Not Load. 2 more boxes of disks apparently operate or activate Glasswalker spirits, and the whole computer room is surrounded by Garu glyphs, probably to hedge out the honest-to-Gaia gremlin you occasionally glimpse in the shadows. The patron spirits of the Bone Gnawer and Glasswalker tribes comes to retrieve tribute from confused and desperate humans. So does Simurgh, the spectral bird who watches over the silent striders. He has a small shrine or lair on the top floor of an abandoned apartment. A hummingbird feeder hung outside an antique store also draws your attention. That nectar isn't for living animals, but for gods. You feel the brush of wings as hummingbird flies past you. Let's see. Yeah, let's, walking openly, introduce myself to the local spirits. The spirits are everywhere, but these aren't the little gods of wood and steam that all Garu instinctively know. The machine spirits and carrion spirits are curious, though. Garu glyphs scratched in the brick indicate Podge already came this way, so the spirits might be a little friendlier than usual. Good thing that I waited, actually, then. In that case, I'm just organizing my other screen very quickly. We're close to the end of the music. Podge already came this way, so the spirits might be a little friendlier than usual. Moving carefully, you introduce yourself to Mouse and Raccoon as they gnaw on umbral trash. A shadow spirit crawls across broken glass, one of the many malicious powers that squirm through this urban blight. This wasteland is alive. So we've got 18 wisdom, 13 honor, 12 glory. I watch Pigeon flip through the umbra overhead. Pigeons get no respect. Rats with wings. And maybe pigeons aren't that impressive, but Pigeon? Pigeon guides the souls of the dead. Pigeon watches for the cosmic storms that sometimes tear through the umbra, obliterating whole kingdoms beyond the imagination of the living. And Pigeon can guide a werewolf through the spirit wilds and safely back to this world of flesh and stone. Using Pigeon's gifts. Pigeon lets you enter the Umbra on your own with your equipment and safely return. Entering the Umbra requires rage. Her gift also hurts. Using Pigeon relies on composure, though navigating the Umbra sometimes requires both intelligence and considerable knowledge of the occult world. Resort to the Umbra to Theurges and Silent Striders. So we cannot earn this gift, which is kind of sad. Let's go for the next one. They're everywhere, of course, the spirits of the littlest things, mice, crickets, pillbugs, and chipmunks. Their spirits swirl all around you as you concentrate in the trash-strewn alley. But these spirits are so small that you threaten to overwhelm them. But here's one that's slightly stronger. You ask the name of the little mouse. That's when she rises up in her flaring teapot, glowers at you, and sticks a pipe between her furry lips. By rock and straw, you're an ugly one, she says. She uses a tiny silver spoon to steer her flying teacup in a full circle around you. Only when she's finished her scrutiny of you is she satisfied. Ugly as shit on a rotten egg. But maybe we can strike a deal. You and Madame Mouse. Adjusting her tiny polka dot kerchief and the walnut she wears for a cap. She explains what she can offer an ambitious young Garu who knows how to cut a smart deal. Madame Mouse hides you from the sight of living creatures, enhancing your stealth. Her power works automatically as long as you have not lost the wolf and relies upon your composure. Only offers her gifts to No Moons and to certain Garu of the Blood Gnawer, Shadow Lord, and Gale Stalkers. So that's not us, because we are a Black Fury. Is that really a gremlin? Let's check it out. Gremlins are procedural spirits. They represent events like autumn or revenge, not physical objects or locations. Gremlins are the spirit of machines going haywire. The umbral echo of blown tires, computer crashes, and that space shuttle that blew up when your parents were in middle school. The spirit is visible only as a scrunchy, springy, simian movement in the shadows of the old computer storage shed. If it has colour, it's the colour of old TV static. It flicks, races, zips, occasionally takes on a form vaguely resembling a squirrel or a spider monkey. It's eager to obliterate technology and make a mess. Using Gremlin's gift. Gremlin wrecks technology. This is a fairly minor spirit of Zapzonk, so you'll probably be limited to the 20th and 21st centuries. Summoning Gremlin uses Rage and relies on Resolve. Grants it to Red Talons, Glasswalkers, and Bone Gnawers. Sadly not us. Speak to the raccoons. The raccoons bumble and wander and clean food with their clever little hands. Behind them, you see Azaban, god of cunning ways, and his presence nearly blinds you. Serve me, little wolf. I am all raccoons. I am... Excuse me, what are you doing? Stormcat, how long has it been? 100 years? Rather less, Azaban. You're much diminished while I thrive. Give me this wolf, and I will give you the honor of giving me a wolf. I think not, Azaban. Return, please. Stand behind every raccoon guarding their hand. That is your place. We all must respect our place. So that's Stormcat. They are the sort of spirit in our... Spirits tend to like slip into your brains a little bit. So this is like almost from the spirit and our point of view. A strange thing for a shadow cast by Vahan to say. O thundering god of Europe and Asia. But I will show your courtesy this time, until my people rise again and drive the invading gods from the shore of Turtle Island. Until then, step carefully, little wolf. I apologize for that, Celine, I say as I wander over the rooftops, unwilling to get my perfect little feet dirty in the muck of the alleys. Azaban is an old, strong god of lies and crimes, and sometimes he tries to step out from behind the raccoons, which are his, into this world. Though I would not advise compacting with him directly. His raccoon children are great helpers to the Garu. They are openers of the way. Raccoon unlocks doors, enhancing your intrusion skills. Relies on composure. Raccoon only bestows his gift upon Ragabashers and children of Gaia. I don't believe we are not a Ragabash. And I also wanted to see... What's our clandestine at? We can probably improve that. What are the beetle spirits up to? You know beetle stuff, being under things, crawling around, occasionally rolling over and having to get upright again. But as you sift cautiously among the beetle spirits, careful to avoid plunging your hand into centipede or wasp, you find something harder and glossier even than a carapace, a little brooch or trinket carved of what might be soapstone. It's a scarab. Touching it, you see its entire history. Northampton Flea Market, 1993. Atlantic City Boardwalk, 1925. Private collection. Vienna, 1820. Family heirloom. Varanasi, 1520. Back. Hands and hearts across deserts and cities to a Norcratian artist living in Hellenistic Egypt. For a moment you see everything, and this spirit, who is the spirit of eons and who is humbled enough to call himself Beetle, promises that with his power you can see again. When you look again, the scarab is gone, but the spirit remains. Beetle lets you see the past of any object you handle, which can help your investigations and open up new avenues to explore. Using Beetle's gift uses Rage and relies on your resolve. So is Philodoxes and Bone Gnawers. Is the antique store open? The antique store is in a brick building that's slowly collapsing under the weight of gravity. Most of its windows are boarded up. The ones out front intended for display are so fogged and filthy, graffitied that you can't see in. But the hummingbird feeder is recently filled. You push on the door, which opens, clipping a bell that jangles. You shove harder, moving old almanacs and stepping into a dusty, neglected antique store with the air of a flea market just about to pack up for the day. You can see how full this place used to be in better times. The little remains now, most of that is junk. Battered old cookware, ugly lamps, the books Elton left after he came through and took everything good. A cracked vitrine holds a few more interesting and valuable items. Pocket watches, jewelry, statuettes. A middle-aged Chinese person of indeterminate gender watches you from behind poker player sunglasses, smoking a cigarette from an Art Deco holder. That's so cool. In the shape of a slender woman. Their fingernails improbably long and curled. You let your hand trail over the remaining artifacts, confident there's something of value here. Among pop, asatro, bric-a-brac, and there's a nickel-plated lighter meant to look like silver, with some kind of Norse warrior on the side, one side, and Fenris eating the sun and moon on the other. One made and then carried with love. You feel power in it. In the sky, we see the same as yesterday's. Is the sky we see the same as yesterday's? The shopkeeper asks. They roll and then light another cigarette. When the sun is in the sky, it is a chariot, but down below it is Baroque. Who built the chariot? Who maintains the bark? Must they do it every dawn, every dusk? And what of the moon? Every time I see what's behind the sun and the moon, it's different. The nature of the spirit world is changed. Today, Fenris and Thor. Tomorrow, Vishap and Vahan. Is it a different moon every time? Is that what you think? This person might know something. I always thought it was the same moon, or the same system at least. Something that changes according to a law can still be the same because the law is the same. You'll sell muggers. Let's do this one. Is there nothing constant behind the change? No law or principle, nothing to unite them? You sniff the lighter. The stink of Fenris pierces all over this thing. You can't use it. The scimitar with bone runes and Arabic script is interesting, but you already have your dagger. The shopkeeper shifts their Hanfu sleeves out of the way and gestures with long fingernails to a hanging scroll. It's a Chinese inkwash painting that depicts an archer taking aim at a sky full of impossible marvels. Once owned by a man who called himself Plotinus. He wrote on the pleroma the fullness of worlds. Maybe the world was so full once that nothing could move, and a brave man like Hu Yi, legendary archer, had to destroy that fullness so that we could move freely again. What if the world is still too full of things, young woman? If Hu Yi kept destroying, we might beg him to stop, even if he is doing what is right, what is necessary. I think I remember the story of Hu Yi. They say you must invite evil into yourself, the shopkeeper says, before you can be corrupted by spirits of darkness. The story of Medusa puts the lie to that. Medusa was turned into a monster because a god raped her. Sorry. Blameless, she was wronged, twice wronged. Her sister Stheno, depicted here, reveals the esoteric truth. People suffer in poverty and disease, downriver from a factory, vomiting poison, and then they suffer again as their despair turns them into monsters. There's no failure. Let me pop it back on that. There is no failure in them, in the common people. There is only wickedness in the world. Only the cruel, blind gods who hurt you for their own desire, and then hurt you again for having glimpsed their unrestrained power. Stheno was only Medusa's sister, but they punished her anyway. The gods, like kings of old, punish whole families. I don't believe in bloodlines, a bunch of old-timey rules invented by racists. Maybe the gods have reasons we cannot see. Didn't you say Hu Yi did what was necessary? I've seen this world's monster. They made their own choices to damn themselves, and then it's my business to get rid of them. Even if that's true, it hardly amounts to a deterministic world. People can learn how to avoid the worst and seek out the best. It's hard, but isn't that life? Ooh. This is interesting. Maybe the gods have reasons we cannot see. I've seen this world's monsters. They make their choice to damn themselves. If this is true, people can learn how to avoid the worst and seek out the best. Let's go with this option. There are those who approach the mysteries at first for practical reasons, the shopkeeper says. Money to cure sickness, to impress a girl. And do you know what? If you track them alongside those who arrive to seek wisdom for its own sake, I cannot honestly say that the first group ends up any better or worse than the second. On that note, if you wish to contemplate these matters further, you need only make a purchase and take one of my treasures home with you. As the shopkeeper speaks, your eyes are drawn to the statues, where Kali sits in barbarous splendor. There's power in this old, dusty, antique shop, you're sure of it. You're not sure how much the owner knows, but you know enough not to give their treasures away for free. Let's have a look at the nickel-plated lighter. You can feel the spirit moving around the lighter. Then a silvery light glitters outside. You follow it under the moose gaze of the antique shop's owner, back outside, and around the corner into the grubby alley. Even a tiny fragment of Luna is so powerful that you hesitate to approach the Lunae. Even though this one wears the tattered silver-grey cape of an exile. Though at first suspicious, you make a few supplicating gestures in the way Black Tarn showed you. So the Lunae are spirits of Luna, who is the moon. She is the one who, when Gaia created the Garu, she gave them their rage. Showed you. And the Lunae names himself Hijiki. He's an exile from his pantheon, a former ally of friendship Fenris, not friendship, who fears the mad wolf has fallen to the worm, a godling of war and protection. He names himself a friend of the sun and moon, and he has the power to protect Agaru against fire, silver, and high flame electricity, using Hazuki's gift. Hazuki automatically protects you from silver, fire, and certain other kinds of baleful energy. All but the most severe wounds from those sources will heal as quickly from wounds from gunshots or falls. Hazuki's gift relies on resolve. Earning that gift. The refugee from the Fenris cult of Fenris agrees to aid only the most honor-bound and traditional Silver Fangs, his new favored tribe. As a full moon, you have earned enough honor to impress the moon spirit, but he is satisfied with your free-thinking ways, and will only bestow this gift on a more traditional Gari. The moon spirit hints that he might also help in a rune, but only once Mani, whom the Broadbrook Khan called Salardi, is restored to a place of honor. He must mean the calendar of Salardi. Oh yeah, so we discovered that last time. As a greater spirit, despite his status as a refugee, Hazuki demands 6 nights of honorable service and sacrifice. You'll also have to buy the lighter. Let's look at the statue of Huyi. The scroll is astonishingly rich in detail, with swirling pine trees, snow-shrouded mountains, temples, foxes, hermit caves, distant castles, and bridges over tumbling waterfalls. But the chaos in heaven is what draws your eye. Dozens of stars, moons, suns, and planets dominate the sky, so many that the Milky Way is forced to twist around them, and comes to resemble a snake crushed under a chariot wheel. Huyi is on a mountain peak, taking aim with his bow. You can feel the power of the spirit. He is a culture hero with connections to 100 mythological archers, kings, champions, and scholars. Huyi hones your accuracy with a bow or any other fired or thrown weapon. The Great Archer's gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf. Relies on resolve. I think we have a lot of resolve. Yeah, we got pretty high resolve, and we can pop that up. The Great Archer only offers his gift to the Black Furies who have demonstrated their glory in battle. You have, and you also show the keen understanding of human mores and customs that is necessary for this culture hero to grant you this gift. So he requires 3 for glory. And you would have to buy the scroll. So I think we're going to go through all of these. I'm also going to put us onto some more sort of like lo-fi, because we're not like in the actual sort of battling stage. Or like the actual like story. We're in sort of like the in-between chapters where we can sort of interact with everyone and train and learn more about the spirits. So we examine the statue of Kali. Kali, goddess of destruction, a crude simplification of a cosmic principle within one of the world's oldest human religions, with parallels in the animistic system of the Garu. Ruin, destruction, defilement. But with a reason. Destruction as transition. Destruction as revenge. Destruction as something horrible that nonetheless serves a purpose. But always destruction with meaning. Within a reality bounded by law and duty, not the mindless destruction of the apocalypse worm. The statue itself is made of painted brass and depicts Kali as a fanged, black-skinned, many-armed goddess trampling the skulls of demons. How was the world created? The shopkeeper asks. My eccentric friend Melody makes a decent case for monotheism with caveats. Who says it was created? No idea. I'm not here for riddles, buddy. How much for the statue? If I knew, I'd have my own antique shop, maybe a chain of them. Who says it was created? The shopkeeper nods. Who really knows? Who will here proclaim it? Whence was it produced? Why was this created? The gods don't know because they came afterwards. What are you creating, you ask? The Rig Veda, the shopkeeper says. Not my religion as such, but a sentiment I approve of. Confusion. But also an answer to the question of the creator. What of the creation and the creator? The Rig Veda hints at an answer. The first act was not a creator creating a creation, it was a sacrifice. The Germanic religions, which are the same as the Vedic tradition, even if they got lost in the woods, offer the same question to the answer, what is creation? The answer is, there is no creation. There was no creator, there was a sacrifice. No architect with compass and level like Blake imagines, only a change so fundamental that the offering, the priest, and the one to whom the rite is dedicated swirl and merge, becoming confused, becoming one and the same for a time. In that period where they merge, there is a creation. When the 3 rip apart again, we won't be here anymore. We've wandered off the subject, you say, trying not to see the apocalypse in the end of that sacrifice. In the three, priest, offering, God, separating. Ah, right, the shopkeeper says. 240, no refunds. The theological debate can be interesting, but one element of being Garu is your pragmatic approach to other people's religions. What can we do for each other, O goddess? Using Kali's gift, any weapon attack of yours that draws blood marks your target with the sign of Kali. The subsequent wound gives off a spiritual miasma that you can track. This means that if someone survives your wrath, you may be able to hunt them down. Since enemies of Gaia often run to their masters when wounded, Kali can open up new avenues of investigation. The gift works automatically, as long as you haven't lost the wolf, and relies on your resolve and investigative skills. Earning Kali's gift, the goddess of slaughter only bestows her gift upon black furies who have earned great glory in battle, and who burn with an inner rage that she can transform into a spiritual poison. Though your deeds are legendary, you lack the implacable fury that Kali demands. After you buy the antique, you need 4 knights. Also, you're going to have to hurt people. What does the spirit of the antique Gorgon mask offer? This is Cthino, one of the 3 Gorgon sisters, elder sister of Medusa, or a fragment or manifestation of her at least. The sculpture is his copper. Not quite a shield, not quite a mask. It looks ancient, faintly verdigreed around the edge, and is not in the best shape. You can see where modern-looking rivets have been used to hold it together. You run your hand over the rougher edges, seeking the spirit within. While the Black Fury sometimes commands spirits of paralysis and binding, you don't think the spirit is compatible with Garu. Also, the price tag says $900, which is a bit rich for your blood. There's definitely power here, but this spirit can't offer werewolves her gifts. Okay. There's a so that's everything that's at the antique store, it seems. Let's look at the hummingbird feeder that's outside. Didn't you see this hummingbird feeder around the cabin a while back? You think Podge hung this up to attract spirits, and you see that it's working at the edge of your sight. Hummingbird spirits flit to the feeder, sip, flit away. And as you watch, you realize that some of them are assembling into something vast, godlike, inchoate? I'm not sure. You keep watching, and the spirits flow together in umbral murmurations, forming a vast humanoid figure. Then suddenly he's gone. Then back again. A titan with flesh of iridescent wings and a mask of shining feathers. A mighty spirit of liberation, foe of tyranny, champion of the wild. The Hummingbird Prince, who has ruled in this land for centuries, who helped slaves escape to Canada, who helped striking workers when mills lined the rivers, who waits still to break chains and liberate the soul. Then suddenly the titan is gone, and the spirits of hummingbirds swirl around you again. One stops in front of your face, ephemeral wings buzzing. The Hummingbird Prince has the power to shatter bonds of all kind, both physical and mental. With him you can break chains and manacles, dispel mind control, and perhaps perform other miracles of liberation. Using Hummingbird's gifts requires rage, relies on your resolve, only to Galliards and Children of Gaia, which we are neither. Let's go to the restaurant. Rosemary Street has at least 2 ghost kitchens staffed by immigrants working at blinding pace. But there's also an actual restaurant where this bad stretch of road intersects with Route 5. There's the Turfside Diner. Though the parking lot is full of weeds, it appears to be open. Its Art Deco sign is illuminated and pale blue light shines from inside. Unlike the brick building nearby, the Turfside Diner appears built of solid local stone, an unusual choice that draws your attention. It's empty inside except a cook scraping at the grill and a waitress who's ordering a drunk to leave. But there's something here, something strong. For a moment you see this diner as it could be, a thriving community hub, good food, great coffee, a place to recover after a brutal shift or psych yourself up before one, a place where you belong. You can dimly perceive the spirit here, a goddess of hearth and home from halfway across the world. Hestia, my bitch! I fucking love that guy! I love her! Sure, I probably should call her a bitch. And a millennia back, transferred to this confusing and dismal environment, forced to adapt, struggling to make her desires known, her need to spread joy and happiness to bring people together. The spirit of the Turfside Diner will teach you how to brew magic potion that heartens your allies and earns you their devotion. Using the spirit's gift uses rage. The spouse only bestows her gifts on heart wardens. Oh, that's really sad. What can I learn from the alley's shadow spirits? The shadows crawl and writhe like living things. Memories of ancient motion still clinging to existence. Hateful, empty, hungry. Hateful, empty, hungry. They are nonetheless hungry. Blech. Words are hard. They are nonetheless bound to the service of Gaia. For a moment, you see Apollo fighting the Python, Marduk slaying Tiamat, Vahan battling Vishar, and 1,000 gods of radiant fury scattering 1,000 serpents of darkness. These shadows are the remnants of an ancient spiritual battle, traitors to the worm. They have reluctantly sworn themselves to the Garu in order to save their own pathetic and half-real lives. Squirming through an infernal analogue of the Milky Way, a ribbon of blackness in the earth that mirrors the ribbon of light in the sky. They burn with malice, but some Garu know how to tame them and force them to work their magic of blinding and baffling, to wield their malicious hexes in the service of Gaia. Shadow spirits appear as physical shadows, even to your eyes. You've seen Elton control them, but they're pure occult energy. And a Garu who commands them can use her determination resolve to sap the will of a living thing, making them weaker and more vulnerable. They will only serve the Shadow Lords. So we could do some chiminage and channel it directly into the Urban Blight. Let's have a look. Oh, so we have options on what we can put into it. I can't go back. I've got to... Let's do... We got some wisdom. Let's do 2 nights. As you offer your chiminage without thought of reward to the city gods, they let you in on a great secret. Those little free libraries scattered everywhere around every North American city, they're not the 21st century's equivalent of pink lawn flamingos, tacky bourgeois status markers. They are weapons that the old city gods wield against the servant of the worm. Secrets and answers await in those books for those who know how to look. They don't like telling you this, since it's not actually Garu business. That's a fucking firework. That's awful. I have a bad time with fireworks, so I'm sorry, chat, if I get distracted. Not every shapeshifter is a Garu, and Gaia has many allies, but they need help organizing their little free libraries, especially the few at the edge of Rosemary Street. Okay. So let's head back. We're gonna go, and we can go to the Barrows and the Deep Woods as well to look at to help out the spirits. You return to the Barrows. Melody has some interesting news. Now that you belong to a tribe and you have access to all 3 areas around the Lost Khan, you might be able to channel spiritual energy directly into the land using a rite developed long ago for that different purpose. It was used for maintenance and a kind of spiritual rebalancing, Melody says, back in better times, but it can help us restore these lands. Of course, I don't blame you if you focus on gifts. Gifts are neat, but the option is available to you. Okay, so we can do it directly into here as well. Let's go to the lab where we found tardigrade, because I remember that being quite cool. Melody has been busy repairing the tunnel. New braces and walkway of fresh-cut pine scent the air. The motion-sensitive lights make your flashlight redundant. She's replaced the ruined wooden door with an unlocked folding one. Inside, the laboratory has been restored to its 1963 status, like a shrine. The tools gleam, but the electronic devices like the oscilloscope aren't plugged in. You dimly perceive shades at the edge of your awareness, but dismiss them. Not threats, not strong enough to grant gifts. It's tardigrade that draws your attention. You approach the microscope. Tardigrade grants extraordinary resistance to environmental hazards. You could have used tardigrade your first week in Northampton. Does not protect you against direct attack or injuries. Tardigrade, like Tulpasaur, only gives her gift to Gale Stalkers. Okay. Malachi Palace was like an old king. Let's go to the stones of the temple. You examine the stones. Using the ward stones, the rune-carved stone grants you the power to hedge out, harm, banish, and exorcise aggressive spirits or harmful and supernatural energy. It resides on Resolve, Heart Wardens. Sorry, this is just going to be me going through a lot of stuff. Return to the stones of the temple. Let's go to Catherine. Terry, do you have my Molly? How to summon, bind, and control spirits. Only to Theurges and Silver Fangs. So, to Honourable, Garu, and like him, either Galliards or Servant of Falcon. Let's go to the Copper Mirror. What does it do? Melody's polish should remove most of the verdigris, but not at all. The mirror is thin, its back reinforced with hardwood, and its edges are sharp. Garu glyphs mark its circumference. The spirit inside the mirror is always almost visible, though when you try to look at it directly, you see only your own face. You've heard of objects like this. They store rage. All three Eldergaru in New York taught you not to think of rage as some kind of magic fuel, and each explained the danger of such erroneous thinking in different but equally convincing ways. Nonetheless, it's not... Ow! Fuck! Sorry, I just hit my ankle. No! Ah! Okay. It's fine. Nobody panic. Nobody but me panic. Ouchies. Okay. That hurt quite a lot. And that was a fucking thing. Yay. Woo! It was my ankle, not my knee. I smacked it. And then there was a firework and it scared me. I was trying to I'm sitting like a homosexual, and that's what got me. You heard it here first, folks. Don't be gay. It hurts. Nonetheless, it's not entirely wrong to say that once you learn the copper mirror's gift, you can burnish its surface in order to implant spiritual energy within it, which will then flow into you when you need it. Yeah, we got a fuckload of rage. Let's pop it in. Reveals the secrets of inner spiritual alchemy. Bounces to the Garu, the Sylvangs, Children of Gaia. Ugh, glorious philodoxes. I can't do it. Okay, that sucks. Jane Lucci. Deed name holds the door. Materializes with the clap of thunder to score and crash. Proud into Herman Galliard with good relationships from the Heart Wardens, holds the door and is willing to bless Howling Moon werewolves and the acolytes of Stag, and her own patron for Han, who are wise enough to learn her lessons. So we can't do that. What does Clay want? Use your war form. Clay heals your lesser wounds and grants you additional ferocity. You've earned enough glory to receive Clay's gift. You lack the inner fury necessary. Okay. Pankiller, remember, was an asshole. So we're going to leave the barrows for now. Return to the autumn woods. Nin is cooking a rabbit over an open flame in her hobbit form. I abandoned my awareness training and focused my experience elsewhere. I don't fucking know what that means. Let's watch the crow spirit. Crow is a cold black ripple against the high sky. Still supernatural powers of our creatures and enemy werewolves gifts, a spirit charm, only teaches to the Ghost Council and Ragabashers. Okay. This is just, I'm just gonna read through some of this stuff quickly just so I don't, because we'll get back to the story in a minute. Particularly Rise of Rune, you have Trout's interest, but he thinks you're too focused on abstractions and not focused enough on survival. Okay. Trout, don't be an asshole. Of instantaneous retaliation. Return to Porcupine. The Justice of the Black Fury yearns for instantaneous retaliation, so no one gets confused about the power of vengeance. When someone hurts you, they instantly suffer the pain of Porcupine's quills. The effect usually manifests as coincidental disasters such as bad falls or bullet ricochets. The event is automatic and relies on your stamina. How's my stamina? I think my stamina's okay, yeah. It needs to be improved though. We'll do that. Porcupine offers this gift to half-moon werewolves and Garu who swear themselves to Gorgon, patron of the Black Furies. If you want his gift, you must first impress the goddess of vengeance with glory and in battle. I have done so. So let's devote some of our time to Porcupine. They say that a warrior's worst enemy is herself, but Porcupine tells you how that isn't always true. Okay, I am very quickly going to close my window. Because I fucking hate the goddamn fireworks. 1 second. I just realised why the fireworks are going off. It's the 5th of November, isn't it? For fuck's sake. Why do we have to have a whole fucking holiday dedicated to the time that somebody failed to blow up Parliament? And dedicated to fucking explosives. Should it be fireworks that don't go off? Okay, I hate it. I hate it here. Sorry, chat. Fireworks make me very anxious because big loud sound, but I have got my headset on and I'm with you guys, so I don't feel as spooked as I usually do. Oh, they're celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Stormcast. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? I don't fucking remember. There we go. The trick he's going to teach, he explains, is how to make it true. Porcupine tells stories as you stand in front of a pond downstream from Trout's River, staring at your own reflection. He tells you about how Owl, to punish the sun for revealing her to prey, stuck her in a stone. But when the trees died and the mice died, an owl had to convince Porcupine and Raven to free the sun before they all starved. Fox is a lie designed to cover up my more important national celebration. It's so true, bestie. Porcupine tells a story about how Raven once admired Goose and how high she could fly, so he tricked them into swapping wings and was immediately shot down by a hunter's arrow. It took a long time for Fox and Porcupine to put those two back together, since by then Goose had flown south and Raven had passed all the way through the digestive tract of the hunter's family. He tells you about the time Fox stole Moose's strong legs and Moose immediately fell on him. Porcupine had to fix that too, but this is Porcupine's work, do you see? This is the world Porcupine wants. A world of instantaneous justice, better than anything humans can offer. Better than karma or the promises of gods. Strike Porcupine and suffer. Strike the chosen of Porcupine and suffer. Strike now, Porcupine tells you. Strike my sacred pond. You bring your fist down and cut your knuckles on the stones below the surface and you understand. One day, Porcupine promises, one day all the world will know such swift justice and there will be peace. Okay. Your spirit feels crowded, your mind a whirl with umbral energy. You can probably still earn another gift, but no more than that unless you improve your mental or spiritual resilience. Okay. Let's go see Wildcat. What does Wildcat require? Full moon werewolves or red talons and a rune of considerable glory. You'd be worthy of Wildcat's blessing if only you appreciated how much humanity has hurt the world, places now they deserve to pay. Okay. Let's go to Butterfly. Enhances social skills. And we've got Squibble. Okay. So that's like balancing. Mother Bear spends ready to heal allies. Theurges and Children of Gaia. Let's follow the river. Mill River churns and swells, eager to break free again. God of Scatter Dreams. Opposites to Red Talons and Gara of the Ghost Council. Let's go find Stormcat. Here I am. I'm afraid I only grant my powers to Shadow Lords. That's so fair. Okay. So, we want to up our stamina. Maybe also upgrade some of our, like, spiritual stuff going on. We could also perform the rite. This music's kind of weird. There we go. I think this is stamina. Going to Hob. Shakes your hand when he sees you. There's so much to learn, so many things to train in. Where should I begin? Stamina is not on here. Yay! But let's ask him that, I guess. You begin with making money because we live in a capitalist dystopia, as you may have noticed. And that means we have to work together to survive. I live alone, but I'm not alone, Celine. Elton helps me and I help him. Me and Lucinda back each other up when there's trouble or just no money. I know it looks lonely here, but we're a little community. But the Battle of Graves Farm destroyed us. Just wiped us out. So if you want to help, so we can help you, make some damn money. It's that simple, you ask? You and Elton and Linus, you never met him, he died. Are werewolf mutants or something, because you can work honest jobs. That's a blessing. Make a lot of money and give us time to breathe. And if you're doing groundskeeping, you know what you need. Even with all those machines, you need to be tough. I do need to put my strength up a bit. How many days do I have? I only have 13 days. You're cleaning the public areas, TVs at Gorski Manor when there's a ripple of excitement from among the recovering addicts. A fight? Working here has given you a jailbird's instinct for when someone is about to throw down. You peer into the crowd and discover the addicts and elderly patients alike gathered around a physical copy of the Boston Globe. Some have their phones and tablets out too. You finally manage to see the headline: Fraud alleged at Big Calc Hydrodynamics Project. Federal prosecutors have charged 5 employees of Everlight Gas and Electric with fraud over an investigation revealed that the senior director at the company has been using the Big Calc to mine crypto. Begun in 2020, is a joint venture of the University of Massachusetts, Everlight, and 5 smaller private energy groups. The Big Calc was created to generate new mathematical models for the use of hydrodynamic energy, reducing the long-term cost to begin new hydroelectric projects. The Big Calc has been mired in controversy since its inception, with many environmentalist groups claiming that it could never deliver on its promises. If the cryptocurrency accusations are true, the program may be shut down completely. The directors of Big Calc promised more than they could possibly deliver from the very beginning, says Kaiko Lonzetti, a mathematician of the School of Earth and Sustainability at UMass Amherst. Your phone buzzes. Cahoots. Murder and Mad Computers at Everlight. One reporter's harrowing journey into the heart of Sarkness. By Nomi Pascalis. Cahoots. Big Fat Calc, a Big Fat Lie. Michael Sullivan helps us avoid water addiction. By Nomi Pascalis. Doom and Crypto. Does the Devil Work for Everlight Gas and Electric? By Elizabetta Sneed and Nomi Pascalis. Your phone keeps buzzing. Pod just sent you another article from the Hartford Courant. Big Calc collapses amid crypto scan calculations. We did it, chat! Fuck big companies and cryptocurrency. Later that day, articles on The Verge, Ars Technica, and several minor sites cribbing off newspaper reports. Your phone buzzes all day as Elton and the others talk with the normally elusive and laconic Daphne Clear, the glasswalker at GRC Media. This is definitely Glasswalker business, and she provides as much context as she can while criticizing Podge for his recklessness. It must be a slow day at work everywhere else. By contrast, you scramble all day and can barely keep up with the chats, let alone the constant flow of news articles. But by the end of the shift, you know it's over. Director Sullivan is dead, and his immediate underlings are finished. Everlight Gas and Electric is in chaos, and the Big Calc has been halted pending a full investigation. The governor of Massachusetts has to speak to the press about what's happening. Environmental protests rage at the Big Calc site and at the University of Massachusetts. You have a long, frantic week at Gorski Manor, but you are able to read in the evenings, and by the end of the week, the dust decides to settle. 19 people have been indicted. Something like 100 have lost their jobs or are under disciplinary probation or review. The Big Calc has been abandoned. There's nothing about the drone, but this is a win. This is an enormous win. Let's go chat with Roscoe. Stamina! There we go. Okay, we're going to put stamina up, I think. You'd love to spend long hours at the end of every Gorski Manor shift honing your physical abilities, but the fact that you have to walk everywhere means that you don't have as much energy as you'd like at the end of the day. Even a werewolf's energy reserves means that you don't have aren't unlimited. When you can afford it, you should buy a bike. That will free up the time and energy you need to develop yourself physically. Okay. So I can't develop myself physically any more than I already have. That sucks. Let's do some streetwise. Did you know there's a lot of criminal activity around nightclubs? It's shocking, really. Roscoe leads you on a sordid tour of the region's nastiest shows, pointing out the dealers, the fixers, and the scammers and how they operate. You already know your way around petty crime, but the chance to put names to faces and sometimes phone numbers is invaluable. Okay. Let's leave for now. Where can we get a bike from? I buy a bicycle. Let's go to Lucinda first. See if we have any other requirements. Because we are hella Dexy. We are hella fucking Dexy. I kind of want to get better at just pop our last athletics, but that means we won't have enough to get like 2 up to 3. So, right. We take the bus back. So I buy a bicycle. Let's buy a fucking bicycle, chat. The first step to getting a bike is learning about bikes, because you don't know anything about bikes. After a few hours of online research, you've learned that you can't afford anything good from Amazon or any of the larger stores, so you start calling around and checking Craigslist. Online sources offer nothing but junk, but after working off and on for a few days, you get a lead on a good bike at a shop across the Connecticut River in Hadley. With the afternoon off, you take the bus across the bridge and find yourself standing in front of a deeply discounted Cannondale, perfect for trail riding and for getting around town. What's wrong with it, you say? Asks the sales associate. Nothing, she says. We just accidentally bought 10 instead of 2. Finger slipped on the order button. It's less than $400 and your debit card works. You pick up the cheapest helmet they have and ride back home. Fuck yeah, we did it. So let's do this real quick before we do anything else that may make us... Okay. Is there anything else we want to do? I think it was it resolve or was it composure that helps with our other gifts? Let me just see. Can we like... It doesn't give us like an expanded view on gifts. 1 second. Generation. Here we go. Does it not show us what gifts we have? I'm dying. Help me. That's just abilities. God damn it. Okay. So we're not gonna know. Let's go to Lucinda again, because she had resolve, right? No, she didn't. Okay. She had composure, though. We could do composure? Orthotics. And then we still have 3 left that we can put into some other skills. Composure really isn't too important as what we are. I think maybe we put either strength or resolve up. Strength is probably going to be the most useful, honestly. There's no secret to increasing your physical strength. Hoblin offers you a punishing weights regimen, mixed with a regular stretching and cardio so you don't lose flexibility. You work with him 4 days a week, plus make improvements to your diet. Hoblin doesn't think much of your bone nor ass habit of eating whatever you can grab from deserted tables, and make sure you get plenty of lean protein. It's not easy, but it works. Okay. Bike back to the cabin. A bad day at Gorski Manor. The sort of dreary day full of human indignities that makes the wolf shrink and whimper. That makes you feel like any other no-college experienced fringer in a dying civilization. It's rare that you're ever physically exhausted, but Garu are vulnerable to a sort of extinction of the spirit. It happened to the surviving Broadwood Garu, who spent years since their disastrous last battle in various states of paralysis. Except maybe Podge. It could happen to you. You shake the feeling off, hop off your bike, you glance northward towards the Khan. For a moment you see something. A steel mountain. A tower of holographic light stretching up to heaven. A fortress of lies. You see it plain as day, and you see the horizon burning and smell the reek of the world corpse. The earth screams, and then it's all gone. No mountain of lies, just a cold, empty sky. Okay, let's start getting to work on some of the bullshit. We're gonna look into... Let's look into Neon Albion first. Not a damn thing. Neo Albion. Not a damn thing. Granted, you're not a computer person, but Podge absolutely is. And after several days of work, he returns 2 publicity photographs, neither in New England. A dozen mentions of their existence, not their activities, on private military contractor forums, and a single mention on a blog insisting that they're a hoax. That journalist knows something, though, Podge says as you sit on the steps of your cabin, searching away. I'm contacting Nomi. An email arrives less than 10 minutes later. They're Ghost Wizards Assassins or something. I managed to dig up a team roster from a right-wing occult site who got their domain seized, so I can't vouch for it, but... Got E. Troy, Head of Operations, L. Barry, T. Eggers, A. Hone Perez, C. Merritt again, Tiberol, who was also on the list, V. Beschloss. Conrad Merritt, Podge says instantly. Hog Throne Security, the one who let the cult of Fenris in. That's gotta be him. Gotta be. It seems extremely likely, but what can you do with that? You feel like you're close to something, though. Podge thanks Nomi and asks them to contact him if anything about Neo Albion ever comes up. Maybe our curiosity is going to expose us. I don't know. But this is driving me crazy. We need to learn more. We probably do these first and then these 2 last. I'm going to see how our new buddy is settling in. Oh, I can check my laptop too. Your cabin isn't large. A shared living room and kitchen, a cramped bathroom and 2 small rooms upstairs. Podge has been banging around in what used to be the storage room ever since he arrived, and it's time you figured out what he's doing. You knock politely. "I'm wearing pants, come in," Podge calls. You shove the door open, sliding past storage containers out of the way, and wince at the blast of scorching hot air that washes over you. It's at least 90 degrees in the upstairs bathroom. Podge is wearing shorts and a bandana to keep the sweat out of his eyes as he works on some kind of white plastic machine while surrounded by laptops, cameras, toolkits. Tattoos, scars, and scabs cover his back. For the first time you realise that they're different from last time. Maybe they move every time he shifts. Before I deal with this mess, I'm still thinking about the Battle of Graves Farm. Can I talk to Podge about it? I think it was said it was really young. Damn it, Podge, we have to pay an electricity bill at the end of the month. Do you even have a job? The plastic thing better be an ice cream maker. Well, at least you look good in shorts and a smile. What is that, a drone? I study the futuristic looking gadget. What's up with the tattoos? Are they your gifts? Ah! You fucker. God damn it. Better be an ice cream maker. Even better, the Bonor says. A few more of these and we'll be energy positive and actually start making money from the power company. Then I'm thinking about gardens. Hand me a 3/8. A what, you ask? He digs around in a toolbox until he finds a wrench he's looking for, and then uses it to bang on a bent piece of aluminum. As the Americans say, aluminium. Until it conforms to the shape of the plastic casing. Maybe some kind of security perimeter. I don't know, he's saying when you can hear him again. But this is going to be great. He triumphantly holds up the mystery device. What is it, you ask? A portable helical wind turbine. We're surrounded by scrub, but past that it's open country because of the airfield, and we get a lot of wind. He pops open a trapdoor in the gambrel roof that he obviously just added, and you follow him out onto the roof. You hadn't noticed all the solar panels from below, but it looks like Podge is installing the turbine on the roof. There's a new pole down below, and he's up here to take measurements and run tests. You're not stealing them. I don't want someone to track us down. He's cute but obviously chilly. No, we're going for Shadow Daddy this time. Why aren't you installing the turbine on the roof? You're more ambitious than other Bonoras I've known. I want to know more about Podge's tribe. This is great. I know it's not much, but getting away from fossil fuels makes me happy. Yeah. My problem, Podge says as he hooks the turbine up to the same brackets to run his tests, is that just before I change, I was reading 2 books. One on Taoism and one how to disappear completely. I was a nerd in school. I only got cool in the last few years. So ever since, I've been trying to, honor rap by living the dirtbag lifestyle. But also I try to, flow, to not leave a ripple. And that's hard because I'm a full moon. Watch me walk down the street and people practically turn and run. It's like when Elton visits an occult bookstore and it's all old white ladies. Oh man, have you seen that? Anyway, my point is, he plugs in the turbine and starts running electrical tests. I try to make not to make a mess. Humans make a mess. So do wolves, though we're not supposed to say that. I take what I need and what no one else wants. I put it to use as quietly as I can. I don't make a big thing about it. It's how I honor rat. How I help, You're not stealing these, though. You don't want to be tracked down. Why aren't you installing the turbine on the roof? 2 reasons, Podge says, hooking the turbines up to the same bracket in order to run his tests. First, it can rattle around and make noise, especially in a hovel like this. This one. Second, you generate the most power with a smooth, steady wind flow. A roof is actually too low and it generates too much turbulence. I wanted to mount this one even higher, but we do live next to an airport full of amateur pilots and I don't want to take any chances. But if this one works, I'll install more. He plugs in the turbine and starts running electrical tests. Great. Now you know more about wind turbines than you'll ever need. Podge's antique portable voltmeter beeps. He nods. We're up and running, Podge says. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to stick you up on the top of the pole I installed this morning because I don't want to fall. And it's where you spend the next hour. But when it's done, the white plastic helix is spinning in the wind, generating power for Podge's computer room. He shows you the power readings, and mostly thanks to all the jury-rigged solar panels on the roof, the cabin is now generating more power than it uses, even while running all those laptops. You spend the rest of the morning driving around in the beat-up truck. It is beat-up truck collecting abandoned plants to fill up the house. Podge grabs everything, from tomatoes and green beans to flowers and ferns, as well as 2 plastic water barrels, some self-watering containers, and lots of tubing and hoses. Everything is abandoned, ignored. It's like the Bodnor has some gift that lets him slip into the forgotten corners of the urban borderlands, even in a pickup truck, to find treasures forgotten by the people of the map. You spend another hour getting everything on the truck. Podge explains what everything does as he drives you to Gorski Manor so you can clean the cafeteria. An unpleasant task you've been neglecting. No, not work! Despite making plans, you end up having to work all Halloween night because one of the inpatients slit his wrists in the bathroom. Jesus Christ. In the custodial workers' bathroom, which means you have to clean it extra hard because that's where you piss and take werewolf business calls. And then you can't go home because there are police everywhere until past midnight. But the moment they clear out, trucks pull up to the ambulance turnaround. Your packmates are here to turn the cafeteria into an illicit hog-thrown after-party. Your packmates? How quickly the description came to your mind. Why are you smiling, Celine? Trevor, the Saint Homunculus frontman, asks. He's dressed as King Tut, 66 Batman villain, not historical monarch. Do you still have some of whatever it is? My usual guy didn't come through and beer isn't enough. I don't have anything, you say, watching your pack. Elton, currently setting up the sound system, is dressed like some kind of Scarlet Pimpernel guy with a peacock cape. Smiling out of happiness at this job? You're fucking crazy. Trevor looks like he's about to make a pass at you despite your ragged and uncostumed state, but then he leaves to chat with Nin, who's dressed as a giant bag. You can't see anything, and you only know it's her because her guitar is sticking out of the top. I fucking love that. I love her. Where's your costume? Podge ask you. He dyed his hair blonde and is dressed like the girl in the Every Day is Like Sunday music video, complete with a trench coat and the I don't eat my friends t-shirt. She has a real job, Patrick, Melody says. Podge tries to respond, then his eyes snap onto her sexy non-costume. What? Melody says. I'm Miss 45. You said I should dress as my favorite superhero. How can you afford these costumes? I have like $10 and I work all day. I just don't think I'm a fan of pop culture. Why is Elton this color? Why is Nin a bag? She's the bag from Audition. I've been experimenting with letting her watch sexually violent movies to see if they drive her permanently insane. What the fuck? Melody is so fucked up. And so far she hasn't killed any men. I mean, except for normal reasons. Yesterday a blast of synth pop drowns out whatever she's saying. To their credit, your pack manages not to cause so much damage to the cafeteria that you'll get into trouble. And Elton even stops Bonnie, Prince Harley's kissmate, from shooting off bottle rockets. On the other hand, you have to remain vigilant all night because a hog-thrown after-party actually is pretty dangerous once the kids clear out, and you don't want any real humans to start a fire, OD, or antagonize a werewolf. But on the third hand, you have a pack now. How strange and wonderful. Melody takes off early. She has serious reservations about werewolves just hanging out, psychologically unprotected, protected by the rituals and ceremonies of the Garu Nation. She takes Nin home because the little wolfborn is terrifying to normal people, and she doesn't seem to understand that she thinks she's a rock star. Elton and Podge leave around 4 in the morning to patrol in Lupus form, leaving you to clean up and help a few helplessly drunk and stoned partygoers find rides home. Then you start your next shift at Gorski Manor. Let's do the magic pumpkin. Elton has kept the Triple King under lock and rune at his flat ever since you returned from Ashfield. You visit him late one evening, but you have to wait for him to finish lifting weights. I wish it transferred between forms a little better, he says when he emerges from his bedroom, skin gleaming like Emperada marble in the light of the reading lamps. Oh, what about the pumpkin? You ask after the feared showers, but before he can don his kimono and reading slippers. I love him so much. Shadow Daddy is fucking top tier. I found more information about the Triple King and spirits like him. According to Garu lore, these harvest gods are associated with the Weaver. They're rare in the New World, as the Corn Maidens dislike them, but we should be able to secure the Triple King by binding him to an existing temple structure. At Melody's barrow, you ask? Melody dropped off the Triple King, but she doesn't want him out in the wilds, and neither do I. We're going to bind him on Melody Street at the Shrine of Simmer. Simmer, you ask? Patron of the Silent Strider tribe, Elton says. There's a mostly secret temple to him on Rosemary Street. We'll get him set up there, and then his power will veil us from detection. After a short bus trip, Elton takes you up a flight of stairs to a shrine lit only by guttering candles. He tells you to stand guard as he installs the Gilded Gourd. Then he hands you a poorly mimeographed spiral-bound book. Time for another ritual, he says. Entirely thwart, then bind the Triple King. The rite is a celebration of the Triple King's cunning and guile. You pantomime the roles of rivals and enemy warriors as he uses his tricks and illusions to escape destruction time and again. Though the Triple King says nothing, you can feel that he is pleased, and that he is afraid of Simur, whose wings stretch from one side of the slum to the other, and who sees everything. Ah, I see, Elton says. afterwards as he sips coffee and flips through his notes on the Turfside Diner, down the street from the Magic Pumpkin's new home. I don't think the Corn Maidens will allow us to earn a gift from the Triple King, but he respects us now. His phantasms will hide our activity from our mortal enemies and from certain curious journalists. Even when Broadbrook was strong, we weren't able to cast a veil over activities like this. We had Fox, of course. His gifts prevent people from following a werewolf, but this will protect all of us. We've done well tonight, Celine. So wait, he's in the Urban Blight now? So can we go to Simmer? We can't. That's very sad. I don't have enough money. But we can try to... let's see. Let's offer 5 Nights of Wise Chiminage. Move books around in the little free... You perform the wisdom rite. Move books around in the little free libraries. The next morning dawns upon an urban blight that isn't as blighted as you remember. There's still trash in the alleys and graffiti on the brick walls, but people have started to move back into the damaged houses. Fix them up, work together. Your and Podge's presence keeps the police from hassling people or ripping through their tents, providing stability and a bit of dignity to the desperate people who congregate here. It's still halfway between a slum and a shanty town. In a few hours, you'll see the hustlers and petty criminals as they get to work. You can already feel the noxious spirits of despair and revenge, but this place is healing. A man rolls up a graffitied garage door to sell tattoos and jewelry. His masterpiece, a psychedelic mural on black velvet that depicts Sonic the Hedgehog and the Witch King of Angmar lying stoned on a futon under the words, "Smoke them ranks." Thank you, Stormcast, for redeeming Take a Sippy. Thank you for throwing your frogs at me. I cherish them all in their little jars. I've taken a big sippy of water, not coffee this time. Under the words, "Smoke them rangs," has not yet met its asking price of $700, but he otherwise does good business. The nail salon will open in about an hour. The old nudie lady rolls her stool into position on the corner. A line forms immediately. Podge patrols in his lupus form, just as another stray dog, half seen through the cold mist. Okay. Let's go to the Barrows and add some of our power soup. Return to the stones of the temple. What were these ones again? This is a scrying stone. Unfortunately, you don't need to stay here to benefit from the gift. Ghost Council, Servants of Peter Skog, the Horn Servant. Okay. Let's do honor, I think, for this place. Of all the prosperous crowds, count no man happy before he dies, Ovid cautions. And yet what happiness is there for spirits who cannot further their legend? And what joy can there be for the gods here who receive only Melody's sacrifices? And she does not believe they are gods. Lonely shadows. The dead crave the shadows of joy, of fellowship, and of honor. And you offer it to them. A campfire suffices, a place to gather and tell tales of old nights, before all the cars, or before the coming of the Europeans, or before the coming of Abraham and Akhenaten, when humans did not dream beyond their station. The gods and ghosts swap their tales. They laugh their dusty laughs and shout their whisper quiet praises of each other. And they know a shadow of honor. Looking around, you see how much the Barrows have healed after David Binnicky's depredations here. Almost all the cement and metal rubbish has been removed or repurposed. The few remaining unnatural plants have withered, and the smell of corruption is gone, replaced by the deep, rich smell of decaying plant matter and wet leaves. Melody has been busy repurposing the physical artifacts of the Fumbles defilement, and now footpaths wind among the different barrows, and little floating bridges wait for the spring rains when they'll help you cross fast-flowing water. Let's also go to the deep woods. I'm gonna put this different song on. Oh, can I not? I don't think I can channel into here yet. Because I'm training my awareness right now, apparently it says here. Let's... Let's also do glory here, I guess. The gods love glory, though in these civilized modern nights they try to hide it, but it's true. They love steaming entrails on gilded platters, and the breaking of spears, and the way a man's body comes apart at death, like the nods have all been pulled out. They The dead love it too. They love to hold up their hands and feel the hot blood of their withered palms. They love to know you'll join them soon. You offer them howls of glory, shouts of battle, and promises that soon the enemies of Gaia will die, screaming. It delights them. Oh, restore Melody's barrows! Okay. So can I do this again? Can we offer some wisdom as well? What wisdom can you offer the gods, and what do the dead need now with wisdom? You sit among them and close your eyes and discover that the spirits want something you can offer. You are willing to listen, so you listen to the old frustrations and struggles, the ties that bind the gods, that they hate as restrictions on their self-proclaimed omnipotence, the old grievances of the dead that, like the wounds of Hamlet's father or some other fantastic ghost, never heal. You listen and they talk, and they feel some measure of comfort and understanding. Yay! Okay, let's see if we can help out in the slum. Because I definitely want to do this at some point. So what was it that I needed for this? 6 Nights of Honor. Okay. No, we're gonna do this. We don't want to do honor, so we'll do 4 Nights of Glory. Once long ago in ancient Sumer, each city had its god, safe and secure in a temple. The god protected that the gods might be protected. This was the old way, the ancient covenant between spirits and mortals, the tradition evoked in some Greek cities, including Athena's. But when the Romans learned evocatio, how to call the city gods from their places, and keep them bound while they sacked a city, and that not Christ or Buddha, as some spirits claim, but evocatio was the end. Evocatio, I don't know, was the end of the old covenant. At least that's what a wall spirit whispers into your dreams. But the spirit knows what Rosemary Street wants: strong walls. Not literally, not anymore. Spirit knows about helicopters and howitzers. They want you to chant the wall chants, the spear chants, the chants of courage that keep out invaders. But, since they are city spirits, invite in the merchants, the philosophers, the artists. It is a two-headed chant, a Janus chant, and you offer them the words of glory and protection and wealth, and the city gods are pleased. Yay! It's a cold, dry autumn morning as you and Podge line up for the Noodle Lady's noodles alongside the salon employee, construction workers, hustlers and artists. It's amazing how much the street has changed since your first visit. The trash is mostly gone, scooped up by a recycling cooperative that also sells scrap metal and machine parts. Graffiti is still everywhere, but it's exuberant, sophisticated, artistic. You've started to see influencers snapping selfies in front of the most aesthetic walls and posting them to the gram. One of Lucinda's friends has drawn a mural of a red Na'vi with fire magic fighting red baby Yodas who shoot lightning. It's one of the worst things you've ever seen. There are more restaurants open beside the Turfside Diner too. In addition to the ghost kitchens and the Noodle Lady, there's an Ethiopian place, a jerk chipping pit, neither with any internet footprint. Podge has been busy deflecting the cops and securing limited zoning rights, but most of this is either illegal or so legally murky that no one really knows what's going on. So I guess now it either goes one of two ways, Podge says as he watches Rosemary receive an actual street sign. Either the pigs roll through, break up the tents, and shut down the nail salons, and that guy who tricks out cars, he slaps his noodles, or developers find this place, rents go to $3,000 a month for one bedroom, and everyone flees except bankers and trust fund kids. That's possible, but there's a magic to Rosemary Street now, literally and visibly to your wolf eyes, in the form of spirits of art and civilization dancing in the corner of your vision, and now they might be strong enough to fight back against the forces that smother, corrupt, or obliterate places like this. Excellent. Okay. Let's check our bank statement real quick. I'm broke. Yep, that makes sense. I bought a bicycle. Let's start analyzing the data. There is an absolutely preposterous amount of unfiltered data. Most of it, the drone's broad spectrum audiovisual recording. Not a computer person, you just click on the first file. The colors are bizarre, but you can make out what's going on. A blare of rock music. Backstage at a concert, Catherine, Elton's late wife, steps into frame. Catherine has the same lush blonde rivulets as in the oil painting, though she looks less ethereal now, with a Monster Energy drink in one hand and an iPhone in the other. As you watch, Melody's older sister Harmony slips around the corner. She looks like Melody, bigger in every way except the curly hair, which she keeps close cropped, and her rolled up t-shirt reveals a tattoo on each bicep. The same six-pointed star wreathed in flame you recognize from her glove on one arm. A burning and crowned salamander on the other. This show sucks, Catherine says, absently scrolling on her phone. A poster behind them advertises an anonymous-themed dark cabaret band called the Dresden Lulls. I just learned there's a leak at the bottling plant, Harmony says giddy. It's both here and in the Umbra. A bunch of Dratosi just appeared, and there are more of those webs of slime, or slime patches or whatever in the ground. Not in roots this time, in pipes. Interesting, you've never encountered webs in pipes or roots. Oh, tell me we're allowed to go, Catherine says, eyes widening with excitement as she puts her phone away. Jane says yes, and I just scored some fun stuff from Knife Eyes. Want to kill some Banes and then go to his house party and get fucked up? Oh my god, yes, Catherine says. Actually, wait, we'll take out the Banes, but I'm supposed to meet Elton afterwards. Who? The only black werewolf in, like, the whole world, Harmony. Oh my god, we met him in Mainz. He's a werewolf? Oh, that totally makes sense. Yeah, he's cute. Looks like, what's his name from Creed? Muscles and such like. An interminable 20 minutes of Catherine and Harmony discussing boys. Honestly, I admire Catherine's ability to function like a normal human. Why can't they see the drone who sees them? I look for clues as they make fun of Podge's haircut. So Harmony is a human alchemist of some kind, but I recognize those tattoos as belonging to any spirits. This is so boring. Go fight Banes. So yeah, she was an alchemist. You're no occult scholar, but you're almost certain that neither of those symbols is Garu or part of your local tradition. You scan Harmony as she moves around the backstage. Finally, her phone buzzes. It's Grey now, she says, the Silverfang chieftain. We have his gift. Bossman says the problem at the bottling plant might be bigger than we thought. Wants to call a meeting. Damn, Catherine says. This show was just getting good. They take off and the drone can't or won't follow them. Look at all this fucking data, Podge says, messing around on his own laptop at the threshold of your rim. I've been watching the main file, the map with the little labelled dots moving around, all day, and I can't make sense of it. We're going to have to analyse this in some way that won't take 10 years. Rebuild the indexing system. That will take extensive understanding of computers and a lot of patience, which I don't think I have. The computer is no. Resolve is... Okay. I've seen a lot of occult references in what passes for a readme text file. I might be able to use my academic knowledge, which I also don't have, to understand what happened. You're going to have to take the lead here, Podge, but I'll provide support where I can. Text me and I'll wander around town to the locations indicated. That will require some cleverness and familiarity with the wild place around the city. Once we start, I don't think we'll be able to stop. Let's begin a formal investigation later. Okay. We're going to do that because... let's go on a little date with Shadow Daddy chat. It's Shadow Daddy date time. I know I said we were going to stop in like an hour to play other games like 2 hours ago, but this is getting interesting. Obviously, all you need to do is text Elton and ask him when you should come over to look at his books, right? Or wrong. Perhaps disastrously wrong. You have to be reasonable about this. Thinking responsibly, you take out your phone and search for, is England an arse culture or a guess culture? Black Khan read an article about this in The Atlantic or something and talked about it all week. From what you can remember, guest cultures allow all kinds of requests and place little emphasis on rejection, while arse cultures avoid rejection by not making a request until careful analysis assures that the answer will be yes. Or maybe you have that entirely backwards. But the point is, okay, arse culture or maybe guest culture depends on a tight network of shared expectations. But presumably you don't have that, since Elton is English and Garu belong to different tribes as well as different human affinity groups. There's nothing here about whether England is an arse culture or a guest culture, but you do learn that England has social classes, which you're already aware of because Clay liked Monty Python. Great Gaia, suffering through that shit as part of your Garu education. You preferred the ass kicking anyway, despite his considerable education. Elton is a working class Brit. Consider that a key part of his identity. And you're pretty friendly, right? You should just be able to ask and it won't be weird. Your search is proving frustrating. And wait, did you turn Do Not Disturb on? You check your text and see Elton. Hey, need help moving someone. He's already in a carpet. I took care to get him in the carpet already, and this is how I am treated. I'm here. Aces, come to the flat. We're just gonna move a fucking body. Oh, it's a statue, never mind. The flat is in chaos, overflowing with books, artifacts, generational treasures, and the normal detritus of everyday life. The flat is too full for a lot of activity, and Elton has been busy. A rug of no particular provenance contains something about the size and shape of a small child. Concerning. It's not a small child, Elton says. It's a statue. A gallery in North Adams wants it as part of a showing of 20th century British art. Grab an end. After quite a bit of manoeuvring, you get the statue down to the van that's already full of English art, some quite heinous. So, what the heck? That's so mean. I mean, to be fair. Sorry for putting you to work, the theurge says as the sun passes behind the building to the west, casting long, dark shadows across the parking lot. He's obviously tired. And since only Melody is more capable than Elton of tireless manual labor, you know it's mental fatigue. Organization, sorting the kind of thing an occult scholar needs. An amanuensis or zealot underling for. Another weird word, chair. Another weird word. Nuensis. But sus. I'm sus, chair. A literary or artistic assistant, in particular one who takes dictations or copy manuscripts. Okay, interesting. What brings you here? You said you're a bit winded too, and a parking lot next to an active farmer's market isn't a good place to shift into Galbro form. Oh, right, Elton says, eyes widening, and I just worked you like a dog, or like an ape, I guess, on account of your opposable thumbs. Sorry about that. I'm tough enough to move a statue downstairs, and I'm happy to help. Let's get to work. What kind of statue was it? I thought I'd seen all of Elton's house, but I only remembered the Athena and some smaller objects. You're really letting regular people borrow your art? It's good to have you here, Celine, Elton says, because the work is endless. When you come to America and sort of accidentally fall into ownership of a considerable occult library after certain activities along the Rhine, you think you're set up for life, but then you learn about library maintenance and discover how overwhelming it is. He talks as you head back through the covered alley and upstairs to the astounding chaos of the flat. The place still smells like expensive cigarettes, faded herbs, old paper and leather, a life carried across the Atlantic. Just ahead of the catastrophe, Catherine's painting, you notice, is in the corner of the living room and covered, along with quite a few other works of art. Restoration, Elton murmurs when he sees you've noticed. Or an attempt to move on, you're not sure. The theurge takes your shell jacket. He's wearing a black turtleneck. Oh, he's so hot! Now subtly faded so the light reveals faint patterns of rust and indigo. The grey slacks that look torn up on the inside because Elton is too proud to wear cargo pants even when he needs to carry tools. He's replaced his boots with geometrically patterned red slippers that you're carefully not to call Turkish slippers because they're probably Armenian. You're no scholar, but you mostly handle the organizational work. Elton tells you what piles different books or artifacts belong in. You work your way through a checklist while the theurge tells you of all the ways people have tried to rob him. First in Bristol, where his mother was a scholar of the occult. Then after his first change in Mainz, that decaying city by the Rhine, where he met Catherine, though he doesn't say it. And then here, where not even the Broadbrick Garu at the height of their power could track all the grubby and power-obsessed witch gangsters who were always trying to get their hands on artifacts. You seem to have a good relationship with your parents. I'm a little jealous, though. I strive for peace now. I was always angry. Do they send a lot of werewolves to Mainz? Is that how it works? Should we do something like finding about all the occult crooks? The litany gave us the authority to get rid of them. Let's talk about his parents, I guess. My mum worked for an organization called the Arcanum, Elton says. Occult researchers, antiquarians, folklorists. Useless old men, mostly. They didn't like her much. He permits himself a little smile as he carefully wipes down a soapstone medallion depicting King Lycaon. Of course, she figured out there was something a bit odd about her son. Before I changed, saved Gaia knows how many lives in those council houses where we lived, wrote a paper on it that got ignored, and decided that helping me was more important, and for that matter interesting, than getting treated like the help by the doddering grandsons of earls. You chat as you work until everything is in 3 piles to put back, to be sold and to be mislabeled to bamboozle human occultists and get them to go away. You let your eyes sweep across the keep piles as Elton spins up the reincarnation of Luna on his Art Deco gramophone. Cool before MP3s, music rumbles out of the old machine. Elton talks just a little too fast, which makes him hard to understand, even though the years in America have worn his accent down. But it also tells you that he's happy to have you here. You cross to the window that looks down on the bustle of Main Street. The colleges are open again, and you see a gaggle of Smith College students regarding the restaurant prices with growing concern. Why exactly does Elton want you here, and why are you here? The flat isn't even that big, but I feel like I'd explore it forever. Okay, Celine, it's time to flirt. Don't mess this up. There must be something here you haven't shown me, Elton. Or we could go, I'm starving. Okay, chat. I can't. Chat. I'm gonna fumble this so bad. Cause I'm just like, I'm hungry. Yeah, I deserve to be bogged. I am so ace and insane that I'm just out here like, maybe we should go get food or something. I don't know. Mostly because food is like a form of like physical like caring or something. I don't want to fuck this up for us. But if I directly flirt, I feel like that's not the way to go. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna pick I'm starving. Or should I flirt? A way to a Garu's heart is through their tum-tum. Man invited you over to move a statue. Get in there. Okay. It's flirting time. Don't fuck it up. Have you ever seen a didgeridoo? Elton asks. I have, you say gravely. The one I have was played by the Garu with the youngest first change on local record, 15 and a half back in 1965. It's interesting that those of us who survived the Battle of Grace Farm, and you, all changed young. I think Garu used to have their first change younger. Maybe all the beef hormones go in the other direction for the expression of werewolf genes. I don't pretend to know how it works, but we all got into this life so early that it should have driven us all mad. Maybe it's because it's all we ever knew. Wait, you weren't a triathlete or a mathematical genius in high school, were you? No? Then my theory holds. The Theurge says, Great Gaia, Elton is bad at flirting. He's stupid, chat. He's a fucking idiot. Alright, dinner. I fucking knew it, Stormcast. God damn it. I fucking knew it. Well, for once. My stupid asexual ass instincts were correct. Alright, dinner. I have something good, but I was actually just down at the farmer's market scavenging as I do, and aha, he pulls a basket. He opens a basket. Man's gonna make fucking dinner for me, bitch. Never mind. He opens a basket and pulls out fresh herbs, fresh bread, cheese the color of mushrooms, and mushrooms the color of Velveeta cheese. While he fries the terrifying looking mushrooms and the herbs, he manages to retrieve a dusty bottle of red wine that he pours into two crystal whiskey tumblers. Elton seems constitutionally incapable of ever getting the right kind of drink in the right kind of class. In minutes, you have a complete feast spread before you, and you're pretty sure that the electric orange pan-fried mushrooms aren't poisonous. You're not going broke over this, are you? The bottle is dusty, Elton. Is that even safe? Dusty bottles. I'm relieved you're not monastic and can enjoy physical things. Come on, dude, take the hint. Okay, we're gonna go with the first one. I can't remember the last time I paid for food, Elton says. And at the risk of insulting you, this blueberry wine is $12 or 2 for $20 in the discount bucket. After we lost so many people, I found myself the remaining Garu member of a loose grey market network that stretches across western Massachusetts. Mostly I use it to make sure queer kids have housing when winter comes. Fuck yeah! What a king. But I'm not above procuring some bread that didn't sell. Podge is right. The things humans throw away could feed and clothe an entire second city. You're surprised by how tired you are after all that book wrangling. We need to have cuddles. It's time. Elton puts on a quieter album, Jazz Fusion, and your conversation drifts from literature to the spirit world to the various municipal crises assailing the towns in the valley. It's pleasant to let your guard down as you talk. You can't do that with regular people. Yes, your conversation drifts into matters they'd regard as insane or criminal, and you couldn't do it around your old pack, who regarded you as a particularly stupid child. Even though you're here, you might be here for more than friendship. You're with a man who's older than you, and who is obviously still processing the shock of losing his wife and most of his friends. You feel relaxed, but you are going to have to figure out what you want here. If he's interested in more friendship, then so am I. But how to bring up the subject? Your eyes fall on the fabric oil painting of Catherine. I mean, we have to discuss her, don't we? Elton says, sipping his wine and not quite looking at where the painting is, nor at you. There's something a bit old-fashioned about falling in love with a girl and marrying her after 6 months. It shouldn't have worked. Old-fashioned and romantic, I think. Did it for as long as it lasted. I'm sorry if you don't want to talk about her. Did it work? Sometimes I wonder, Elton says, taking a sip of wine. Werewolves aren't the most stable creatures. He glances at you, then smiles and says, a lot of divorcees at Broadbook. Linus, Jane, Catherine and I made it work. But now that I have some distance, I don't know. Maybe for me it was a mix of infatuation and awe, and both human and Garu madness. Maybe I was too young. There was nothing deep, or maybe that's the depth, just a swirling method of emotions. And now, you ask? Do you know why I keep that painting now? Elton says. Because she was always better at all this than I was. A smarter scholar, a stronger theurge. She even outweighed me in Krenos form. Oh shit, she's hot. Makes a bloke have doubts about himself, right? He chuckles. I don't. He swallows, chooses his words carefully. I love her anymore the way I did, but I respect her and always will. Yeah, it's a woo time. Thank you for the frogs, Silas. Except she did too much Molly and those bloody Sobranis, the cigarettes. But other than that, but I respect her and always will. She was a better to myself, smarter, more disciplined, better able to unify her spirit, human and spirit halves. Except she did too much Molly and those bloody Sobranis and the cigarettes. But other than that, I keep her here to remind me of what I could be if I was strong enough. And no matter how strong or smart you are, the things we fight don't play fair. The last record, early Detroit techno, ends in a hiss of static, and Elton replaces it with old swing. Then he pulls you to your feet like you weigh 20 pounds. Strong even in his Homid form, you have to remember that. Why are you here, Cillian? He asks as he interwaves his friends with yours. For you, they threw me out because my pack leader melted. Wait, why are you also a good dancer? All of these, incredible. First one, not enough of a disaster, I don't think, for Celine January. I'm answering it with humour. Sorry about Clay, Elton says, manoeuvring you with remarkable grace through the cramped and cluttered kitchen. I hope you found something better here than back there. Well, yes, you say. It's hard to imagine something worse. And Elton is a good dancer. For a time he just lapsed into silence. It's a short record and the music fades. Do I smooch him? Let's just dance? Do we just be intimate or do we go for the smooch? Is it smooch time? With Shadow Daddy? I don't know. I'm indecisive. My brain says don't break the intimacy of the moment. Fuck you. Fuck you, Stormcast. What the heck? Because my brain is telling me, like, oh, don't break the intimacy of the moment with, like, snogging. You know, just dancing together. It's the slow burn romantasy fan inside of me. We all have two wolves inside of us. One is a slow burn romantasy fan. The other is a normal human being. But also a wolf for some reason. It's just a kiss, not jump the man. I know. But do I torture you, chat, with the slow burn? This is my question. Do I torture you all? I need a little sippy. Do I have Skittles? I do have Skittles. I'm gonna have some Skittles while I think. Or while I watch chat. Ow. Oof. Edged by a video game reading. It's so true. I'm just out here edging chat while the fireworks still go off because they're fucking assholes. Okay, chat. I mean, let's smooch a Shadow Daddy. Let's fucking do it. Yes! He touches your face and you both stop dancing, except to sway a little. Oh, I should eat the rest of this Skittle one second. Then you pull him close and your lips meet. For a time, there's only the gentle skip of the record, the faint rattle of wind against the window that looks down on the parking lot, and the alternately soft and rough texture of his mock turtleneck. Finally, he steps away, as if unsure what to say. He retrieves another jazz album, settles you on the couch, and sits next to you. There's a glint in his eyes, and for a moment you wonder how you should react if he starts ripping your clothes off. That's an interesting notion to consider. Then he sits back a little bit, says, sometimes it's strange to realize how far I've come. Bristol, Mainz, here, and not much of it in my control. There's certainly some awkwardness in the way he moves now, but also a great deal of interest. The theurge is just trying to figure out what he wants, same as you. The two of you talk, letting your conversation drift from music to art to the antiquities. Why is it This is fucking intense for just a cute little moment. Let's go with that one. There's certainly some awkwardness in the way he moves now, but also a great deal of interest. The Theurge is just trying to figure out what he wants, same as you. The two of you talk, letting your conversation drift from music to art to the antiquities of the Barrows to various occult artifact crimes. Elton has thousands of stories. He kisses you twice more, as if to make you entirely sure that he didn't just bump his face against yours the first time. Jazz plays from the old gramophone. Though you've enjoyed yourself, you find yourself drifting a little, struggling to pay attention no matter how fascinating Elton is. And then you realise that you're on his leather couch, wrapped in a blanket, and pale light is streaming through the eastern window. We fell asleep! Fuck! Girly pop, Celine, you fucking fumbled it. God damn it. Celine, Elton says, I have two pieces of terrible news. The first is that your work wants you in early. I've been watching the message flash. The second is that you fell asleep on the cheese. It's probably really stuck to you by now. I tried to rule you over, but you got bitey. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. We fumbled the bag. He is polite enough to walk you to Gorski Manor, even though you slept on the cheese, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's check phone. Can we grab anything? We can't afford to take any days off. Okay. What should we look at next? Should we go check out the bottling plant that Harmony and Catherine mentioned? I think that's the line of investigation you're going with. You make sure the others know where you're going. But this is the sort of scouting should only require a single werewolf. So one day, when you don't have work in the morning, you head to the bottling plant. According to your research, it's been shut down for years, a decaying industrial hulk next to the river that multiple environmental groups have wanted to see the city or state investigate more extensively in case old chemicals are leaching into the soil or water. Cities, state and county officials have flipped the problem back and forth among themselves for the past few years, refusing to do anything. The physical site is an ugly mess of metal and concrete, covered in graffiti and no trespassing signs. But patrols are infrequent because no one actually cares about this place. Yeah, my character fucking fumbled so hard. Like, bitch, are you fucking serious? But I guess she did move the statue. God damn it, and I even put your fucking stamina up. God damn it! The physical site is an ugly mess of concrete, metal and concrete, covered in graffiti and no trespassing signs. But patrols are infrequent because no one actually cares about this place, and you're going in the day, so no one should be able to see your flashlight from the outside. After some careful evaluation of the structure, you find an unlocked door possibly used by squatters. One nice thing about a werewolf is that you're not afraid of squatters, so you head in. A labyrinth of dirty concrete stretches out before you. You roam the interior for 2 hours, meeting only rats, abandoned in haste after whatever Harmony and Catherine did to it. The bottling plant is mostly warehouse, broken wooden pallets, industrial lighting, cinder block walls covered in swastikas and cocks, 3 abandoned forklifts, long stripped of anything valuable. Sorry, I still can't not laugh when I say the word cock. Because I'm a fucking child. The actual bottling facility is covered in cobwebs that indicate previous occupation by some sort of monstrosity. Some of the webs are enormous, but everything appears abandoned. But you're quickly frustrated. There's definitely some kind of sealed room in here. Maybe even something like the room where you met and liberated that drone. But it's entirely sealed from every direction. You try peering through the cracks in the wall using OWL, but you can't see anything. But the level of quiet security tells you something is here, and you go find something interesting among the obscene graffiti and trash. Alchemy signs. The crown salamander you've seen before. It's Harmony's, so she was definitely here. But why she covered one otherwise unremarkable wall with alchemical symbols you don't know. You take pictures though. You'll get a full report to your companions and maybe they can crack this nut. Nut. You keep thinking about how much fun you had at Elton's flat, sorting through his treasures and talking about an improvised dinner spread and a bottle of wine. You think about it because you can't seem to recreate it. This isn't in the melancholy and wistful sense that all shared joys are ephemeral, but because you're so overworked and you could barely text each other. Gorski Manor is a nightmare. The bookstore is probably worse, and you both have to deal with trying to learn more about Neo Albion. You can text, of course. Elton's antiquarian affections don't prevent him from that, but your other activities mean conversations are disjointed, picked up and dropped, with no chance to actually spend time together, even digitally. Let's investigate the Umbral Pipeline. Yes, it's time to follow that glass wire, spirit trail, energy. Okay, first you need to term for it. Your phone buzzes, crestfolder 180 IQ. They're called pattern lines, and you're in over your head. Not even Al can help you see clearly. Good morning, Mrs. Clear. I don't care if you're my elder, you can't snoop on me like this. Whatever they are, they're corrupting the spirit world. I'm willing to let you condescend to me if you're willing to help me out. Yeah, fuck it. Your terms are acceptable. Meet me at coordinates. Bring the, numbers. Bring the Wolfborn, obviously. Say what you want about Glasswalkers. They're precise. You text Nin and explain that she and Whippoorwill are both needed. Once you're sure Nin understands what she needs to go, you use the map program to determine the exact location Mrs. Clear means. Then shift into your lupus form and lope out of town. The journey takes you north through pitch black woods as clouds hide the crescent moon. The night air is cold and the earth smells like rotting vegetables. I hate the noises that are happening right now. Translating GPS coordinates into nomad wolf vibes isn't easy, but Nin finds you and hops until you follow her. She seems entirely confident in her navigation skills, and indeed, when you change back into your Homid form and check your phone, you're about 100 feet from your target destination. It's so dark that you flick on your flashlight to walk the rest of the way. The attack dogs are waiting for you. Relax, they're harmless, Daphne Clear says. I thought she had, like the fucking Neo-Albion were coming after us, and she betrayed us. Daphne Clear says, as her servants flank you and Nin. That was a very good musical transition if this had been a betrayal. The sleek Dobermans watch you with cool intelligence, ranging back and forth, moving with eerie coordination. Then they both stop, as if from a command they didn't hear. They've calculated the ideal range to attack from before you could change. Their eyes watch you like cameras. Each is more than twice the size of Nin, who is conspicuously small for a wolf. Well, mostly harmless, Miss Clear says. Celine, please meet Thivai and Abor. Forgive me, Miss Clear, but isn't building cybernetic murder dogs a violation of the litany? Hello, new friends. Please keep your attack dogs away from me, Daphne. Cool. I'm pretty sure that the litany says you shouldn't make cyberhound units, but cool. We're here to do a job. Where's the pattern lines? It's kind of sick. It's kind of sick that she's got robots. She's also so hot. She's got a fucking gun in her bed. Okay. Is that a gun in your undies, or are you too happy to see me? Oh, shit. Well, the other tribes carve patterns into rock, Miss Clear says. We confront the world as it is today. You wonder if Gorgon offers something as cool as a robot dog battle buddy. Oh, 1 second, chat. I will have to be... Chat, I've returned from war, and by war I mean speaking to my mom. Trying to sort out some organizational stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, I see you're talking about the cheese tragedy and the I did fall asleep in the cheese. And I have returned from war. I'm so sorry, everyone. That was a very unexpected call. I just need to chat with me mammy for a hot minute. Anyway, Miss Clear. You wonder if Gorga... let's get back to this. So, let's start. While the other tribes carve patterns into rocks, Miss Clear says, we confront the world as it is today. You wonder if Gorgon offers something as cool as a robot dog battle buddy. I feel obligated to inform you, Miss Clear says, that they are not robots. Please don't treat them as such. They're natural dogs from a reputable breeder in Atlanta. It's the work, what your occultist friend would call a rite, that allows me to get so much out of them. Thivai and Apor are experiments in a human path not taken. A tech tree abandoned by humanity during the Industrial Revolution that I am trying to explore again. Also, if you see a FOMO, tell one of them and they'll attack. Cool. It looks like the Glasswalker drove here, as her Polestar is parked on the gravel. You've only seen photos of Miss Clear in her professional capacity. Eschewing business wear this evening, she wears a plain dark sweater and tactical pants. She has some kind of sidearm strapped to her hip. Yeah, she fucking does. It's in her pants. But the sweater covers it. Before you can inquire, she dons a pair of mirrored sunglasses and shifts so you're behind her and to her side. Through the glasses, you could just barely catch a glimpse of a shimmering glass tunnel across the night sky. The glasses are somehow identical to the owl spirit you employ. Interesting. This is a lot of words compared to be right back. Oh, fuck! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I read it. Look how hot she is. I haven't even done the page. I promise. I'm sorry. It's her. She's here. Daphne is very hot. Look at her side piece and her fucking killer ass nails. Like, damn, queen. I'm glad you don't have a dick to shoot off. That's so many fireworks. Why? I don't like it. You see how hot she is, chat? Everybody, does everyone forgive me because I showed you a hottie? Yeah, it's a big... Thank you for your frogs. This pattern line is corrupted, Miss Clear says. Other Gari would say it stinks of the worm. The data and or power flowing through it, and to clarify, in the spirit world, knowledge is power, in a real analytical sense, has been made to serve the worm. Don't bunk me, what the heck? You both... Mugs, what the heck? And to clarify, in the spirit world, knowledge is power, in a real and literal sense, has been made to serve the worm. Melody tells me that you've scouted the Born. She actually used that word. Isn't that charming? Look at this. Silas, you're a criminal. You're a criminal. Everyone's getting some rat rage in chat. What the fuck? What the heck? Rat rage. know my specific rat rage. The area immediately around a cairn. Another keystroke turns that area red. It's only a few acres in extent. We follow the pattern line north to the area around the cairn. There must be somewhere where they intersect. Owl flies up and circles the pattern line. You can't see the umbral structure itself, but the spirit and Mrs. Clear's glasses agree, as everyone follows the zigzagging pattern in the sky. You follow Miss Clear sketching the pattern line on a physical map while she scans the treetops, and Thivai and Abor range through the woods hunting for threats. The spirit line branches, but most of those branches wander in the wrong direction, away from the cairn, so you retrace your steps. It's forming a kind of grid or web, Miss Clear says. If there are other terminus points, they're worth exploring, but we should focus on where the pattern line crosses the old territory. Finally, you move directly towards where the cairn should be and feel a wave of nausea and dislocation. Something is deflecting you from the true path. This is it. We've narrowed it down to just a few acres where the pattern line crosses. The heart of Broadbrook. Where is she? You look around. Nin has vanished. A poor, Miss Clear says, tell her to sing. A moment later, Nin howls her song of the moon path. You can't tell if a path appears or if you just perceive the safe way to travel. It's like looking at the starry sky and suddenly perceiving a constellation. You place one foot carefully on the path, then another. The nausea and dislocation are gone. Well, good luck, Miss Clear says, unwilling to step onto the path. Could I at least have some backup, one of the dogs? If she wants to hang around, fine. I've been too curious for too long to slow down now. Ah, the wisdom of elders, indistinguishable from cowardice. Gotta love it. I keep moving. I loosen my dagger in its sheath, head along the path. Maybe no one except you was ever going to get this far. Moving cautiously, you follow the apparent trail deeper into the woods. When you look back, Daphne has disappeared behind a low hill. Old Garu claimed they could smell the stink of the worm. In your experience, it was mostly an excuse to condemn their political enemies. You're constantly tormented by bad smells, but only in the same way Nin is tormented by a distant chord she calls Gaia's howl. The world is dying, and it's impossible for Garu to ignore, but you can definitely smell something distinctly now, even with your numb and near-useless human senses. A vile reek like burning plastic, or if all the chlorine in the world couldn't cover up the stink of rotting vegetation in a forgotten pool. Following the dim reflections cast by Nin's Song of the Moon path, you step cautiously into the deep woods. The forest hangs in tatters around you, chewed to paper lace, as if by 10,000 invisible caterpillars, dead already. The tree shivers in the thin autumn breeze, bits of leaves and grass blowing like ash from the heart of a wildfire. As you keep walking, you find desiccated foxes hanging in huge webs, their lips peeled back in a half snarl. I think we're about to encounter another weather spirit. Half grimace, as if they had smelled something disagreeable at the moment of death. Your foot crunches on an old glass bottle. The label is faded, but it's not Coca-Cola or any brand you know. There are webs inside, pinning it to a tree root. You remember the recording of Elton's wife, Catherine, along with Melody's sister Harmony. You don't have a copy on your photo, and your connection isn't great here. What did they say? Harmony said that Tritosi, minor banes of pollution, had appeared, as well as patchings of webbing and slime in the pipes, which she had previously noted in the roots. This has to be the same phenomena. We should have checked out the footage before we did this. Okay. I work systematically looking for worm signs or marks or any other trash or detritus that offers me a direction to follow. Worm-stained wilderness is still wilderness. I use my survival skills to look for trails of people or things that were once animals or people. I relax and follow my nose, letting my instincts guide me through the corruption. I'll have to be nimble to climb one of these slimy trees, but I gap into the branches where I should be able to see more. First, I need enhanced mobility and senses of my Glabro. Yeah, we've got enough to... We're gonna hop into Glabro, and I think... Wit Survival might be a good one to go. And then Dex Athletics could be a good one too. I think we're going to do Wit Survival. We're going to look around for signs of this thing. Oh, Firebound is playing. Dispatch. The webbing makes your work easy, as you can follow them from one tree to another as they spread. You follow them deeper into the rot. You stop when you spot something carved into a slimy black trunk. Not a Garu glyph. It might be some kind of ward or trap. You edge around it and continue to follow the trail you've uncovered until you hear a faint humming like you're standing beneath the power line. The pattern line. You're so close to it, you can hear it. You range back and forth until you know where it is above you. Then follow it to something you never imagined you'd find here. The wibbing. The wibbing. Crestfolder 180 IQ. What have you found? A roadside restaurant. What? You look up through the black trees to check again, but it's no illusion. Below you is an ordinary road with a restaurant, currently open despite the late hour. You don't have any bars out here, but the Wi-Fi doesn't need a password. That's what you're using to contact Miss Clear. Describe it. Also check the stars. Are they stars you know? Discomforted by that question, you look up, but the few stars that you can see through the cloud cover look quite ordinary. You range back and forth, scouting the restaurant from the nearby woods. You smell hamburgers and see motorcycles, the clink of beer bottles, and the blast of classic rock from the door. It's a biker bar. You send a picture, but the connection is bad enough that it times out, but Miss Clear responds with a link to Esther's bar. So not Esther's. Not that poor attorney you were bugging Esther's. That explains it. Not that poor attorney you were bugging Esther's. Oh, okay, yeah, that was a clue when we came into town. That's it. Who up? How did you gain access to this conversation, Patrick? You're in our group chat, Daphne. All right. Oh my god, Pod. Why the fuck did you wake me up? Celine found the bad guys. I'm going to go scout around, see what I can find. I was expecting something more impressive. Why is the one at a biker bar? And this is as far as I go without backup. Should I just go in and beat up some bikers until I get info? We're going to scout. No way, Celine. Too dangerous. Calm down, Melody. They're just bikers. When was the last time bikers were scary? Melody's correct. Fall back and we'll make plans. I'm listening to my elders. I watch for a few more minutes, then circle back to Miss Clear. It's probably worse stuff than bikers in that bar. I fall back. Love to smash something right now. I scout around and look for anything else I can see from the outside. We're being cheeky. We're being cheeky, chat. We're being cheeky with the wibbing. You climb down the low hill, then flatten yourself along among the branches as two white men in their 20s bang out the front door in the middle of an argument. Seizing the opportunity, you snap pictures of each of them, of one man's Yamaha bike as he speeds off. The other goes back inside. You inch around behind the dumpster, counting the number of bikes out front and sniffing to figure out what sort of food they might have. It seems normal, like roadside restaurants and bar. Like a normal roadside restaurant and bar. Blech. There's a bag of trash next to the kitchen door. Feeling bold, you slit the plastic with your claw. Your reward, chicken bones, paper hamburger boats, and oh, here we go, a tearaway phone number for a flyer. Probably for reporting a missing dog or something. But worth following up. And of course you can't go inside. You're not 21 yet. Then something catches your eye in the woods on the far side of the road. Furtive animal movement. You duck back behind the dumpster. Something is moving around out there. Something you shouldn't face alone. You parallel the road on the restaurant side of the woods for a quiet mile until you spot the and a boar padding calmly up the road. Their movements perfectly synchronized. A moment later, the headlights of Miss Clear's car slice across the dirty asphalt. Hop in, she says, for thy and Avor, Apor, spring into the back while you get in the passenger seat. I cannot say words. Miss Clear accelerates, lost in thought, and you're home in less than 10 minutes. Podge wants to talk your ear off, but you're exhausted after prowling through the autumn woods for hours. You wave him off until tomorrow and crawl into bed. Let's finish the Graves Farm data, because I wanted to go with survival. You grab an external battery pack from your phone and head outside. Podge immediately starts feeding you locations. You only need to commit a few trespassing misdemeanors to check every location he wants you to check, and you're sure no one notices you. The work is more invigorating than tiring as you take photos, crawl through old tunnels and climb hills. The best part, Podge sends you to an abandoned building where some bone gnawers used to squat, and you dig a coffee can full of change out of the rafters. After several hours of moving around town and making notes, coffee can rattling, Podge texts you. Got it, nailed it. Catherine's movements that day are key. Come back to the cabin. By the time you get back, Podge has compressed the 75 hours of AB data down to about an hour of vital footage. You both sit down to watch. It's not good. The stuff you have to watch isn't good. The drone witnesses Harmony's death, Sniper after losing her hand to a fallen werewolf. Grey Nails and Knife Eyes fighting back to back in Kreenos form, already maimed when you first see them, surrounded by a dozen Bane-infected deer, and the deaths of 24 members of the 3 families who fight bravely and hopelessly. Podge puts names to faces. But there's something weird. The Broadbrook Garu are fighting one fallen werewolf, Eater of Names. Most of the, maybe 50 Femorae, most of them Bane-infected animals, with only a few loping defiled humanoids, and a highly professional team of human soldiers, Neo Albion, from their equipment. That shouldn't be enough to defeat 30 Garu and a squad of trained fighters from among the 3 families. How is everyone dying, and where is this answering tiger? There he is, Podge says, freezing the screen. That's Eater of Names. It doesn't even look like a werewolf. All you see is a white suit, like a spacesuit, wreathed in a vile green glow that Podge tells you is balefire, the radiation of the worm. You don't see him die, but a few minutes later you see a dead white man with his head and one arm torn off, and you're sure it's the same person. Green balefire still smoulders around the corpse. The spacesuit or wherever is gone. You don't see Catherine's death, nor do you ever see Elton, Nin, or Melody, and Podge identifies himself only once. No one ever pays attention to the drone. But when you get to work honing what Podge calls the main event, the moving map of everyone during the battle, you watch names wink out as the fighting progresses. Then Podge says, "Hey wait, I have audio." Of what, you ask? Catherine's death. Oh fuck. Also, this feels, From Ashes, this song feels very appropriate for this moment. I have been talking non-stop for so long. It's the ADHD blessing. It's been like 4 hours. It's been nearly 5. Okay, this is bad. I'm going to stop in a bit and do some Bloodlines too. I'll suffer tomorrow, but it's fine now. The video shows a patch of scrub not far from Rosemary Street. The drone seems to hesitate. Podge rewinds and adjusts the levels and you hear Catherine's voice. As the rivers flow into the sea, so all the great warriors enter your blazing mouth and perish. Another voice, very weak. Stop her. Stop her before it's too late. Knife Eyes, Podge whispers. Dying. I see everything rush into your mouths as moths into a bonfire, Catherine shouts. You can see the disgusting green effulgence of balefire through the leaves of the nighttime trees. Oh, she got corrupted. I see everything devoured in your flaming mouths. I see your fire washing across the planets. In this fire you are manifest. Stripes glide through the green flames, pulsing slowly as Catherine cries. Great One, you are terrible, but tell me who you are. I bow before you that I might receive your blessing. What are you? Have you nothing to say? Have you... Then a sound you know all too well. Garu claws ripping into flesh. The balefire pulses, boils, fades away. The nighttime woods are ordinary again, though it's like you can feel the terrible heat through the monitor of Podge's laptop. Then the Bonor asks the first questions that come to mind. What the hell, man? What the hell? But the second question Podge asks is more difficult. Do we send this to the others? Do they need to see this? Will they give them a summary, but they don't need to relive their nightmares? Send them the whole thing, they might be able to tell us more information. Let's give them a summary. We can't have them falling back into despairs. We need allies, not respect for hierarchies. Give them everything, they're elders. I think we need to send them the whole thing to get the full picture. I'll write up and explain your own guide, then organize the data and send it to them. You should get some sleep. You have work tomorrow. You've organized as much as you can for this project. You crawl into bed, leaving Podge to finish organizing the data. Okay. That was kind of spooky. Let's call that number. With some cash in your pocket, you get sambar soup and a smoothie at the very first restaurant you visited upon arriving in Northampton, the Haymarket Cafe. You're not just here for the food. You know they'll let you use their phone. After a leisurely lunch, you use the phone to call the number. Hello? A woman's voice. She sounds tired. Yeah, I'm calling about, I saw your flyer. The voice perks up. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We actually sold the last puppy 2 days ago. Oh, bummer. Do you know anyone else offering the same breed? The woman laughs. Kugshas aren't exactly common, But look, if you want a big wolfy dog, there are lots of breeds, lots of good breeders in the area. Someone was looking for a wolf dog like that guy from fucking before. That's suggestive. I push my luck. I want information. Hey, by any chance, did someone call about like a wolf or a wolf mix? I'm obligated to track down any potential breach in the veil. Did someone strange call about a wolf or wolf mix? I actually don't want to drag this regular person into my world. If she already had a close blush, I thank her and hang up. I'm not going to risk exposing myself, I think. You hang up, but now who the hell is interested in a wolf dog? It's that guy! What's his fucking name? The same guy from like Neo Albion or something like that, I think. Do we have any more stuff that we can do? I don't think we do. I think we've got... They can offer me 1 day of training. I think we may as well use that. Let's have a look. We could get subterfuge. Despite how busy you both are, you and Elton make time to get together, at least once every few nights. The Theurge's antiquarian habits extend beyond books to other media, and he's happy to share his eclectic musical tastes, from the very early ragtime to the current British hip-hop scene, as well as old movies. Lots of German expressionism, and a cartoonishly British love of 19th century poetry. You also get to meet his parents, at least via Zoom, who declare you adorable. Jordan Day, a minor celebrity when you were little, is friendly and full of hilarious and terrifying stories about all the mistakes he made breaking into the scene. Elton's mother, Mathilda, is quiet and intense, an occult scholar who knows what her son is and worries for him. Okay. Damn, we met the parents before we fucked. That's crazy. Before we even had a nice little cuddle. Okay, let's go to Lucinda. She's got academics, computer mechanics, which I'm not really as interested in. So let's go to Nash. Oh, I already did him, didn't I? We want to go to Roscoe. I suppose we could pop one in leadership, or investigation feels like a good idea actually, because we got pretty high wits and stuff. Right, we need to make serious plans to visit Esther's bar. I contact Podge and the others. Okay. I have been talking non-stop for so long. It's very true. I yap. I yap a lot. And it also helps my because I have sort of, I don't know if you've noticed me stuttering over words, but I have a bit of a speech issue sometimes when I get either very, very nervous, I get very, very stuttery, or if I'm having a really, really bad day, I go completely non-verbal, which I think I've had a stream on here before that I didn't want to miss, where I was using text-to-speech. I have selective mutism, which is fun, but it helps me... reading out loud is like really, really helpful for just my own kind of like understanding and comprehension of the story, because I'm not like skipping things, or I'm I'm forcing my brain to read each line and sentence, and it's good. It's really good. It's I like it. And it helps with I'm used to like DMing and playing D&D for like much longer than this. When we play Bloodlines 2 again a bit later, that is probably when I'm going to quiet down a bit.
Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
But we're going to do this next bit. Esther's Bar. And then we'll see about getting into the other game. This isn't the sort of organization that can be conducted... sorry. I'm just going over here just to make sure. Wait. Hello? What the heck? Okay. That's fine. Don't worry. No technical difficulties, I promise. This isn't the sort of organization that can be conducted in the group chat. After some preliminary back and forth, Podge tells you that everyone will meet at GRC Media the night after next at 8 o'clock. Don't worry, Podge says. I got her to order dinner. She's not part of Broderick Podge. Why are you looping her in? I don't trust these damn elders. She probably knows at least as much as we do. But let's make sure we can learn everything we can from her. It's probably good to have someone with so many contacts in the Yohima world. Let's see if we need to learn everything we can. And not give away too much, Podge says. I think Daphne's on the level with us, but she has her own goals, and so does Spider. We need to use her techno powers to figure out what's going on at this bar, and with that pattern line leading right to it, I think we need her. It's a 10-minute walk through fields and backyards to the glossy new building next to the crumbling iron bridge. Thevai and Abhor are waiting in the mostly empty parking lot. Thevai escorts you and Podge into the building, while Abhor pads up the fire escape to stand guard on the roof. Those robot wolves creep me out, Podge mutters. They're organic dogs, you say. You've seen them piss. Only a pervert would build a robot to piss that much, and you don't think Daphne is a pervert. That's worse, the Bonora says. Like, isn't it creepy using your gift to make living animals act like a robot? She described it as research. What if there was a better way for humans to relate to animals? If the Glasswalkers can find it, we can't fuss about what's natural. I worry that Miss Clear has become too human. Humanity's relationship with the natural world is arrogant and depraved. She shouldn't seek to recreate it. We need weapons, Podge. How are they different from Hobblin with a gun? Except dogs don't suffer from the delirium. I don't know. Spider is part of Gaia, but I'm not sure this is a proper use of her power. I think I'm worried that she's become too close to the human world, because she's also, like, her company has been, like, putting out propaganda for, like, some of this stuff. It's frustrating, Podge says, because the Glasswalkers and Bone Gnawers are the tribe's closest to humanity, but I've never liked them. Arrogant, creepy, and rich, most Glasswalkers. Like they relate to humans the way humans relate to dogs. The Bone Gnawer stares at himself in the floor-to-ceiling glass door, from the messy red hair to grubby sneakers. It was not the Glasswalkers who waged the Impergium, Miss Clear says, appearing on the other side of the glass door and sliding it open. According to the legends, we protected humanity from the other Garu, and when it wasn't enough, we gave them the alternate knowledge. We told them about Silver. The other tribes never forgave us. But you don't look like the sort of Garu who defends the Impergium, young man. Come in and have something to eat. Since you're not traipsing through the woods this time, Miss Clear wears the sort of flawless office wear you rarely see in a casual town like Northampton. Black blazer and pantsuit, white silk blouse, no sidearm. How wonderful to see you again, Celine, Miss Clear says, taking your hand in both of hers. You've done such exceptional work to bring us here. Please come inside. And Podge, I've followed your career with great interest. Thank you, ma'am. I'm an eco-terrorist, he says, and with such varied and creative methods, she says, leading you both through the GRC media reception area that you haven't seen in months, then up a polished wooden steps to a conference room. Melody and Elton are already here. This isn't a formal occasion, so sit wherever you like. The Silver Fang is dressed in a fisherman's sweater to fend off the autumn chill, and the Shadow Lord in a grey suit and black turtleneck wait for you to sit down. Nin, dressed in a silk-screened jacket over a hog-thrown Dare 16 t-shirt, is right behind them. She has her face smushed against the window, looking down on Pleasant Street like she's never seen a street before. I love her so much. Once everyone is seated around the irregularly shaped glass conference table, Miss Clear brings out heaping plates of Thai food from the place up the street. She is a flawless, gracious host. The Glasswalker's in-person behavior is polite, friendly, and charming, as her digital persona is brusque and domineering. We're not here just for jasmine rice. Are we sharing information or what? So this is what Glasswalkers do to help people. I gesture to the screens on the walls advertising humanitarian non-profits. I match Miss Clear's courtesy for courtesy to demonstrate my respect for her status. Good curry. I keep my head down and concentrate on making my daily caloric intake. No, we're not just here for jasmine rice, baby. Miss Clear shows Nin how to use the big spoon to get her rice, then sits down across from you and says, "We already know a great deal. I'm here to caution and advise." Over text, Elton muses, his tone meticulously neutral. Your advice can come across as giving orders. Limitations of the medium, Miss Clear says. She sips her beer, but Celine is right. We should speak about information and noise. Any approach to the pattern line will move us from data to noise, from knowledge to confusion. We must consider how to survive in such an environment, in the same way we might contemplate a deep-sea dive. So I really can't have a beer, Podge says. You're not old enough, Mr. Hodge. Your fake ID might hold up at a roadside bar, but not with me. Everything you say, Podge says, suddenly angry, and everything you do is about slowing us down. You slowed Celine's investigation when she first arrived, you repeatedly disrupted my work in Hollyoak, and now I can fucking feel your drag on us here. What's your game, Daphne? I will remind all of you, Elton says, staring angrily out the window, that Miss Clear was polite enough to cover up our previous activities, which has not exactly been subtle. Explosions in Hollyoak, the whole town of Ashfield suddenly seeming to reappear after our visit. Chaos at an illicit music venue. No, it's obvious that Miss Clear is wasting our time and slowing us down. I just want to know why. Elton, you know she's wasted our time from the moment I got here. It's starting to piss me off. He's right, you two. Without someone to cover up our activities, we'd have Huntless on us. This argument is pointless. We're on the same side. We're here to help Gaia. How can we do that? I mean, yeah, once again, we're dissolving into fucking arguments. Do you think this Glasswalker gives a damn about Gaia? Podge snaps. All she does is jerk us around. I think you overestimate her abilities, bruv, Elton says. We do that a lot, don't we? Overestimate ourselves, I mean. That's what put our nation into such a sorry state. I think it's what destroyed the Broadbrook Garu. All four survivors glared dangerously at Miss Clear, who says, "Hear me out, or rather think back to that night, to the Battle of Graves Farm. Elton, your wife Catherine was one of the most promising theurges of a generation. You found... I'm sorry again to bring this up, but I must. The rage drains out of the room as each survivor of the Battle of Graves Farm retreats to their own painful memories of that night. Elton, you found Catherine dead, not far from my husband Linus, deed named Knife Eyes, and Melody's human sister Harmony. This was after you escaped from the jail cell the Broadbrook elders threw you into. How did Catherine die? Elton sips his beer, closes his eyes. Her heart was burned out, he says after a moment. Balefire, formal acid, not sure what caused it. You remember the shifting balefire stripes in the sky from the drone's recording. Was there no autopsy, Miss Clear says? What about police reports? I didn't delete everything when I came here. I couldn't. 46 people died. Before Elton can answer, Miss Clear turns to Melody. You fled, she said. Melody's eyes burn into the older woman's. What did you flee, Melody? The Silverfang blinks. Podge, you're in a rune, and you know how to fight. How many enemies did you kill once you got out and joined the battle? How many? Podge asks. Banes, Femorai, Black Spiral Dancers. What did you fight? Do any of you even know? All the others have fallen silent. Their expressions show a mix of confusion and mute animalistic horror. Melody is the first one to speak. I don't remember a thing, she says. Uh-oh! Brain fuckery! The next half hour, is a mess of confusion. The survivors eat mechanically as they try to describe everything they remember about the Battle of Graves Farm. Nothing they say contradicts what you saw on the drone's recordings, but the descriptions are weirdly drained of colour, of how their own distinct personalities should cover the event. It's as if they too are describing something they saw on TV, not the worst night of their lives. You pour yourself a glass of wine as an increasingly frustrated Miss Clear is too focused on your packmates to pay you any mind. But they sound like dementia patients. It'll be painful to lean on someone, but you need information. Okay. I feel like whatever happened with Catherine is really fucking important. So I'm inclined to ask Elton first, but I don't know whether we're going to get to ask other people. Elton, why did the Broadbrook elders lock you up? It's none of your bloody business, Elton says. Control yourself, Elton. We cannot show our rage, you know that. Broadbrook was supposed to be an alliance, the Theurge snaps, an equal alliance of Silverfang and Shadow Lords, with room for the other tribes, but it never was. You never trusted us, Elton says, rounding on Melody. I think this is what the answering tiger does. Just inserts that little bit of, like, in alliances, is that little sort of, like, breaking point. It's like a small thing that's actually so very big. Most of my friends were Shadow Lords, Elton, Melody says. I was a kid who was never supposed to change. I didn't care about politics because I wasn't the heir to the palace line. My sister was. Don't put this on me. I didn't lock you up. And whoever did is dead now, Elton, Podge says, because it wasn't one of us. Harmony marched me into that cellar and made sure I wouldn't get out, but she said no. It wasn't her decision. Even when they were going to fight, Melody, your sister, was sure someone had betrayed us all. And Harmony didn't think it was me. She just had to do as she was told. I broke out when... Oh, I remember. Elton takes a moment to compose himself, then says, Lincoln Nash crashed into my window so hard he cracked the concrete. I didn't see who killed him, but I was able to get out. Then I saw it drifting through the woods towards where everyone was converging. That suit. That spacesuit. That's what I saw in the video. Miss Clear says thoughtfully. I didn't send you that video, Podge says. Your drone friend did. Miss Clear says, you don't have exclusive rights to that data, Mr. Hodge. A very brief summary, Elton says, is that Eater of Names led the attack on Broadbrook during the Battle of Graves Farm. From what little we learned before the battle, he was a black spiral dancer Theurge, notable for his command of balefire and for a kind of armoured suit he wore that he inherited from his predecessor, a dancer called Breaker of Wings. Our elders considered him a minor nuisance, leftovers from their cleanup at the nuclear power plant in Vermont. I feared he was quite a bit more than another fallen werewolf with dreams of bringing about the apocalypse, so they threw me in a hole during the fight. Elton is normally quite composed for a werewolf, but he's burning with fury right now, remembering what happened to him. The Glasswalker rubs her temples. I think that whatever happened at the battle is affecting all of us. We're not thinking clearly. Maybe not, but we all remember a man in something that resembles either a spacesuit or a diving suit. And Celine has video evidence, drifting through the trees like falling snow. They all shiver. I only saw a few frames from the drone's recording, but I saw him. And I saw him die on recording, or at least I think he did. He's dead, right? I don't like painful surprises. That drone imprisoned in Hollyoak gave us all that data. Where is he now? Maybe we should talk to him. No, I don't think he's going to be very useful. The Black Spiral dancers are these werewolves who have sworn themselves to destroy Gaia, right? They are enemies of the Litany. David Benicki mostly talked about the answering tiger when I met him. I mean, we saw him die on the recording. Catherine, Elton says. Catherine got to him, and I think she killed him. No, she did. I think she did, he sighs. I feel like one of those ancestors in Melody's Barrow, or a damned soul in Dante's Inferno. I keep thinking about the past, but I can't use my thoughts to change what I'm doing. But what did you see? I saw him die, Elton says. He wipes away a sudden tear. You can't tell if it's grief or the strain of forcing himself to remember. After a soldier killed Harmony, Catherine and Knife Eyes took those soldiers apart, then found... Yes, they found Eater of Names after he burned to death. They fought in Krenos form, no gifts or sorcery, just tearing at each other. They all went down. Catherine got up. Knife Eyes and Eater of Names didn't. That wasn't part of the drone's recording, but it follows. I tried to bury Knife Eyes afterwards. I used a shovel with my hands. But he was still alive when Catherine died. So we've got some contradictory information. I think something has messed with, like, their recollection. But who or what killed Knife Eyes? Podge says. He looks ready to lose it. Like, what the fuck did we fight? I remember using my hands too. They were red and black. But what? There was something in the sky, like stripes gliding across the whole world, Melody says slowly. The answering tiger, Elton says. Whatever the fuck that is, Podge shouts, and one guy in a spacesuit against how many? 50 of us? And we all fucking died. Mr. Hodge, you're having a game over moment, and you need to collect yourself. The bone menorah seems to calm down. There's a silence for a long time. Then into the silence, Nin says, "We killed ourselves, didn't we?"
Oh, what the fuck? So it like made them turn on themselves and like tear themselves.
Another long pause. The food has gone cold. Miss Clear probably did not come from money, you note, as she automatically starts cleaning it away while the others try to remember. No, Potch finally says. I remember Fomori. I fought them. There were definitely Fomori, you remind the bone menorah. We saw them on the video. But when Celine and I investigated this winter, we barely found signs of fighting. I already told Elton what I found, the Hand of Harmony Palace. I'd rather not discuss it again for her sister's sake. I found a few things, but we should do a systematic search, not systemic. And I'm not sure I want to sniff around again. It's dangerous, hostile to body my mind. What's weird is, if I could wander into the woods and find a battlefield, where were the cops? Regular people died. Was there an investigation? And... yeah.
No, Podge and Miss Clear both say.
I mean, there were a few follow-ups, Podge says. The FBI field office down in Springfield sniffed around for a while, but they acted like cops investigating a stolen bike. Not the FBI investigating 50 or more disappearances. Barely a ripple in the news either, Miss Clear says. So whatever this thing is, it can it's almost like it distorts perception and reality. Not just on a personal level, but maybe on a more sort of, like group societal level, essentially. In fact, that's what originally brought me here, the huge hole in reporting. But didn't any of us follow up? It's like we all just forgot to look. You can feel her anger at that. Stormcat and I retraced Celine's steps, Elton says. After the spring thaw, I recorded everything I could. Send me the data, Miss Clear says. It's in a notebook, Elton says. I'll scan it at work, but there wasn't anything useful. 12 broken weapons, 4 broken vehicles, a hand. Elton rubs his forehead. That's Melody's sister's hand. You look bad, man. Too much to worry about, Elton says. Nin sings, shooting at the walls of headache, pang, pang, I am a warrior, drumming on the desk. Elton flinches at each pang. Come on, girl, give us a break, the Theod says, trying to snap you out of it. Nin says, oh, I also scouted. Nin bought me some bones to bury. Thank you, Nin, but I tried invocations and gifts to learn more, and I didn't get anywhere. Why don't we send a regular person in? They're not as sensitive as we are. We have glasswalkers right here. Let's send in a $50 drone. There are 5 of us now. Isn't there some kind of right we can use to enter or at least see? Whatever did this is so powerful. If we reached it, it'd only mean we'd die. Let's... All eyes turn to Elton. The very power of the Broadbrick Khan at its height makes that difficult, the Theod says. The whole area had been meticulously warded and secured by generations of Garu spirit workers, including some of the most skilled occultists the nation ever produced, like Catherine. What's interesting to me is that earlier we found out information that, like, something occurred, or like, they didn't have enough power to, like, shroud Garu activities like they do now with the help of Simmer. And the Triple King. And they, because Elton was like, oh yeah, no, we don't have enough to ward the area, or, like, ward over the area with, like a perception filter almost. But that seems to be exactly what's happening to the mortal police. Many of those protections still exist. I need an army of Theurges to cut through them before we could even turn our attention to whatever is lurking in the Khan now. But what about that bar, Esther's? Melody asks. That was never in the heart of our territory. This was always supposed to be a meeting about Esther's bar, Miss Clear says. The truth is what I hoped you would find some better approach. But this is the best we can do. Scout Esther's, hope it connects to Neo-Albion, and hope Neo-Albion connects to the answering tiger. I'll conduct digital and in-person surveillance. Once I'm satisfied, we should consider entering as a small group and investigating the pattern line. Ah! The others glance at you and at each other. The glasswalker is dragging things out again. Are her concerns rational? Is it because of the answering tiger? Is it because the answering tiger is influencing her? Or is it because, like every elder, she has her own agenda? Interesting. Okay. No more waiting, damn it. We go as soon as we can. I'm tired of hedging my bets. I want answers. We go tomorrow night. We can wait, but I want information about any threats. I'm not walking blind into some kind of worm pit. If we're going to wait, we should focus on healing what we can. I understand waiting and finding out more information, but it does feel like I can't remember if Daphne was here at the time. I think she was. Was she here? Can we like read her bio really quick? I don't know if she was here. Like, I'm very sus of anyone who was around at the time of the whole Broadbrook battle, because I feel like they've been affected by something. Not an original member. Miss Claire Marion Linus. She graduated with a degree. Strange melancholy lasted for almost 2 years before her first change. A talented administrator. Could be human plus, not just monsters. Okay. So we don't have any information. Yeah, I'm just inclined to go in, I think. What makes you think you can give orders, little puppy? Miss Clear asks. Says, you rap on the table and feel the reassuring presence of Gorgon. Elton and I are the most senior Garu in this land, Melody says, and Celine has proven herself more than once, and is now a black fury of Broadbrook. You, Daphne, are a guest. Oof, litany debates. Hodge says, I'm out. Let me know how it goes. He grabs some chicken wings and heads out of the meeting room and down the stairs, followed by the attack dogs to the thigh and a paw. It does, indeed, come down to a boring debate about interpreting the litany to decide who has seniority. And no one wins a boring litany debate against the Silverfang Philodox. Sometime around midnight, while you scroll on your phone, and Nin sleeps in wolf form under the table, the glass walker finally says, Fine, you little countrified brat, we'll go tomorrow night. But I want to make plans starting in the afternoon. Everyone will need to take time off from their dead-end loser jobs and meet me here at 3. As you leave the GRC offices, you realize that the long, boring conversation about the litany helped disguise the spiritual emptiness that your fellow Garu now feel. Whatever happened during the Battle of Graves Farm has left a void of meaning in the hearts of your companions, even Daphne Clear, who revived afterwards. They seem incapable of putting themselves at the heart of their lost Khan. Of course, you too have tried to plunge deeper into Broadbrook and failed. Your companions drift apart. You don't know where Hodge went. You walk home, lost in thought. Tomorrow, the bar. You head for Elton's apartment, where everyone is scheduled to meet on their way to the bar, after a miserable shift at Gorski Manor. The mad shitter is back. What do you mean by that? You and Charlie the orderly have been trying to catch that motherfucker for months. That surprise is stopped for a while, but when Mr. Vice found a real smoker in the middle of the facility's only elevator, he called an all-hands meeting to find the culprit. You've been spying on patients all day, trying to guess who it is. It could be anyone. What if it's Mr. Vice or Mr. Gorski? What if Mr. Gorski is the mad shitter? I think Mr. Gorski's a vampire, by the way. Anyway, Elton has promised everyone food, and since you couldn't get lunch, the mad shitter hit the cafeteria. You hustle through the covered alley to Elton's back door. The aroma of spices that hits you as you mount the stairs is almost overwhelming. The Shadow Lords had fixed the light in the stairway, and now you can read a device above the upstairs door. Non omnis scientia laetificat. I don't know what that means. Let's put that in fucking Google Translate. I can't. I'm going to type it in Google Translate, chat. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I won't, because Celine doesn't know, because she's a big, silly dum-dum. The upstairs door bangs and rattles until Elton finally gets it open. He waves you inside, past his antique bicycle, and hands you a mango lassi. His hands linger on yours for a moment, like your relationship is some kind of big secret instead of something the Armagaru are making jokes about in the group chat. A wedding party fell through at the last minute, he said, gesturing like an imperial chamberlain to the riches spread out before you. A half-dozen tin trays of Indian food on an intricately carved wooden sideboard, and it's from the fancy Indian place too. Not that other place. No one else has arrived yet, so you enjoy a few kisses, then swallow a pakora like a hippo gobbling down a whole cabbage. You're sipping your lassi when you notice Elton's place seems cleaner than the last time. No, not cleaner. Emptier. The ancient books are still there. I think Elton might have killed Catherine. And he's like blocking it out. Or the Answering Tiger's blocking it out, because I think the Answering Tiger got into her. Or Eater of Names did something. Just a thought. Anyway, the printouts and notebooks still scattered across the low tables, and Catherine still watches you from above the Art Nouveau fireplace. Athena is still there too, but most of the statues are gone, as are the paintings and tapestries. Did the British Museum sneak upstairs and take all the good stuff? What happened to the art? Where's everyone else? I want answers. I think they're waiting at Esther's restaurant. I eat another pakora. Yeah, did the rent went up, Elton says, peering out the window and looks down on Main Street. I thought you owned the place, you say. It's complicated, the Theurge says, and I make $16 an hour at a used bookstore. Could be worse, though. I could have student loans. Good, here they come. The other Garu shove and jostle their way up the narrow stairs. Drawn by the smell of Indian food, they tear into the remaining pakoras in a way that implies they wouldn't bother to kill a wildebeest before feeding in its entrails. Elton, who had planned a little welcoming speech, watches their feeding frenzy, his expression close to awe. Melody hesitates for only a moment before she joins in on the general fray. Your fellow Garu only reach for plates when they run out of finger food. You hurry to grab a plate before the others strip the entire sideboard of comestibles, like deep sea eels on a whale carcass. They're just so hungry all the time. There's no dining room, but Elton has cleared all off little eating zones at multiple armchair coffee table intersections. Everyone piles up their plates, cheap stoneware, though you remember fine porcelain your first time here, and finds a place to sit among the tomes and notebooks. Elton eats from the wing of your armchair, sticking close to you, only occasionally getting up to serve as host. You smash naan into lentils and eat until your stomach stops doing backflips. You only look up when you realize that the contented silence of dinner has turned into the awkward silence of multiple people trying to figure out who delivers bad news. What, you ask? Well, you're not old enough to go into the bar, and you don't have a good fake ID like Podge. Podge holds up his driver's license. It identifies him as Ricardo Bailiwick Syangkau, 28 of Tablecloth, Alaska. And I talk to the bartender, and the bartender knows what you look like, but I don't know why he knows you. Nin says, but we have a killer solution. Not only can we investigate Esther's bar, we can also infiltrate Neo Albion, and maybe even make some money, so we can continue to enjoy feasts like this one. How, you ask? We sell Comrade Merritt, the Neo Albion computer technician, the wolf hybrid he wants. All eyes fall on you! Oh! Oh, hell no. Come on, guys. No. I'm a Black Fury. I'm pretty sure he can't treat me like this anymore. Wait, can we sell me for a lot of money? Well, whatever gets this information. I'm a Black Fury. You can't treat me like this. You're the only one who works. Elton has his weird oil slick fur. Podge looks like some kind of giant weasel coy dog and is generally ugly in all 5 forms. It's all the carbs I eat, Podge says, taking the last naan. Nin growls, but Podge ignores her. Melody looks like the drawing of a wolf in a 20th century oil painting, and I'm annoyed that she wants to stick me in the role of pet. What about you? What about Nin? She's more comfortable in wolf form than me. We need this to work. What about Daphne? She actually likes people. So this is what I get for I get to be part of the combo that doesn't do any talking. I should have got more piercing tattoos that transfer between forms. Harmony knew a silent strider who could do that. She wanted to get a tattoo of a unicorn that turned into a centipede when she changed. What the fuck? She could never explain how it was going to work. If we could return to the plan, Scene will be the bait. Oh, dog-wolf hybrid for sale. Melody will be your apparent owner. Nin and I... Wait, Nin isn't 21. She's like 7. Podge says. He turns to the galliard. What does your ID say? I'll be playing guitar inside. No one asked my age. Which means Nin is on lookout inside. Look in, Nin says. I fucking love her. Podge is on lookout outside. The Edge continues. Did we ever find out what those webs were that Celine saw? Melody asks. I couldn't find anything except more webs and dead animals and chewed up leaves. But there's probably something out there, Elton says. So Podge should guard Daphne while she investigates the pattern line with her glasswalker gifts. But what do we prioritize? Daphne's tapping into the pattern line or me getting a Neo Albion dress? Really, Nin couldn't find anything. There's definitely something in those woods around the bar. Should we wait until we can find it? And once we make the transfer, what do I do? Just follow the Conrad guy back home and be his dog? Are we sure Conrad is just a tech, not some kind of weird elite werewolf hunter with a, I don't know, a silver sword? Couldn't find anything. Are you sure he's not got a silver sword? Stop worrying, Melody says, as if a silver sword were a minor matter beneath the notice of proper ladies. He has a degree in computer science from Tufts, Podge says. His service record has been scrubbed, but Daphne has placed him in San Antonio, Texas, Aurora, Colorado, and not far from here in Westover. In other words, Air Force, Air Force, and Air Force. Probably a drone jockey. So not a threat unless he's flying a Predator drone, and he won't have one at the bar. The others handle minor details while rummaging through Elton's stripped-down apartment for anything else to eat. Since you're apparently just a pet dog for this operation, you watch the windows. Roscoe's van circles around back. He texts everyone that he'll be stationed just up the road from Esther's in case of trouble. Podge's truck. I love this. It's like I'm the honey trap, but I'm a doggo. Also, the fact that they're putting in a rune who is actually so fuck off mad in this position, not great. In case of trouble, Podge's truck is parked nearby, no sign of the glasswalker. People hurry down Main Street, huddled against the wind. You're glad you bought your poncho this morning. This isn't the crisp New England October of red gold trees, but the bitter November of dead leaves and wet rain. It's nearly been a year. Okay. Chapter 6, The Price of Gasoline and Meat. Pain is the world. I don't have anywhere to run. Kathy Acker, Blood and Guts in high school. Do we want to continue with chapter 6 or do we want to do some bloodlines is my question, because I've been going for nearly 6 hours, which is rather a long time. What do we think? What do people in chat think?